truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footsteps fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Defiant scream, justice cries, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide. Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade. A tale of lies and life betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains?
All right. Finally made it in here. Good Lord have mercy. I'm having so many problems today, you guys. I'm so sorry. Some kind of weird technical issue going on with YouTube again. So thank you for being here. There were 2 lives running at one time for some reason. I don't know how that happened. Thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button. Guys, we're heading back to Idaho to discuss and review Bodycams, interviews, and discuss other creators. Are some of the guilters finally seeing the light? And we will do what we always do. I'm going to drop that link and pin it and allow you to join me to discuss your thoughts, feelings, and theories on this, please. And thank you. Always love hearing your guys' feelings. So for those of you that are out there, if anybody's asking questions, I had to delete the other one. Bring them in here, guys, if you will, please and thank you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Make sure that cup is hot. Full and hot, whatever you're drinking, please and thank you. That being said, you guys know what comes next. Sorry for being late, way late, and sorry for all the confusion, but we're in the right place now. So let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe. We're open for business. Come on in and have a seat. Sorry for all the confusion this morning, afternoon. It's afternoon, sorry. For whatever reason, StreamYard, with all this new stuff that they're doing, I don't know why, but I loaded this in, set it up, and it had two of them going. So for all those of you that got lost in the other one, I'm so sorry about that. This is the right one to be in. If you know anybody that got stuck over there, go bring them in, have them jump in with us over here instead of over there. Thank you for being here. Speaking of, it looks like Brooke's in the house. Welcome back, Brooke. Good to see you. Michelle F., welcome back from over the pond. Great to see you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, Miss Diane, welcome. Miss Cat K's in the house. Good to see you, Cat. James Moen, my brother, good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Donna Salamander, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy's here on her lunch break for as much as we get her. Of course, SRBBB. Good to see you, SRB. Thank you for joining us today. Also, it looks like Miss Molly. Good golly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for being here. For those of you that don't know, Miss Molly is the amazing creator of that both awesome intro and outro songs. She created them both, as she is so very talented, we know. Love you, Molly. Thank you for being here, as always. Thank you for joining us. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Excuse me. Miss Rowe is in the house. Good to see you, Rowe. Canadian Cat Lady joining us from way up north. Great to see you. Miss Leah's in the house today. Good to see you, Leah. Thank you for joining us. Like somebody's got emojis all over the place today. I love it. Love it, love it. Big Red, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. See? Sorry, Molly. I'm so sorry, hon. I am so sorry. Yeah, I was just confused. You can ask SRB. There was like 6 of them running this morning. Sam Panther, good to see you today. Good to have you here. Welcome back to you. Carolyn Prasad, same to you. Phenomena Mom, great to see you today. Robert's in the house, joining us up here on panel as well this afternoon. Welcome, Robert. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, brother.
Thank you for being here. Samira Dalby, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Let me see. And yes, thank you, James, for making that statement, because I do appreciate and love these moderators so very much. I couldn't do this without them at all. That's all right. All right. Let's see. I'm making sure I'm hitting everybody that's here so far. Christina Reynolds, welcome back to you. The last 24 is in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I think I handled that and shut down. I hope I handled it right and shut down the other one. Let's see. Where's it at? I think. Hold on. Diego's in here, huh? All right. Good to see you. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up. Senor Wazowski in the house. That link is pinned to the top of the chat, guys. If you want to join me, hint, hint. Senor Wazowski, come on up. Unholy Rabbit, welcome. Good to see you. And so do I. Let's see here. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Make sure I'm hitting everybody here. Danny.
I was going to say, Bianca did some good work on my intro and outro as well.
Yeah, Bianca's really talented with her stuff as well. Very much so. Alice Scholes, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you. Let's see. Welcome, Danny. Jesus. Jesse Scholl. Jesus. Too many different names in my head at one time. Sorry. Jesse Scholl, good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here today as well. Getting to the top now. I think I might have caught everybody. Panama Mom, good to see you. Scully's in the house. Good morning, afternoon. That's all of you. Good morning. And of course, the lovely and positive Miss Paula. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you so much for being here. Is typically in the house. I didn't see her yet. Is she here? I hope I didn't overlap her stream too much if I did, because I was over there watching, which is always amazing. Typically Unique, running an amazing channel over there, doing some awesome things. So it was a great show over there for those of you that were there. Thank you for supporting her, because she definitely deserves it. What's up, Pappy Man? Good to see you. So much corruption. Hello from Cincinnati. Welcome, neighbor. Good to see you. Another Ohioan in the house. I swear I saw somebody say hi to Typically, but I don't see.
Yeah, she's in the chat.
There she is. Welcome, Typically. Great show this morning. I appreciate you very much for that, as always. And for that there, too. Kaboom. Sweet Melissa, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Tiptoe through the tulips, yes. That's pretty creepy, cat lady. That was actually one of the songs that I used for my paranormal stuff one time. That's kind of funny. The Tomboy's in the house with us. Good to see you, Tomboy. Welcome back, Witchy. Great to see you today. Molly Drake's channel link is right there. Please make sure you subscribe if you will, guys, and check out all the amazing stuff that Miss Molly does. She's so very talented. I am super lucky to have Miss Molly as our videographer over here. She does amazing things, and I appreciate her so much. Not to mention, she's a huge part of our family. There's Typically. Now I see her. I'm echoing. Am I too loud? That's wild. Or Robert, make sure that you have your stuff turned down a little bit in the background, brother. That could be why. Hold on a minute. Go in the background and check your...
Yeah, I got echo cancellation on.
Is it on? Okay, you're good now. All right. Let me turn that down a little bit. Oh, that could be why too. Hold on. Let me bring that down. All these new things happening. Is that better? I hope that's good. Welcome, Truth Seeker. Good to see you. And I think we got 101 peeps in the house, guys. And we also have 49 likes. We're getting there. Jilly Beans in the house. Been a minute. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. All right. And I would like you guys to welcome Typically Unique to the Blue Crew. And treat her as you would all the moderators, please. She's been around for a long, long time. Been very supportive of this channel. And I appreciate everything she does in her own channel, let alone what she's done here to help us out and support us here. So welcome to the family and welcome to the crew, Typically. I think it's been long enough. I appreciate you very much. I hope you know. All right. I think I got that. Miss Leah Story. There's going to be some people you'll see turning blue here. Down as we go head down the road. You shall see it happening. Great moderation team in here, guys. I have the best, absolutely the best moderation team out there, folks. You can fight with me, you can argue with me, but you're not gonna win. Let's see what we got here. Witchy's starting it off with the goals. Thank you so very much. More likes, please. Witchy wants your DNA. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Thank you so much for that, Witchy. God bless. We got the first goal set heading towards the finish line on that. Welcome to all of you, and thank you, Witchy. So very generous. God bless. Molly, that's cute. I like them blue hearts. That's neat. Josie West in the house today. Good to see you. Julianne, welcome back to you. Oops. What'd you say oops for? There's Typically's link to her channel, guys. Please make sure to subscribe if you have not yet done it. What are you doing with your life? You will not be disappointed. I'm telling you. Holy, don't fall down, SRB, please. Be careful on that icy, snowy crap out there that we didn't want. But yeah, guys, make sure to subscribe, hit the like button, and the notification bell over there at Typically Unique. Puts out amazing things. Please support and help to grow that channel, if you will. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Absolutely. Miss Kim is awesome. Becky's in the house. Scratch it up. Senior Wadowski. All right. I made it to 100 subs mostly because of this chat and Dago Outcast. Chat, you should see my niece's face. She thinks how you are famous, my friend. You're very famous. We appreciate you, brother, so very much. Guys, make sure that you subscribe to Senior Wazowski's channel. This man is doing some things. He's a retired police officer. He knows what he's talking about. He's not putting out junk and garbage. He's doing the right thing out there, trying to come to the truth like the rest of us. So please make sure to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like it up over there if you will. SRB dropping number 2. Oh, I'm sorry, number 3. Holy hell, they're flowing left and right. And Pappy dropped a number 4. You guys got me confused. Dro just dropped 1, 2. We got 4 out of wow, damn. You guys got me confused. Thank you guys so very much. Very generous.
It's because you're so loved.
I don't know about all that, but and Witchy, thank you all so very much. That is amazing. There's Senior Wazowski's link right there. Thank you, SRB. Oh. Pappy, thank you, brother. You are so very appreciated. SRB, you already know. And Ro, God bless, dear. We love you so very much and appreciate you so much. Yes, we definitely need to make sure Senior grows. Let's get that channel going, just like Typically's and all these other amazing creators out here, guys. Please and thank you. Doing the right thing, trying to come to some truth. Robert, I know you can agree with that, guys. Make sure we drop True Crime Unleashed, Robert's channel link as well. Another great channel, another great creator joining me up here today, as I appreciate so very much. Let's get that channel going too. Oh, quit being so modest there, SRB. Truth is truth. It is what it is. Hook a brother up with a link. Absolutely. The link is pinned, Jesse, at the top of the chat. I'll drop it for you here real quick. 1 second. Always love it hearing from Jesse. Eddie's not in the house. He's busy working, guys, but he will be back as soon as he can be. There's the link, Jesse. Come on up, brother. There's Typically's link again. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. True Seeker, welcome back. Great to see you as well. Thank you, Typically, for that, guys. Please and thank you. Make sure we're supporting these awesome creators, doing the right thing, looking for truth. Oh, I got one more too. Hold on. Oh, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, 1 minute.
You know why my base on the bottom? You know why? Because you see that little secret board with it?
1 second, guys. We got people popping in, knocking on the door back here. I hear somebody knocking on this door. Who is that? Who is that? Screaming, let me in, let me in. Who is that? Oh, it's Mr. Schul himself. Hello, sir.
Good morning or good afternoon, whatever time it is for you folks.
It's 2 in the afternoon. Welcome, Aaron. Good to see you today.
It's 1 o'clock here.
It's 2 o'clock where I'm at.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. in the morning.
So we're exactly 12 hours apart.
Sometimes we are and sometimes we aren't because there's no daylight savings here.
We just had ours, so that makes sense. Gotcha. Gotcha. Welcome, Aaron.
I'm guessing you didn't see the comment I left in the old live that you had to delete.
I didn't. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, wait. I think I might have. Just repeat it if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I was watching Pavarotti the other day.
Yes,
and
I did.
he dropped a bombshell, but I don't know. I mean, he must have been wrong because if there's any truth to that, you'd think everybody would be talking about it by now.
I think it's what he's come up with on his own based on certain facts that he's put together. That's my opinion, of course, but thank you, Kat K. Again, another one dropped. We're at 5 now. You guys are amazing. God bless, Kat, and so generous. Thank you. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bud.
Yeah, I mean, still looking, but so far all I found is confirmation that Xana is on that table. Nothing about Kaylee's. Yeah.
So, I didn't see him state that one. I get to see you there, James. Good to see you, brother. About Kaylee's blood being on Hunter's knife, right? The knife that Hunter had in his hand. See, I've never found anything about that. So I don't know. Thank you.
And my curiosity is not that I'm trying to suggest or prove that Hunter was actually using the knife or anything like that. That my curiosity is proving that Hunter was lying about what he knew, which is basically how I feel about all the roommates. Is it's not that they did this, or it's just that it seems pretty crystal clear to me that they know more.
Here's what I think may have happened. This is my opinion. Real quick. Thank you so much, Michelle. Again, number 6. And you guys, we're going fast on this. You guys are amazing. God bless. Every one of you guys so very generous. God bless. So we did find out that some of Kaylee's blood, along with Ethan's, was on that half wall. So I wonder if Hunter and the railing, it was either the wall or the railing. I can't remember for sure. Annie was pretty good at pointing that out. But if he went and touched something on one of them walls and then touched that knife, that's possible. But I've never seen any lab reports that were proving that there was any of her blood on that knife specifically. That's my issue. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure if he said it was on the knife or on the table where the knife was sat down.
That could be on the table.
But it would indicate, it would sort of tie Hunter into it, since Hunter's the one that placed that knife on the table. If the blood came from the same area where the knife was placed on the table.
Now, remember one thing too, though, Jess, and you guys. There could have been blood transfer from one. I call them scenes because there was 2 scenes, in my opinion. There could have been blood transfer from the 3rd floor to Xana's room, and if there was, then the blood could have gotten mixed that way. And then if somebody touched that table or dripped something on that table, the blood transfer could have ended up that way. But I still have not seen any documentation to prove that that's the issue. Welcome, William Tardy.
It just defies any kind of logic, though. They all know that Kaylee and Maddie are there. Yes. They all know that they're home. Everybody knows who's in that house, and there's no way they're all just gonna not check. You know what I mean? That the idea that they're just not looking or have no idea, it's not really. I mean, it was never really floating for me. But even for those who were hanging on to that thought, I think that story is really crumbling to the point where,
especially with what came out in that 6th interview with Dylan with the MPD. It came out about the Snapchat, and she was asked why she likes to use Snapchat, and the officer said, "Is it because the messages disappear?" And she said, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah, they disappear after a certain amount of time." She said, "But if you want to go back and save them, you can." But she said, "I never actually did that." So she's using Snapchat as her primary message app, other than text message, because those messages that you send disappear after a certain amount of time. And then she recalled that she had to go back and look at her text messages to remember what her and Bethany were talking about that night, because she don't remember what they were talking about. She had to go back and look at her text log just to remember that. So what's up with that?
Well, I'm going to read something to you that might have some proof here. And I want to thank you to the person in the chat that did that real quick. Leah Story, thank you so much. Number 7. That is amazing. And guys, we're only, 10, 15 minutes into this. You guys are amazing today. Thank you so much. God bless. And very generous of all of you. Amazing. Mr. Girl, welcome. Good to see you as well. Amazing, amazing. Hemisphere, what's up, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you so very much. Meanie's in the house. Gotcha. So we're going to pull out the new ISP documents, Jesse, and read into this and see what it explains, because I'm understanding it's in here. Just in this one page. And that's what it's about today, guys, is reviewing a little bit of everything and talking about all this stuff and trying to, once again, see where the truth lies. So that's the plan. Good point that you made there too, Robert. 1 second here.
Richie makes a strong point too. There's a 7-minute gap between when Hunter arrives and the 911 call being placed, and what could they possibly be doing for 7 minutes that wouldn't have them finding Kaylee and Maddie and Ethan and Xana?
Yeah.
But I think Hunter already admitted that he'd checked Ethan's pulse, and he's admitted in some interviews that he was aware both of them were no longer alive.
Gotcha. Are you real quick, Jesse? Are you in Discord?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Okay. Somebody wanted to connect with you if you were, and I'll hook you up with another way to get a hold of them. Sarge wanted me to connect you, hook you up with him. So I will do that here shortly after the fact. Truth and transparency in the house. Lena Banana, Miss Oriani herself, the true investigator in the house.
She would be the one to ask if there was any truth to that story about Kaylee's blood being on the table. If Lana, if you know if that's true, what Pav was saying about Kaylee's blood being on the table near that knife, let us know about that.
Absolutely, Miss Lana. Please do if you do know. Hold on. And thank you for being here. Thank you for that super chat, Miss Lana. Hold on. I lost track again. Let's see here. Number 8. Right. Thank you so much, Lana. That's amazing. God bless. Guys, if you're not subscribed to Truth and Transparency, you might as well just get out of here, because I'm telling you right now, you're not doing something right with your life. One of the best channels out here. One of the most amazing creators I've ever seen in my life. She does the real deal, puts in the hard work, and brings the true answers, folks. So thank you, Lana, for everything you do. We love you to death. You know that. And keep up everything you do, because we couldn't do it without you. I promise you that much. We appreciate you so much, hon. Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Lana. And, of course, the link is pinned, Lana. If you want to join us, please feel free. My door is always open for you, and you know that. Thank you. And there's the link right there, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Truth Transparency. Hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss anything Miss Lana puts out. And please like everything, because everything is there to like, period. Welcome, Annie Ruler. Good to see you. By the way, Annie, I did put that link in my about section on my community post. So please, if you will.
Yeah, I think Annie's thinking of the same episode that I watched with Pavarotti, when she said she made her comment about a show that she saw the other day, saying exactly what I'm saying. Yeah,
I watched it, parts of it, because I was like in the midst of doing different things, and I'm curious myself, because if it's true,
I mean, if it's true, it's the only thing we should really be talking about. I mean, to me, that's quite significant.
Beyond quite, yes, sir. Agreed.
But then Pavarotti's not talking about it. He's done several videos since, and he hasn't mentioned it again, and nobody else seems to be talking about it.
Here's the thing: when he did say it, because I only caught a bit piece of it. Did he say it like it was a theory, like he was wondering, or did he say it like?
No, he said it like it was a bam. You know how he does it, bam, bam. Yeah. You know, like.
I know. I still got my socks on, and the top of my head still on top there too.
So somebody in the chat asked a very funny question. I would like to answer them, Dago. It said, "What's the logo on your coffee cup?" and it's a very funny story because it was a gift from one of my neighbors, and the logo was actually the political logo for a political party in the last election, for the president, the federal election for the prime minister or president or whatever they call it in Thailand. The party won in a landslide, but before the candidate could take power, the generals ousted that party that just won the election. So we had a big election, somebody wins in a landslide, and they're removed from power before they even take power, which was
right.
I found
quite
ironic.
Right. So I kind of thought that was the answer that Lana was going to give. I don't like to call out other creators because I don't know what they're looking at when they come out with there's only a few that I will base when there's only a couple creators out here that if they say something, I'll call it fact. Well, Miss Oriana is one of them, probably the one and only one, next to a couple larger like outlets. I'll just put it that way. So that's my opinion. So if she says that it's wrong, then I have to go with that. And I
mean, it makes sense because if it was right, we'd all be talking about it.
We'd all be talking about it. Yeah, it would have been the topic of, and it would be huge. Just think of it. It would be huge. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And like I said, maybe he thinks that it could be, but see, that's the problem. And I'm not being disrespectful to him by any means when I say this, but you can't make statements like that. And then what happens is a lot of people out here will take that and run to the finish line as if it's a fact. There's too much confusion in this case already. We can't have that. That's the problem. We're trying to come to some truth here. We're trying to find a level ground where we can't. And it's those things like that will make problems. And I have nothing but respect for him. He knows that. I'm not calling him out or saying he's bad about what he does or he's wrong. Nothing like that. That statement is not true. That's all I'm saying. And it's misinformation. It happens from time to time. I do it sometimes. I get corrected, and I appreciate that. But nobody attacks him. You shouldn't be attacking him for this and that and everything else. Okay. It happens from time to time. That's all. And it may have been the way he expressed it may have been wrong in some way. Who knows? So it happens. Malcolm Justice, welcome.
Yeah, I get that. I've been proven wrong a couple of times myself. And
well, it's not hard to do in this case. That's the problem. There's too many things out here that are overlapped and under the table that we can't pull out, that we can't straighten out, things like that. So that's the problem. Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you, dear. William Tardy, my brother, welcome back to you. Micro Blue, Malcolm Justice. Big Red's in the house. Of course, Miss Girl, good to see you. Christina Reynolds, welcome back. I probably said hello to you guys already, but I'm going to do it again just because I want to make sure. Amy Conway, buenos dias to you and welcome. Of course, the amazing Lana Banana. Miss Oriani's in the house from Truth and Transparency. Great to have you here. Wonderful to see you here, Lana. Always appreciate you being here. I love you to death, and you know that. Just saying. So, like I said, I follow just about everything she puts out, folks, because very rarely has she been off on anything, and we have to learn. We want facts. We want truth. You got to find somebody that you can trust in that aspect. See, that doesn't even sound right because I'm not telling you guys not to trust him either. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean, I think. Anyway.
Lana's great. My only complaint is that she live streams during football on Sundays.
That is rough. I get it. I can't watch my horrible ass Browns lose if I'm watching her. God, that game pissed me off yesterday, Jesse. Oh my God. No idea how irritated by 1 point. That's it right there. We all make mistakes interpreting these documents because the docs are intentionally vague, obscure, and contradictory. Yes. That's a good point. Thank you, Witchy.
Yeah, there's been a concerted effort to confuse us so that we do make mistakes to then discredit us and then it discredits everything we say, right?
I truly believe that is done on purpose. Absolutely done on purpose to absolutely keep us confused and looking in every other direction except where we want to be or where we should be. You know what I mean? That's truly my opinion on that one for sure.
And we get demonized because we want the truth to come out in this case. Because everyone's going off these mainstream media narrative lies. Yeah. And the ones who want the truth are demonized because they want the truth.
Yeah, that's what it's truly all it is.
Speaking of being demonized, I'd like to make a point to you guys. Robert and Dago, I know that you're aware of this, but Megyn Kelly did a panel about a month ago with Mark Garagos and a couple other attorneys.
Yeah.
And she had herself an epiphany because she's always been a guilter. She's said horrible things about Brian and what a creep he is. But she heard the 911 when the 911 call was released. She heard that, and she was reading the documents, and she said, wait a minute, guys, shit's just the math's not math, and this is not adding up.
Yep.
This is a cover up. People in this case are lying. Those weren't her words, but that's the aura she was putting out there, and immediately she was attacked by the guests on her own panel, and I mean viciously attacked. And I encourage everybody who hasn't seen that to go back and look at how powerful this is. This was like the agents in the what's that movie again? The agents with Keanu Reeves. What's that again?
Oh yeah. The Matrix.
Yeah, the agents in the Matrix. Like that's what these guys reminded me of, and they were like, "Shh, you better be quiet, or it's and she has. She's never said a goddamn thing about this case since that day, and she was deeply invested and interested in the case. She had her epiphany. Now it's quite clear that she knows that this case stinks to high heaven, but she refuses to talk about it. And she's not the only one, because our sweetheart Andrea Burkhardt as well. I find it absolutely bewildering with all the document drops and all the interviews that she's not interested in covering this anymore with all the stuff that's coming out.
Listen, and that's something we're going to discuss today. I was going to review and show you some things. This hurts me to do this because you guys know my feelings about a specific person, okay? But lately, and he's probably going to get attacked too, Chris McDonald, okay, has been lately going out. Past 2 shows I've watched this. SRB and I were discussing this today. He's absolutely a guilter. He's absolutely been a guilter from the day. And I absolutely still am disgusted by things he's done in the past. But the man is pointing out absolute deficits within this case now. And this is his based on his experience as a homicide detective for years. I still don't agree with him in a lot of ways. I still do not care for him in a lot of ways. But when somebody like him is stepping up on the podium and saying, yo, folks, there's a problem, okay? We have issues now. And I'm sure he's going to get attacked by his own people probably, because that's why they're there. They're there because the man says he's guilty. And I've always felt bad for his wife. I thought she's a sweetheart. And I think she's a very good investigator, which she does. She digs deep and she does a great job at it. But I got to tell you, for him to make some statements that he's making lately, the light is starting to flash in their eyes, folks. That's my opinion. Absolutely, Lana. The lies that Jennings and Bill told from day one, wow, they are.
That's why it blows my mind that when you have creators that were so invested in this case, but have seemingly just walked away, I have to think they're scared of something. They're scared of the negative, whatever negativity it is attached to this, the backlash, that they've just made a decision that it's just not worth it.
Yep. Welcome, David Bird.
Which is kind of heartbreaking, really.
I've watched creators disappear because they have ran the guilt train all the way through, tooting the horn all the way down the road. Okay. And doing that, come to find out when they're reading through this shit and they're seeing that wasn't right. Nope. That's
Megyn Kelly is a fine example.
Yes. And now they walk away, because what are you going to do? And I've said this before, when all this shit comes to the table and it's finally dumped out, the whole bag of ball of wax, whatever you want to call it, is dumped out in front of the world. All these people that have been damning Brian and not and saying Brian did it all by himself and he did it in 39 seconds and he did this and he did that and blah 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 and all this stuff. They're not gonna be able to eat them words, you guys. So they're just gonna walk away. And that, oh well, bye-bye. Don't come back then. If you can't have an open mind, can't see the things that we're talking about here that has been put in black and white in our faces and accept it for what it is, and you don't deserve to be here anyway, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
For the last 3 years, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. We have all of this evidence on him. Where was that evidence? Nowhere.
They've never had any evidence. Just trust us. Sure. Yeah. Okay. No one gets a pass from these knock. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Lana. I love it. I love it. No, and you don't. You don't. You don't get to say the things you've said or done and just turn around and say, well, you know what? Guess what? I was wrong. Yeah, you were. Now you need to go around door to door on everybody's door that you attacked, insulted, just everything you've done, and make a formal apology, because I'm telling you, you didn't need to do it that way. Congratulations, Miss Molly. Happy dig anniversary to you. I know it's been way longer than 23 months, dear.
I still have to wonder if some of them are getting paid, to be honest with you.
Grateful to have you here. I think they are, Jesse. I think there's
because I mean,
ridiculous.
I've been following the Charlie Kirk story a lot since that happened.
Yeah.
And I see tons of parallels, the way the media covers it, the way the weird reactions from the witnesses and the people surrounding the case and the people covering and the backlash. You see Tucker Carlson comes out and says something criticizing a certain group, and all of a sudden he's, there's billions of dollars spent on canceling him or Candace or anybody who's going against the establishment. Now, obviously, this case is not as big as that, but it seems like the same PR strategies have been employed, and that part of the strategy is financial incentives for creators with enough reach that will tell the story that they want told. And Daniel in particular strikes me as the kind of guy that's on the payroll.
Oh, I totally agree with you, Jesse. And this is our first time on panel together, so I'm going, yay.
I recognize the logo. I've seen you on here a few times while I've been in the chat.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. I've been following that case as well. And there's just, especially with the judge coming out saying that he's going to put a gag order on the case. And that's just a parallel to what we've been going through with the Idaho 4 for the last 3 years. So, and we're all told, oh, just trust in the documents. The documents will set you free. No, they haven't. They pointed out the corruption in this case and other cases. So
I was watching just a few hours ago, a guy was breaking down all the interviews just after the shooting from eyewitnesses and how strange the behavior and the comments they're making, and how they appear to have an agenda in what they're saying to reporters, which, that sounds very conspiratorial, but mainstream media comes into every case, I think, with a pre agenda for how they want this story covered. They seek out people that are going to endorse that agenda, and strictly, and everybody else dies on the cutting room floor, right? If you don't say what they want said in your interview is never going to air. I've never seen anybody do that, like a compilation of all these wild interviews for the Idaho 4 case. That might be an idea for any creators out there that have the idea of taking all the early interviews and then and the way it was done that I saw in the Charlie Kirk case today, it was, now knowing what we know, right? So when you saw these on day one, you don't think much of it. It all sounds pretty natural and normal, and everything flies. But later on, when you know what you know, and now you hear these people saying what they were saying, you can spot the lies and the misdirection and stuff like that. It was very interesting.
It's in our face. There's no doubt. I'll be honest with you guys. And you can ask my moderators about this. We've had many conversations late into the night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning in the Discords about this. I've questioned myself and my own thought process on this. Like, maybe I am off. Maybe I am crazy. You know, something, this can't be, it truly can't be real that it's like this, but not anymore. See, that's when at that point, I was still on that fence for a long time, Jesse. You know that. Welcome, King. Good to see you, brother. And I sat on that fence forever and ever. You know, 2.5, 2 3/4 of years. Until recently, when I started seeing all this other stuff, and at this point, I cannot put. Come on up if you want to, buddy. It's pinned to the top of the chat, Kane. I can't put Brian there anywhere, Jesse, and Robert. I cannot put him anywhere in this equation. Is it possible that somehow he drove a car or he was with some person that was involved? I mean, maybe, but I really don't see that anymore. Anyway, if shape or form, I just don't.
You know Lee that has the channel Devil's Advocate.
Yeah.
He tried to do a hypothesis to fit Brian in there, and his best guess of how this played out was basically Brian was an unwitting driver that dropped off Kopaka. And, you know, I don't blame him for making the hypothesis. I mean, it
could be, sure. I mean, all right, you froze, Jess. Can you hear me? Robert, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Jesse, you froze, buddy, if you can hear me.
I mean, see, just like, you know, we were told from day one that there was no drug connection to the house, that there was no drug use in the house. But we're seeing now, after this is, you know, after he's already been put in prison, that you have Dylan coming out saying in that sixth interview that Kaylee did a possible Adderall along with you know, Xana and Ethan, but not all the time. And you had Katie coming out, which is her cousin, saying that Kaylee was using cocaine.
The big C, I know. And it listen again. Oh, Jesse. Okay, he's gonna come back up then. There's no shame in this shit, you guys. It's college. I expect these things to go down in college. So hiding it, lying about it, stop doing it. It doesn't make it any different, any better, any worse. Be honest about it, and it could help lead to some truth in this. But they're lying about it. They've lied about it so many times now. All these interviews we've seen and these datelines and this, oh, there was no drugs. No, they wouldn't do drugs. Stop. What's up, Kane? Good to see you. Hemi's in the house as well. Good to have you guys both here.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
Good to see you.
how's it going?
It's going okay.
It's been lied about from the moment that we've first talked about it. Are you afraid that you're going to be in trouble for it? Nobody cares. It's expected. We want to know why 4 people were murdered. We want to know why you lied about why 4 people were murdered. We want to know why your law enforcement officers and the prosecutor's office and the fucking judge, for that matter, are lying about everything they've lied about. That's what we want to know about. Okay? I don't care about your drug use. I don't care about how much alcohol you drank. I want to know why these people were murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And who did it?
Diego, you can see from what is it, Jenna or Gemma, whatever her name is, that there's still hesitation
Big
to
time.
share the facts with it. And,
There's still a fear of something. Agreed. Absolutely.
It's clear as day. But you were talking about Lana, and she, you know, she's amazing. She has that gift of gab. She just at the snap, she can watch a video and come up with stuff right there on the spot. And it's interesting to watch. It's interesting if you're just doing chores and listening, whatever. But the other day, she got, everybody's asking me if I bumped you off. They murked you there, Jesse.
No, he just froze.
Kane's a paid agent. He's trying to shut me up. You working for the man, Kane?
Goddamn plant, Kane. You and your damn avatars are planted. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're right about that.
Jesse's still on the no-fly list. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to blow smoke up her ass. I'm talking about the other day. She got to the corner club bubble. I call it Bubble Land, or the fish tank footage.
Yeah.
And I've been saying for probably about a year that the corner club footage would tell you everything that you need to know about this case. And the fact that they went to such, and I think you were talking about it also earlier on another show, that they went to such an extreme length to bubble out every single freaking face in there
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
because they're fucking hiding something.
They've been.
There is something or someone that happened at that corner club that they don't want you to. You know what I figured out, Dago?
Yes, sir.
There was probably either a cop or a fed at that corner club that night.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
They don't want us to know.
I do agree with you. I do believe that there is somebody or somebodies even either there or there as well. And I'm gonna say this as much as you guys, I know you hate this. I do too. But at this point now, I truly believe this, that there was other people watching at least these two girls, possibly from the corner club as far as to the grub truck as well, in my opinion, all the way until this happened that night. That's my opinion. I believe they were being watched and it was being communicated with somebody else. Okay. Whoever's involved in this, that's my opinion, of course. But I think there's people, I watched this grub truck thing. I don't know how many times. You guys know that. I could probably act it out for you in my sleep at this point. But I do truly feel and honestly can comfortably tell you that there's been people watching them that whole night. Okay. Anywhere they went that night in public, they were being watched. And that's just my opinion. So I can't get that out of my head. So
And if you
Go
if you look at the report, the interview with Jack Showalter, he stated that a silver car pulled up, the girls got in the car, and the private driver had already been offline for since 2 a.m. So who's the silver car?
The gray, it's more of a gray car. Jules pointed that out, that it is a grayish color. They talked about it in the one document. That's great. And I will say this, okay? I know people specifically that run Uber, okay? But they also do their own. I have a very close friend of mine that works for Uber, and he'll also clock out and he'll run private rides himself to pocket the money without the tax and all the other shit under the table, okay? So I think that's what Gower was doing possibly that night. And I have no qualms with that. That's not suspicious to me. Okay. I'll put it that way. That's all I'm saying about that part of it. And it's very possible. It happens all the time. Okay. But we notice things like that, Robert, because there are so many things like that aren't right. All the other stuff that they've done to us. Did he drop off already, Kane? Oh, hold on. No, he's up here. Okay.
I'm still here.
I've seen you, but I
putting it in today.
You're good. But that's why we look at things like that, because of all the other little things. Truly. So
I find it suspicious that they texted Gower and said, "Are you still driving?" and then had no more communication with him to let him know if they required his services or not, and that he didn't hit them back up. You know, it leads you to believe that there had to be future communications on Snapchat or on another platform, because how do you leave a guy, if you're a driver, you don't want to screw around. Do you want me to come pick you up or not? You know,
right.
You just, and if you don't answer and there's no communication, you could get in a situation where you're not providing the right service. Like they're looking for service. You're not communicating with them. I don't really buy that just played out that way.
Happened, Jesse, that night. This is just my synopsis, my opinion, my philosophy, not philosophy, but my ideals as to what happened. That they had their little meetup in Kaylee's bedroom. The three of them. I'm sorry. Or no, 4 of them. There's 4 of them. I'm sorry. I can't count anymore. Jesus. Anyway.
Is that another Dagoism there, Dago?
That's a Dagoism, yes.
It comes out of the book. It's my colonoscopy of this situation.
Yes, absolutely my colonoscopy. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so very much. That's number 9, guys. We're getting there very quickly here. Thank you so much.
Dakota in the house. Good to see you, man.
Thank you, Docket. Thank you for joining us, brother.
On that topic, also, David Boyd.
David Bird.
We're all our favorites in the whole world is the interview room, right? Interview room with
Well,
Donut and
as much as
friends.
I can't stand him, guys, we're going to talk about him and maybe review something because he's starting to point out things that.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to bust your bubble. Then
No,
I'm
you're
very
good. You're good, bro.
interested
That's
though. Yeah,
100% where we're going in some
Mhm.
aspect today because he's
I was
really,
very surprised.
as a guilter, that's what I was saying before you popped in here. I can't handle Chris. Everybody knows I can't handle Chris because of the things he's done in the past. But now at this point, for him to step up and say, this is not right, folks. I see this and I don't like this. We got a problem. Okay. I'm just saying. Just saying. Oh, let me get back to where I was at. I
That
completely
was
lost my
great.
train of thought. Where was I? Um, what I think happened. That's what it was. If they were up in the room, I think Maddie, because the Gower statement, Maddie ate probably mostly all of that macaroni and cheese or carbonara or whatever the hell you want to call it. Same thing. And when they got up in the room, they were talking about it, so on and so forth. Maybe Kaylee said, "Hey, I'm still hungry." Dylan said, "So am I. Let's get some food. See where Eric's at. Whatever, so on and so forth." She called. He said he was, and then something. And I think maybe at that point, something happened. Something went down. And I'm not saying the whole situation happened at that point, but something may have went down, and that's what changed their mind. Um, Maybe there was a text message from somebody. Maybe the whole thing started going on with Jack D. The combination of messages.
I kind of got the feeling that the amount of photos and videos that Dylan had to reinforce her version of the story
Yeah.
were suspicious to me. Like, are you really taking pictures of everybody and videos of everybody every minute of the day? And I guess that would if I was an investigator, I would want to go through her phone and see how many photos does she have and the dates. And if
Yeah.
she's taken, if this is a consistent behavior, fine.
Right.
But if she has none other than that day, and she was meticulously documenting everything, then it appears that she's trying to set up an alibi for herself. She was in her interview. She was continuously saying, "Well, let me refer to my phone. I have a video right here for you. I have this. I have all this proof that I'm a good girl." You know, I found that very. I mean, I find the whole thing suspect, but yeah, that was one more thing.
Especially when the police the detective was saying, "Well, you guys have a lot of these the photos out online, and you're very popular. Why don't you become an influencer?" And then she started talking about some website that they put all the pictures on, and these pictures are paid for by people or some crap like that.
Mhm.
She was trying
I
to say
can't
it was
remember
Pinterest, right?
No, not Pinterest. It begins with begins with a V. Like
Oh, the VSDO photos. Yes, I have some of those. There's a lot. The VSDO account, I think, is a lot bigger than people made it out to be. There's a lot of that in here. I have a whole bunch of those photographs, and there's a ton of them. Right, phenomenon. That's it right there. That's the account. They all have photographs in that account. It's crazy.
And what is VSCO?
What is it? It's just another platform where you can like run pictures through it per se. That's all
Just
I know
another
about.
just another Instagram kind of thing.
Kinda, yeah, kinda. Like for instance, here I'll show you something real quick. Just a couple. Actually, it's a good way to use the. All right, here's just I'll give you one real fast. This is one photograph that come out of that account. To be honest with you, but there's thousands of these photographs, you guys. Thousands. Okay, that came off the VSCO account. And there's Maddie. There's tons and tons of pictures here. See, that looks to me like and I think that's Bethany. That looks to me like the balcony on the back of the house upstairs.
yeah, it
we do.
is.
We do. Molly's right. We have all these pictures, the VSCO files, in our case files in our Discord. So there's a ton of them, you guys. Tons of them. So just showing you, that's what the VSCO files are. So you can look through those for days. For anybody that didn't understand what that was, that's what we were talking about. Welcome, Fizzing. Good to see you fizzing around. Easy there, Jess. All right, let me move that around. So, again, I lost my train of thought. What the hell was I saying? I keep doing this today. Sorry, you guys. Too much to think about, too much to talk about, and then love seeing all you guys here today. Thank you for joining us. Very much appreciate you. And please make sure to hit that like button, guys. Share it out. Looks like we broke the. We're in the algorithm. That's good. Who buys these pictures and why? I have no idea. Then I don't know what they're out there now. You can just clock and find them everywhere now. I've had tons of them. I've used them for thumbnails. I've had people send them to me. I've had people. I showed some of the mods some pictures that were sent to me of some of the victims that are a little scantily clothed, and it made me wonder what those were used for. AR in the house. What's up, brother? The link is pinned up there, bro. Join us up here if you want to. AR, always love your opinion, sir. Tattoo gal, good to see you.
Listening to Bethany's interview, it seemed pretty clear to me that there's no way she's going to tell them anything about anything that any of them are up to when it comes to what drugs they were doing. The idea that all these girls live together and they're all saying, "Oh, we had no idea that anybody was doing anything." I really don't believe that. One of the indications about that was when they started asking her about Xana's mom, and I don't know if it was Dylan or Bethany, but she says, yeah, I heard that she was an alcoholic. And I mean, come on, to suggest that
they know
alcohol, we all know she's a little bit more than an alcoholic, or was, or whatever. And, it just reinforced the fact that they're not going to talk about anything like that or give any information on anything like that. Even when it comes to Xana's mom, who blatantly obvious and everybody knows, and obviously the police would already know what her issues are.
Sure, absolutely. There it is. I just got my train of thought real quick here before I forget it again. One thing I want to point out to you guys that's really been bothering me a lot. The more we look through these ISP reports, why is Sergeant Blaker involved in everything? And he's doing everything. And you don't see Payne anywhere, but Blaker's in the middle of everything. And he's an idiot, okay? I'm sorry. Unless he's doing it all on purpose, which is very plausible. But he's an idiot, guys. He doesn't. All of his interviews are a joke. He doesn't follow up with anything, and it's got to be being done on purpose. At that point, these people aren't that stupid. It's not possible.
Which officer was it that said he had keg parties when he was in college?
That might have been Blaker. Or no.
I don't think it was, because this guy seemed to have a completely different strategy. I don't think it was Maori either. I think it was a name that we're not familiar with.
Was it Gooch?
No,
it wasn't Gooch. Jesus criminy.
This guy's name, I hadn't heard of it until these new docs came out.
Was it during the knock-in talks, Officer House?
No, I mean, this guy was really buttering them up, and I think he's the one that was telling them, you girls should do Instagram for money, or have you ever thought of that? And he was really disarming them, I thought, with his friendly demeanor. And I thought his strategy was better than
creepy. He came off as creepy.
I didn't find it creepy. I found it very Columbo-like. Like, I'm your pal, I'm your buddy, I'm on your side.
Oh,
and if there's any chance,
I think you're talking about the interview with
Detective Joe Lake. That's it. Yes.
Yeah, Lake. Yeah, that's right. I just thought his demeanor, his strategy was potentially more effective. He didn't actually get anything out of them, but I would have thought that would be more likely to get them to talk than Maori and Payne were just not even asking them relevant questions. They didn't even ask any questions. They didn't even make them lie about anything because they just didn't ask the right questions.
On purpose, yeah. And Dockett's right with that. Lana's video that she put out about Blaker and him spouting Dylan's entire story prior to her saying it, yes, it was very explosive and very telling, in my opinion. I agree with you, Dockett, 100%, bro.
So almost like good cop, bad cop. You had good cop, bad cop scenario going on in the interview room.
Yeah, dumb cop going on is what I took from him.
Well, that's what I was gonna say with the Bethany interview. Are you talking about? Was that your colostomy on that?
Yeah, my colostomy. No, the colostomy I was talking about was the well, when the one with Joe Lake for Dylan.
Okay.
That one.
I was referring to the one with Dylan, where the Nevada cops seem like they're doing their investigation like a detective would, which we haven't seen in this case.
Right.
And then Blaker would interrupt with some stupidism.
Stupid shit because he's an idiot. Thank you. He's and I think he's. I think
he's
that's
cock
why
blocking the interview.
That's the best way to put it. Yeah, yeah, cock blocking is a good way to put it. 100%. It's ridiculous. Why are you asking these stupid ass questions? He was even making certain comments in the background. I think for Gooch's interview, and he's sitting in the background like, what hairspray did you use on your? He didn't say this for real, but this is the kind of like the realm of his stupidity.
Irrelevant.
Yeah. What kind of hairspray
question.
did you use in your hair that night?
Yeah.
Like, that's stupidity is what I mean.
I thought
Yeah,
Gooch asked better questions than Mowry and Payne and Blaker. But she was just too quick to let her. Yeah, I mean, Gooch seemed to me like she was smart enough to realize she's being lied to, but she didn't act on it. She didn't.
Well, she sat there quiet. I think they're seeing certain things that she caught in that interview and didn't say a word about it.
Right. She kind of peeled the onion back and didn't say shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and didn't Lana say that Gooch was on the defense list or something? They were going to call her.
Yep.
That would have been really interesting to hear.
I think there was good reason for that too, Jesse. I truly do.
I also heard Dylan and Bethany was on the defense list too.
I mean, honestly, after reading all these documents and seeing all these interviews, I don't see how a jury could possibly convict if they could just watch what we've all watched in the last week or two.
Yeah,
I just can't see it. And what Dockett said about Ann Taylor, I've been saying it too ever since the guilty plea. Is like, come on, how could you possibly allow this to happen this way?
There's something. I'm telling you, I know it. I know, Jesse. I've said it. I've screamed it on my front porch, yelling at my trees. What the fuck? Okay, but there's got to be something there. There's a reason.
There fucking better well be. You know what I mean?
There's got to be. There's no way I can look at that any other way. There's got to be. That woman is not stupid. Ann Taylor's not dumb. Okay, by any means.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say everything that she's done. I feel like there's a reason for it. We've seen it in the different hearings when she had Payne on the stand, the things she was doing with Cy Ray, all these other things. Ann knows what she's doing. To do this, everybody stepped back and was like, "What the hell are you doing?" There's got to be some kind of a logical explanation behind it somewhere. When we're gonna see it, I don't know. If we ever do, but there's got to be. That's the only thing I can put in my mind to make that process, folks. Truly.
And if you look at Blaker, going back to the noise complaints calls, he's standing out there in front of the house threatening Hunter Johnson and the other guy with the Greek council if they don't get the tenants that live in the house there right in front of him so he can talk to them about the noise complaint. And he said, "You don't want me to get a hold of the Greek council now, do you?"
It's a tactic that they use there, which I don't think that they were even afraid of him for 1 second. But was that Blaker that did that, or was that?
That was Blaker.
Okay.
And he also threatened. He also threatened to throw them in jail.
Yeah.
The way that Hunter and the way the kids reacted to that is sort of transfers exactly to what they're telling us now in their interviews after the crime, right? They're just, I don't know who lived here. I don't know. I just showed up. No, don't know nothing. You know, they're the oblivious, lying through their teeth kind of stories.
He doesn't know who Kylie is, by the way, folks. Yeah, that right there told me all I needed to know. He doesn't know who Kylie is. Well, sit down, okay? You've already lied through your teeth at that point. We do know that he knows who she is. Why everybody has distanced themselves from her at that point starts to bother me a lot more and more when I see that. That's a problem. But Denise, thank you so much for that. Number 10, folks. We're almost halfway there. That's amazing. We need Kaylee's phone details. Who was she texting at that? I've said that from day one. That girl was texting insanely from the time she left the corner club to the time she got in the car to go home that night. I want to know who that conversation was with and why. It was. I mean, she could have been doing what any girl does, but it just seemed like she was very intently going off on her phone that night. So yes,
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Denise. And
yeah,
you have with this situation, you have another element of the O.J. Simpson trial now. Kato Kalin has taken up into this case. So you have the Gooch's father was the lead investigator in the O.J. Simpson trial in the case. And then you have the Gooch coming out of retirement. And so here's your connections with the Magic Show. You have Daily Mail. You have Howard Bloom. You have all these same players.
They consulted Mark Furman.
Case, and they just rearranged the letters. There you go.
They consulted Mark Furman at some point in this case. I don't know if you guys realize that, but they did.
Yeah, I remember that.
Of all people, by God, I'm surprised, but hey.
He has a podcast. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't let him give me a recipe on the macaroni and cheese, folks, out of a fucking box. So
you never know what's in it.
Yeah, exactly. I have some theories, some thoughts. All right, Tandy, thank you for being here, hon. Don't work too hard, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit later, dear.
Well, I have one more
go for
little spinner to throw out there today.
Go for it.
Doesn't it seem very likely that Pullman and Vandale land there are low-key Fed training grounds? Does that make sense?
It's plausible. It's very plausible.
Have I brought that up before? It's just
isn't that the same theory in the Charlie Kirk case? Is that Utah and the Mormons are breeding grounds for future Feds as well?
Yeah, that's been talked about big time over there. That's true. Well,
I had not heard that one, Jesse. Thank you.
At some point,
what's that?
I had not heard that. Thank you.
You hadn't heard that? No. Well, that's. I
did Charlie Kirk in the beginning just a little bit.
I think there's some good, some really solid documentation of recruiting in Utah at these universities specifically for Mormons because they like the way Mormons don't drink, Mormons don't do drugs.
Family oriented.
Allegedly, but I'm sure some of them do.
Allegedly.
Well,
when I say family oriented,
why did Fry, with you bringing that up, Kane? It's something I brought up a long time ago that I found out probably the first month that at some point, not long before that, Chief Fry had gone to Quantico for some kind of FBI training course or some shit.
Right?
For what? Why? For why? You know what I mean?
A 2-week training course for SWAT. It had something to do with the SWAT, I believe.
That's what we were told. Thank you.
Yeah.
And knowing that there was FBI on the ground, there was DEA on the ground when these murders happened in that area, there's something that they're doing out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a border
that's
town.
a good point, actually, Dago. I appreciate your vomitous colostomy on that.
Yes. My gastrointestinal thoughts are absolutely
very flatulent. You're very flatulent today.
Yes, deeply involved in that, 100% flatulently. I do agree.
But yeah, no, it's the same players that go around and spin these narratives from case to case to case across the country. Look at what we had with and I just look at it all from a mystical standpoint now. With the United Healthcare, you've got the eyebrows, you got Pennsylvania, you got all the little similar factors. Eyebrow. We had a case down here with the eyebrows and all this. I played the video and there was just so many similarities, but just spun into different narrative. And if they need them, they'll bring in Howard Bloom. They'll bring in the Gooch. They'll bring in everybody that they can to lend credibility or whatever they think it is and spin the story.
Well, I agreed. There's another case out there that Meg showed to me that's very much like this case. So this does happen. Okay, this does happen. The thing is it's being recognized, and there's nothing being done about it. Like they're just ignoring the fact that people are saying, "Hey, we see this. We see we see the lights that are shining here. Why are you not doing? Why is nobody doing anything? Why is nobody calling this out? Why is the Department of Justice not standing on top of their throats right now, saying how, why, and what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? It's insane. The conspiracy theorist in me has no trouble believing these cases. BK, Kirk, even Manson, and pretty much all the mass shootings are connected to feds. There's no doubt in my mind that that's a plausible, absolute plausible standard docket. Truly,
Really well said.
I mean, that's not even really that
it's not a big deal.
conspiratorial.
Not at all.
That's a pretty mainstream opinion these days,
Yeah.
especially the Manson, since it's so far removed. After the Tom, what's his? Can't remember Tom's last name, but he did the book Chaos.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's and it's been featured on Rogan. We know that there was ties to Jolly West and the clinic in San Francisco, Haight Ashbury clinic. So I mean, there is definitely a Fed connection to Manson. There's no question about that. Tom O'Neill,
Are you saying MK Ultra?
Yeah, that's part of the MK Ultra. They had people coming into the clinic. They had prostitutes in the clinic that they were using to lure people in. They were giving people LSD. They were doing all sorts of experimentation.
Here's a good question. Okay, I understand why. I mean, from what we talked about, okay, and what we have documents and what we have found out and done the digging and all of that, why we believe that Brian Koberger is innocent. But what would make somebody that always thought he was innocent all of a sudden guilty?
Say that again, Terry. Re-explain what you're trying to ask.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is that's happened in this case that would make someone that has thought he is innocent for years, and then all of a sudden now thinks he's guilty. What would cause that? Just because he pled?
A lot of people did jump ship when the plea came down.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And mainstream media is doing their best. So for those who don't follow all the latest information on channels like this, and they consume the more mainstream media you consume, the more likely you are to be hoodwinked by it. And there's certainly a concerted effort in mainstream media to hoodwink everybody about not just this case, but basically everything that's going on in the world. I mean, I think there's an awful lot of people these days that don't believe anything they see on television, mainstream media. And there's a reason why Joe Rogan and Candace Owens and some of these YouTube personalities are they get way more views than CNN, because there's nobody believes what's going on CNN anymore. Mm-hmm. Except for old people that are out of touch. Basically, that's what it basically is their mainstream media is hanging on to like the baby boomers, because they're the only ones that aren't savvy enough to be online and get access to enough information that it's more difficult to pull the wool over their eyes.
Annie said that the 4 alt perps know that's why the state was going to use them as witnesses in their case in chief, to give the appearance that they were investigated and cleared when they weren't. That's a very interesting and very good point, Annie. Thank you for that. Very much so. Think about that, you guys. That makes perfect sense. And to the idiot loser that came in here, the guilter, thank you for your view, even though your brain size shows the idiocracy that you present. Thank you for your view either way. It's all good.
Well, he didn't achieve anything because we never saw his junk, but
thanks a lot. I wanted to.
You wanted
wait
what?
Did I miss something? Did somebody try to whip it out?
They tried.
Yeah,
They tried.
somebody whipped it. Apparently, we missed it.
Oh yeah.
He couldn't find it. He didn't have his squeezers on him.
Yeah.
Well, I think he did have his junk out by the way it looked.
I didn't.
And he didn't have his camera positioned right, so you couldn't see it.
So that's because there's only 3 brain cells up there. It doesn't work that way. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I had to close my daughter's eyes because she walked up right as that happened. So I had to put my hand over her eyes.
I mean, like somebody's riding a bike. So be it. Thank you for your view, though. I appreciate your view. Whatever you tried to do didn't work, dumbass. So do your thing. I did say it. They showed their face. They just pulled a video to show somebody's face to get it through. Be careful and watch for that name, you guys. That's the name. All you other creators, don't let them get you. That's all.
So as a creator, you've had the knowledge to see everything up to this date that made you feel that he was innocent, and then he pled, and now all of a sudden you're not believing. So my question is this: are you going to get more viewers, do you think? Could that be a reason you were going to get more viewers because there's not as many channels that have?
I don't think so, Terry. And don't take this the wrong way. I get what your okay, Jesse. I get what your question is. And I respect it, but I don't even care at that point. If I lose viewers or gain viewers because of my theory and my not my theory, but my feelings on this, I'm not going to change that over that. There's a lot of creators out there that have changed their stance on this to make sure that they're getting viewers on it. That's not going to happen over here because I'm looking for truth just as much as I think everybody in this community is.
Exactly.
The people that are changing their stance on this, there are a handful of them that are changing their stance based on facts. That I respect. You know, like I said, one of the things I wanted to do today was review, as hard as it is, some of what McDonough has been saying in the past couple live streams. He's pointing at the prosecution and law enforcement saying, what are you doing? He still thinks Brian's guilty, but how did you do that? How did you find him guilty with what you're doing here? He himself has stated this case should have been thrown out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's part of the plea deal part here. Part of the plea deal, guys, is because I think Ann Taylor and the defense team know that as well. This case should have been thrown out already because of the misconduct that's happened within it. And it wasn't. And I think that in itself, because it didn't get tossed, they saw how this was going to go. And they knew that Brian was going to be found guilty no matter what in this situation, okay? And probably was worried that there were going to be other things that could have went down within this that would have affected him in a negative way. So in turn, they saved his life, first and foremost. They did achieve that goal, and that's her job. And took the death penalty off the table and gave them 2 years to roll down the road to make something happen within this, whether it be to investigate the prosecution and the judge, to investigate law enforcement, to prove things, or like Annie said the one day she joined us, which direction are they going to go with this? Are they going to do it that way, or are they going to try to prove Brian absolutely innocent and clear his name by finding the people that did this? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm saying.
I'm tracking with what Terry Martin was saying.
Thank you, Annie.
And what if Annie Potts went in and took the blood sample off of the back of the knife sheet, the mixed sample, and ran it, and it turned out to be Showalter? Where would we be then? Right?
Well, they couldn't change the. They put this in the system. I'll just put it that way, okay, for lack of better terms.
Mm-hmm.
They created this case based on the fact that Brian Koberger was the one and only sole killer in this case. Period. They couldn't go in and change that. They can't go in and change that.
They did at the same time. Remember, they had 7 agents following around Showalter at one point. And his every move. And when did that switch to become now it's a one-man case?
Yeah, that's my question. 3 days into this, folks. This is a great conversation, by the way. And anybody that wants to join us, please feel free to join us up here. The link is pinned in the top of the chat. Great panel today. I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. Welcome, Colleen, as well.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. Wonderful to have your thoughts and feelings up here. But
thank you, Dago.
You as well, Robert, and Terry, and Hemisphere, all of you. I appreciate you every time that you join us. What was I saying? Damn it. I just lost my thought again.
About Showalter?
Okay, so there were 11 subjects, 11 that I saw on the one document. If I'm wrong, it'll be corrected. Okay. Thank you, Witchy, again so much for that. Very much appreciated. I wanted to be able to talk to Xana's aunt. I agree with that one too. No, I know, Meg. I know, but that's 11 guys. We're at number 11. We need 9 more to hit that goal. You guys are amazing. God bless and very generous. I appreciate all of you. Anyway, so if there was, day 3, I did this show the other day. They had a suspect, period. Okay, that they were following around. They did their press conferences, said they had nobody. They told us they had nobody, which whatever. Law enforcement is law enforcement. They're following this, whoever this was, one person at this point. And obviously they let that person go at some point to bring Brian into that spot. Okay, because it wasn't Brian that they were following around 3 days into this. I think they knew then who that at least one of those people were, and I think that initial suspect is probably one of the main suspects in this case. There's 11 subjects that I saw in this documentation here. 11, okay, which is a person of interest, not an actual suspect, but a person of interest. So, Jesus, that showed up on my back show. But anyway, that tells me something. That's 11 people that are a person of interest in this, and you have one suspect for sure that you're following around, and none of them are Brian Koberger. What does that say to you guys?
I'm still perplexed on why the entire tunnel vision on Brian when you have all these other players in play on the actual game board.
Because it had to be Brian, Robert. That's the issue there. Yeah, I'm going to clip it, SRB. It had to be Brian. That's the point. For what reason? Nobody really seems to be able to put that in their thumb yet, but it had to be Brian. That's the question. Why did it have to be Brian? Why couldn't it have been Jack Showalter, Jack Decor, or Brent Kopaka that this got pinned on? It had to be Brian for some reason.
Yeah, because if you go back and look at the Molly McMeth interview, she mentions a tan car and the driver had light colored hair. You look at Brian, he has brown hair, not light colored hair.
It's nothing to do with him, guys. They're silver, white, tan cars were the colors of the vehicle that they were looking at in the beginning of this sedans. It could have been any one of them, and we've heard all of those colors brought to the table, whether it be the damn Elantra, the unmarked police car, or other vehicles in that area. But they're all there, folks. They were all brought out. They chose that one car because it belonged to him, obviously, in my opinion. And he said they were only comparing that back of the sheath mail to the ones that they knew it didn't match, in my opinion. That's why they never sent it for CODIS or IGG. They just used it for elimination purposes. That's a good point, Annie. That's a very good point. But yeah, and we know that there's DNA all over that fucking house, all over that sheath. And they refused to put it through because they knew who it was going to be. At some point, they knew. And I'm telling you, they had Brian Koberger on November 25th. That is always going to be my day and my period of time that they had that man. That's when they chose, they decided they were going to use him for this. Why, I couldn't tell you. But that is when they did it, in my opinion. And from that point forward, that was it. There was nothing else. They had to make it Brian Koberger at that point by himself in 90 seconds, 30 seconds, 3 hours, 10 minutes, 50, whatever the fuck they decided to choose to make it. Yeah. It's changed 35 times. But that's when. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks, we don't know the true timeline. You guys can argue with me till tomorrow about it. We do not know the real and true timeline in this case. I don't know if they will.
Personally, I think it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, Diego, I think a lot of people agree with Robert that the
original timeline,
two people were probably murdered at separate. The couples were murdered at several times.
Separate times. I've heard that. Yes.
You know, I would think that seems the most likely scenario, that maybe somebody walked in on what was happening.
Possible. Very
You
much
know?
so.
But
Great
honestly, hi typically unique. How you doing, by the way? If you oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead, Dago.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. I think honestly the answers are in the corner club for several reasons. I think there's somebody that was there the whole time that they don't want us to know was there. And then I also, what they did with this blur is they not only scrambled the faces, but they took away our ability to see what people were looking at. And I don't know if you have that clip, if you can play it real quick. There's this, okay, so you're looking at Kaylee, and to the right, on our right, there's this cowboy, and he's sitting up against the wall, and I guess he's with some girl, but it looks like he's just staring at him the whole time. And like I said,
You're talking about the new corner club footage?
the one Lana played. I think Christy's had it for a while out, but Lana
Okay.
just played it the other day.
Yeah, Christy did put that out, and so did hold on a minute here.
That's Christy Nevada and Christy's Chaos. Make sure you subscribe and like.
Guys, make sure you have Christy's link in the chat. Again, my apologies to anybody that was traumatized from the little art show that we had here a little bit ago.
Did Skin actually make it on screen?
A little bit, but it was just some guy doing aerobics, is what it looks like, without a shirt on. So,
Wow.
yeah.
And you vetted him too. That's crazy.
She showed me her face, which we have, like Miss Annie said, we have facial recognition software that we can go back and figure out who they are. So thank you, appreciate you. Even if they use a fake picture, we'll still be able to lead. It'll be able to lead back to something.
See, like I went back I think last night, the night before, I went back and looked at some of the old noise complaint videos, and that was definitely Bethany that answered the door to the police on one of those noise complaints. A lot of people say it was Emily. No, I went back and looked. It's Bethany who answered the door, and
like Bethany, I agree.
And she lied. You said she didn't live there, and I'll go get somebody that does live there.
Yeah,
right. Hold on a minute here. I think
she was in one of the upper windows before that.
Yeah,
too, looking down, and they brought her down.
Yes, I think you're talking about this footage, Shane, right here.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Scroll through it or scrub through it if you can. Wow, I'm not echoing. That's crazy.
Hopefully it worked what I fixed, but we'll see.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and thank you again.
No, this isn't the one. I'm sorry. You might have to go to Lana's show. It's a wider angle, and it shows more of the corner. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're right. There's different versions of it. By the way, great conversation so far. I appreciate it. I wish Jesse could sit up here longer, but he's got booty pain.
Wouldn't the reason that Bethany would say that she didn't live there is because if there were drugs in there, I mean, she does live there, so she would have been
just trying to avoid getting in trouble for.
Yeah, I think the underage thing, right?
Yeah,
not just the underage. If there were drugs in there, period.
Yeah, because I also found it very interesting that the that cop in the interview with Dylan said that there would be people running out the back of the house, whenever they showed up for noise complaints. I'd like to know exactly what people ran out the back of the house when the police showed up for the noise complaints.
Good question.
Good question. Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, I got it here, guys. Hold on 1 minute.
Thanks, yes, sir.
Hey, Meg. Hey, everybody.
I mean, what's your thoughts, Kane?
I'm sorry. My thoughts on
the people running out the back of the house when cops showed up for the noise complaints.
Well, I mean, the first thing I'll say, if it's a college party and there's no drugs,
Give me
I'm
one
leaving.
second,
You
you
know what I
guys. I'll
mean?
have this up and running. Just 1 minute. I'll be right back.
And then secondly, yeah, you have people fleeing the scene. They dropped their Trulies and they ran off. They dropped their backpacks. People are fleeing the house because the college party there's underage kids. These fraternities are all about getting these freshman girls who are naive and they're impressionable and they have aspirations to get them drunk and have sex with them. That's what fraternities live for. So if there's underage girls there, surprise, yeah, they're running out the back to cover their ass. I what would you say beyond that, Robert?
Um, well, if you think about it, yeah, the night of the murders, you catch 4 or 5 people running away from the house on body cam,
Right.
during the band stop. And this is around the time of the freaking murders. Yeah, at 3:12, you have like 4 or 5 people running away, being caught on body cam, running towards Sigma Chi. So what exactly are they running from at 3:12 in the morning, the night of the murders? Are they running from the murders because they committed the murders and they didn't want to get caught?
Who are they is another great question too. I mean, if we could
Yeah.
identify them with some facial recognition software or whatever's out there, that'd be great. I don't know. I what are they running from? They're obviously if they're handing out $500 tickets to kids for drinking, you're gonna want to run and avoid those police. But I mean, that little patrol thing with that electric car was a one-off. Why is that? Only on that night, so close to that house, and you've got all the videos that match up, and it does appear that that car was the one that they're trying to use as suspect vehicle one. And how high can you stack the pancakes? I mean,
Yeah.
the lies just keep coming.
Well, at least we
And
understand why there is a suspect vehicle one now, and when we all questioned that years ago. All right. I think this
okay,
is all right.
so the guy, Lana pointed out that the bartenders don't want to be handing out waters all the time to these kids when they're
Right.
drinking. So they have that water cooler right there, right? Just
Yeah.
to the right of that, you'll see this cowboy in a white hat. Yeah, that guy. And to me, from the moment that Kaylee and Maddie come into the foreground at the bar, when they step up to the bar,
Uh-huh.
it looks like he's just dead eye locked on him. Doesn't, because you can see the way the brim of his hat points.
The way it's pointing, yeah, I got you.
And then at some point, he's chatting with some short girl. But to me, I don't. These are I just noticed that because it appears he does not take his eyes off them, and
Right.
that is what I'm clemastabagging about with all this blur. We don't know what people are looking at, who they're talking to. All that is now confused.
And why? Why he's in bed? He's in jail. Why are they redacting that?
Why so many? Yeah, why it goes to such extremes when we've never seen anything like this? We've never heard of a crime scene house being torn down before a trial. We've never seen so much redaction in everything. And then on top of it, when you've got your guy, good job fixing the video thing, by the way, Diego.
Yeah. They're talking about this guy right here. You see my cursor going back and forth over here on the right?
Yeah.
That's who he's talking about, SRB. The guy with the gray jacket on with the white cowboy hat right here.
Yeah, I meant to answer your question, SRB. Thank you, Diego.
No problem. And if you notice, nobody's talking to them really. Every now and again, you'll get a person that'll pop by. That's interesting because that's the same sweatshirt that Maddie had on in the photograph.
Right. But it's weird because they smack somebody's ass as they walk away, the cowboy guy. And then whenever he kind of reacts to what they do, he'll take a drink Like,
Right.
I don't know if he's trying to make some kind of eye contact with Kaylee or something. There's just something there. And I'm like, man, there's 50 more people in this room. What else? And then also there was supposedly a fight there with Showalter where he got kicked out. And I don't even see a kerfuffle of any kind.
And then I heard it wasn't
video.
Showalter that was kicked out. It was somebody else.
Oh,
Cole
really?
Berenberg, I think.
Ah.
Yeah.
But we don't see it. We don't see the skirmish.
Well, what I want to know, because I feel like he's in here somewhere, is where is Reed Upmore? Because Reed Upmore is on number 2 on my list at this point, you guys. It has been for a while.
I also heard Jack D was there at the Corner Club that night.
He was there.
He is. You can.
Yeah.
There's a photograph, a still shot of the girls, Kaylee and Maddie, standing there talking to him.
Mhm.
And Showalter's to the back right side, standing there talking to the bar owner and Adam at that point.
Okay, so I did find it was Birdie. That it
Okay.
says 17 hours ago or whatever, but he's the one that said that they have video of Ashley being at the house that night.
Ashlyn? You mean Ashlyn?
No, Ashley.
Who's Ash?
Jennings.
Oh, you mean? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. She was there. She's there.
She's at the house.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, there's body cam of somebody saying, make sure you call Thompson and all these people and get them over here to the corner and all that.
Yeah, they showed up there. You could see a photograph of her, a video actually of her, Thompson, and Blaker, and somebody else standing at the front door, like getting ready to enter.
Yeah, they paraded up the street, and the press was hounding him. Press was all over him, and
I thought it was 5 in the morning.
They said Ann
No,
Taylor too.
5 in the afternoon.
Yeah, 5 in the it was that day. It was that same day though.
It was the time that the coroner supposedly went in. When in all reality, they lied about that, and truly, she didn't get in there till 7, 9 o'clock that night.
Okay.
Why'd they lie about that?
Yeah, because she, Kathy Mudbutt had I call her my butt, has came out and stated that she didn't get in the house till like well after 5, and it goes well you were saying, Dago, between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Yep.
And I thought normally in the first few hours of a homicide scene or investigation, the coroner is always called to come in and check the bodies. You know, that's what I've been watching from like Lieutenant Joe Kenda and a few other crime shows.
They have to call it, okay, to be able to start. It has to be processed, and then she has to make the call. Welcome, Miss Annie.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Welcome. Thank you for.
Can you?
Yeah, I hear you. You sound wonderful. Grateful to have you here, and it's actually you.
Is it another? Anytime. Is it another big old sausage fest up in here, or?
No. Well, right. No, yeah, Terry's up
Cooking
here.
some sausage right now.
Terry's up here with you.
Oh, okay. Hi, Terry.
Hi, Annie.
There's some messaging up in here.
Hello,
Yes,
everybody else with the sausages.
Hi, Annie.
Hi, Annie.
Yeah, I think we prevented that sausage fest earlier. Thank God.
You're right.
Yeah, well, that's why I
killed
asked you. That's why I was like, do you have your chat set to subscribers only? That way, at least they can't
do.
even click the link, right?
Oh yeah, we do.
My daughter walked up right as that happened. I had to quickly put my hand over her eyes so she didn't see it. And I muted myself, and she asked me, "Daddy, why are you doing this?" I'm like, "I don't want you to see what's on the screen. Go away."
Of course, you gotta love it. Yeah, I really cannot stand how redacted all of this shit is. There's no reason for it at this point. You have your guy, according to you, he's in prison, convicted. Why can't we see these people now?
I mean, it's a public place.
Right. It makes no sense. It makes zero sense. Somebody said that one of these guys with these black and white checkers is one of the ones that got tossed. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just reading what I'm being told. I thought it was Beringberg that got tossed out that night. I could be completely wrong because I have been, and I'm okay with that. If somebody knows better, please put it out. I think Jack was wearing one of those shirts that night, wasn't he, Annie? In the one video we saw with Decor, wasn't he wearing a black and white checkered shirt?
The flannel?
No,
Yeah.
he was wearing a white
No.
with a hoodie.
Oh, okay, got you.
But you know who was
Saeed
wearing
was
black and
wearing
white?
that. Saeed, that looks like Saeed's shirt. I'm sorry.
You're talking about from the Banfield video, right?
The
Yeah.
Banfield video, the guy that his name, he went by Ethan, was wearing
The Bond kid,
the one furthest from the
one that everybody thought killed his father or something at one point, which is
no,
not true.
the middle guy. That guy had glasses on.
Okay, got you.
It was the guy closest to like the curb.
Okay, gotcha. I understand. So, what do you think? What are your? I always love when you jump up here and express things, Miss Potts. What do you have to say today, ma'am?
Today, my brain is stuck on the state's exhibits list.
Let's hear about it, please.
Now that I mean, I don't know. Have you read through it? Have you read through the state's exhibit list? Their little spreadsheet for what they were going to present at trial?
I did. Yes, ma'am. We did go over that a couple weeks back, I think it was.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. I could pull it up and we can discuss it because there's a lot of interesting points to that. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I'm my major, everything else on it, like whatever. I was strictly looking at autopsy photos that they plan to use as exhibits with the wounds. You have Kaylee, the poor thing. There are injuries inside of her cranium.
Yep.
Skull fractures, like inside the cranium. Same thing for Xana. Facial wounds to the head and face.
The interior cranial injury is something I pointed out when we looked at that and made a big deal about because that says a lot, you guys. That's important in my opinion. Sorry to interrupt you, but yes, I agree with you.
Oh no, I mean, it's just now that because I was kind of trying to take everything all together. Now that I've had some time to look over the release stuff on the court website, release stuff on ISP's website, I've gotten through on my own all 2,300 plus pages. I've read through everything.
Oh my God.
And
a lot.
Now that it's all like correlating, you know what I mean? And when you kind of go back and see like what they were planning to present at trial, like even both sides, like it's just super interesting to me that you have the state conceding.
Yes.
Specific wounds on specific victims that, I'm sorry, like where are you allocating the extra time that it would take to inflict those injuries?
Thank you. Just like the ones they were talking, it was being talked about post-mortem injuries and the experimental injuries.
Right.
When? How? No. It doesn't make sense.
Experimental injuries would take a lot more time. It would take a lot more time. It would put a lot more time on the supposed timeline. Yeah. Doing these supposed experimental injuries after post mortem, that would add a lot of time to what's going on in that house, and I don't buy it.
Well, of course it would. Yes, absolutely. Damn it, Dago, where's it at? I'm trying to find this damn document, and I had it. I grabbed the defendant's motion, and it's not the right one.
No, it's in the. It literally is listed on the court's website as state's exhibit list. That's just how the doc is listed.
It's on the 16th, right?
I don't remember the date.
Okay. No
I have so much in my brain right now, I couldn't tell you the date.
I get it.
There was another thing I found interesting that I went crazy on my live about the other morning, but then I ended up putting the live to private just because I don't usually show my face.
Yes, ma'am.
So because I did show my face, everybody who got to see it, and then it was gone.
Always good seeing you, Miss Potts.
Earlier.
Always good seeing you, Miss Potts.
That was a good live that was not planned. I like the way you did that.
It bothers me so much to know that the day before they're getting ready to transport this alleged sheath profile, you have a lab worker noting that they're opening the tube. They're adding 20 milliliters of some solution, closing the tube, and they're adding it in with item 22. And I'm telling you, if you go back and look at ISP reports for Blaker on the transport of this sheath, I am almost positive he has that vial listed as item 22. It's ISP item 22. If I'm wrong, someone please correct me, but it's sticking in my brain. And this lab worker is claiming she is putting this Q11 tube in with item 22.
Right.
And item 22, from my understanding, is the vial they are transporting. So I don't know why she needed to open the tube and add a solution and then give it to them to transport. I have no idea. Like, if Othram's going to be doing their own stuff with it, I don't know why the lab had to do extra before it was sent out.
Good point.
Maybe the lab was planting Brian's DNA on it.
Welcome, Krista. Welcome to the sauce. Oh my God, you guys! I can't find this to save my damn life. 1 second. Motion to seal.
What are your thoughts on that, Miss Bob?
Okay, so like you just have to, on the course website, it scroll down to where like you're gonna start seeing state's witness list, state's exhibit list. It's all the stuff they're submitting like right before this the plea went in and shit.
That's where I'm at. That's what I'm looking at here. My eyes aren't working the way they should today for some reason. Hold on. And I've already had it up.
You're old.
Yeah, it does just say like state's exhibit list, I think.
All right, shut up, Kane. Yes, I am old.
I'm older than you.
Oh, I feel old too, but hold on. I'm getting there.
Maybe someone in the chat can link it, or one of the mods can link it.
Oh, here it is. Boom. There we go. Thank the Lord. Okay, now let me blow that up. Okay. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Yeah, this is quite interesting. I remember when we went over this, and it was quite interesting. Come on down. Where do you want me to start at, Miss Annie?
I mean, you could start wherever you want. I was looking at the autopsy pics for each one.
Yes. Okay. On down.
And it lists like their injuries. It lists like Ethan only had 2 socks, so clearly he's naked, because everybody else, it lists the shirt, the underwear, the pants that were collected. He's only got 2 socks on. He has injuries to his left thigh and his right thigh.
Yep.
He also has injuries behind his left ear, neck and throat.
Did you notice?
And then it's interesting because Maddie also has injuries around her left ear.
Yep.
As well.
She also had
and sternum.
Specific injuries to the breast area of her body as well that I thought were I guess you could classify within the experimental classification on that. It was interesting. Kaylee had 1 sock on, 1 shoe on, possibly. I thought that was weird. All right, hold on. We're getting there.
I just think it's interesting the way that each of them are described.
Here we go.
By the person doing the autopsy. They even describe like how they, upper torso, lower torso, body has been cleaned. Now they're looking at the injuries. Poor Kaylee. The injuries inside of her mouth.
Yeah.
Inside of her mouth and her teeth.
Very bad. Very bad.
So why do you think one sock of hers was downstairs and one was up?
Maybe when she was running. It came.
How do we know where her other sock was?
Well, in part of this, they state they have 1 sock on a foot or something like that. I remember reading through it.
Yeah, she had 1 sock on, right?
Right. So where the hell's the other sock at?
They also said they found a sock downstairs.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that part. I'm sorry.
Well, right. They in the photos and stuff. There's the Doc Martens and the one sock in the living room.
In the
But
living room, right?
I don't think it's been confirmed it's her actual sock.
No, because Maddie had.
We don't know whose sock or boots those are.
Yeah, that because I was gonna say I think all of them had Docs, didn't they? All the girls had Doc Martens because that was the thing. Yeah, here we go.
Well,
Now, some of
Bethany's
these,
are in her closet.
right. Yeah, there it is. Maddie Mogan wound above left ear. Maddie Mogan wounds to neck and chest viewed from above. Wounds to left breast and chest. So, like I said, these are specific. Okay, not just within that region, but specific. That's interesting. That's the part that I was looking at that I was telling you guys before. I thought was crazy. Near sternum, held closed to show. So, okay, understand this, you guys. Again, trigger warning. I'm sorry if anybody gets upset. I've been in autopsies. I've seen them, so on and so forth. They had to hold her chest closed to be able to identify the knife imprint on her chest. She was split open, folks. Understand. That's what that means. It says, Maddie Mogan wound, Maddie Mogan wound near sternum held closed to show weapon imprint. That's pretty bad, you guys. That means she was wide open.
It usually means right. It's a pretty deep wound, and a lot of times what they'll do for photographing is they will take the two sides and pull them together.
Yep.
To be able to try and determine what you might be looking at for like size of weapon, depth of the wound, things like that.
And that, okay, to show that, that's a good point, Annie. So to show that real quick, you guys, to see the knife imprint, that means that went all the way down to the hilt. They wanted to see the imprint of this here. So it was buried, folks, that deep. Obviously, this is longer than a 7-inch blade or whatever the hell they use, but to show the hilt, the indentation of the hilt, they had to hold the wound closed. That was deep. That's all the way in, you guys. That's disgustingly sad.
And they didn't Steve say they never told them anything about how many wounds and how many stabs and all of the stuff? They found out when it was released.
He did say that. And he said that they also told him that he was going to have to FOIA everything. They weren't going to tell him anything. Thank you so much, Echo.
So that makes me wonder with the with the damage to the body. Would an actual 7-inch K-bar do that, or would say a machete do that? Stabbing a machete in.
It depends on which wounds you're talking about, which injuries you're talking about. I've always thought there's first off, there's multiple weapons, and I don't care what anybody says, it's not one damn knife, okay? Mm-hmm. There's been multiple weapons used. There's different variations of cuts and slices and depth to the wounds, okay? So there could have been a K-bar used, sure. A 7-inch blade. There could have been a 12-inch blade. There could have been a 23-inch blade on a machete. There's multiple different wounds that could have been used for this, or weapons that cause these different.
Have the, if you stab somebody with a knife, right? You're going to have blood on it. So you go stab somebody else with a knife, and you're not going to have that mixture.
You have blood transfer. You do have transfer. As long as you didn't clean it off, okay. You should still have some transfer. But they do. There's been cases they've talked about where the killer has killed more than one person, and they've wiped the weapon off before they moved on to the next person. I'm not saying that
I have so much time.
Well, it only takes a minute to go like that with your hand and wipe it off.
I'm not even just talking about that. I mean, to do experimental stabbing and to be running. I mean, they're on two different floors.
You're not going to do all that in 90 seconds like they tried to say.
No.
I absolutely, truly, honestly do believe that.
How does that, you know what I don't get? How does Kaylee's diluted blood end up on the ping pong table if she was killed in her sleep upstairs in the bed?
Thank you. And also, Annie, I'm glad you're here because I wanted to reiterate something with you too. Am I wrong in saying that her blood was on the half wall going up from the first to the second floor as well? Isn't that true? I know Ethan's was.
I feel like he was. So I feel like she was considered to be like the major contributor to one of the profiles, one of them on the back of the sheath,
Right.
right?
Yep.
She's like the major female contributor to that.
Yes.
I think she was considered the major female contributor to the blood on the ping pong table.
Yep.
Beer pong table. And then the blood on the half wall. Or no, it was the blood in Xana's room, I thought.
Oh, maybe that's where I got confused. Okay. I know Ethan was the
So that was the other thing that kind of threw me off, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. How is Kaylee's blood ending up on like a smear on a trash can in Xana's room? I think was the sample. I could be wrong, but I thought that was the one that they said was Kaylee.
And did they find, okay, so just to make sure I'm right, because I've heard a couple things, but Xana was in her room. Am I correct?
Allegedly.
Okay. And who else was in her room?
Her and Ethan.
Ethan.
Right.
That's it.
So how come they say there's a passed out girl, but they never mention Ethan ever on that 911 call?
We've been asking that since the day we heard the 911 call.
Exactly. That's why I'm bringing it up again, because these are things that people really need to ask themselves. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I could be wrong, but I could have sworn I read in one of these reports they did determine that the blood on the beer pong table was Kaylee's. I could have sworn.
I thought that we were just
that
talking
she
about
was
that
considered the major contributor or something like that.
Yes, I do believe you're correct.
How'd
that happen? Now that's a good question. If she was in her bedroom on the 3rd floor,
in my opinion, TikTok activity is not proof of life. A DoorDash is not proof of life. There could have been people in there, messing with the phone, messing with the phones to make it look like Xana was on TikTok, ordering DoorDash to make it look like Xana ordered the DoorDash. Yeah, there's not proof of life just because there's 2 activities going on in this house at the time of the murders.
Right, and that Moonlit, I think that's Moonlit's answer. Annie is maybe it's blood transfer from the perpetrator. That does make sense. It does, but still, if Kaylee's on the 3rd floor, it could have just.
But
been
how is it diluted?
There you go. That's what I was just getting ready to say. How did
And
it
when
end
you
up
say diluted, do you mean with other blood from other victims?
No, I mean like it's a diluted sample, as in like watered down, as in like not just a drop of blood. It's a diluted, like watered down sample.
Like maybe
you
somebody
can
walked
see it on the
knife
table.
up.
It's not.
Yeah. Maybe it was on the
Could
table
it
as
possibly?
a full sample.
I
Until
mean,
they
the
wiped
water,
it.
maybe the water in the water in the beer pong cup spilled over, but I would expect to see it more as like a drip down the table rather than it almost looks as though like someone's trying to rinse off a knife or something like that, and they didn't before they put it down. Like they didn't do a good. I don't know. It's like a watered down transfer, I guess, is the best way that I could describe it.
Kind of like when your
opinion.
cup sweats. Am I correct?
Say again.
When the what?
Kind of like when you have a cup and it sweats.
Oh yeah, with the extra water on the outside, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the person.
Like I know in the photos we can.
Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna those photos. Like we can see like one of the cups or 2 of the cups is spilled over.
Yep. And it could be that there was a solid bit of blood on the table. The cup spilled over and the water diluted it. That makes sense. It could have been.
But the problem is that we have. The problem is though is that we have Emily claiming when she walked in the house with Hunter, the knife was at the top of the stairs on the floor. And then when the police arrive, that knife is not on the floor at the top of the stairs. It's literally MIA, and poof, it magically fucking appears on the table in the body cam. And it's only Hunter and the 2 cops there, and the 2 cops are in Xana's room. So for whatever reason, you have Hunter Johnson here picking up a knife that was initially on the floor. Why is there a knife on the floor? Number one, when they're first walking into the house, there's just this knife randomly on the floor at the top of the stairs.
Right.
Where 4 people have been stabbed. And then he takes it upon himself to, according to him, he had to go into the kitchen to get a knife. He didn't take the knife from the floor.
Emily points it out too.
Right. So he's claiming he got the knife he used from the kitchen. Emily's
Right.
claiming she saw a knife on the floor. By the time the police arrive, there is no knife on the floor, and he's literally, as the police are in the room looking at the victims, he is placing a knife on the table.
Exactly. Bingo.
Do we even know what kind of knife was? I mean, would the knife that Hunter had or grabbed in the kitchen, let's say he grabbed it in the kitchen, like you said, did it fit any of the marks?
It could have. It could have. It absolutely could have. There was multiple.
I don't think he got a knife out of the kitchen.
There it comes. That's what I was waiting to hear.
I think he found a bloody fucking knife, and he went to go clean it. If you want my honest to God's opinion, I think a lot of the movements of Hunter that morning are not because he's guilty, but because he is, I guess you could say, in an attempt, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like when you want to cover for your friends or something, or you don't,
Right.
you know what I don't know how to describe it. It
You know
doesn't
what you're
feel
trying to
to
say.
me that like Hunter.
He's doing cleanup.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I feel like it's more of a because you don't want it to look bad for this person, that one of your friends or whatever. Yeah.
Because Dylan and Bethany are in the house at the time that this happened, and he sees that there and thinks, well, shit, they're gonna blame them for it possibly because they didn't call police for a long time.
Right.
So I'm gonna help them out by cleaning this up. Yes, I get exactly what you mean. It does make sense. It does make sense. That could be partially what went on with this.
It
Annie.
just bothers me that we have 2 separate accounts from him, technically 3, him, Dylan, and Emily, who are all technically walking in together. One is claiming a knife is on the floor at the top of the steps. The other 2 do not mention a fucking knife other than the knife he went to get out of the kitchen.
Exactly.
So what happened to the knife on the floor?
I looked that up for you, Andy. It's called omitting information. When you cover up for when you cover up for a friend, it's called omitting information.
Yeah, it's a lie by omission.
There you go. Lying by omission. Thank you. Yes.
Well, geez, half the town did that, didn't they?
To some aspect, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, Critical. Good to see you.
I just want to know, so what happened to the knife Emily saw on the floor? Because when the police arrived, there isn't one. And he's placing a knife on the table when the cops aren't looking. Where's the knife that was on the floor?
Is it listed in any
Because
documents
the one
in
he
here?
got, he claims he got it from the kitchen.
Right.
And it's not listed anywhere, like in the body cams, like when they were walking up, they didn't say here's a knife. They didn't say anything.
Well, that's because Hunter popped in and said he had the knife and they told him to put it on the table. That's where that came from. That's how he covered that.
But you understand why the conundrum for me is how the cops didn't catch it immediately. So wait a minute. Your girlfriend is saying when she walked in with you, there was a knife at the top of the stairs. Here's the problem, buddy. We have our body cams on. When we come into that house, you're the only one in it, and there's no knife on the floor. Okay? Your girlfriend saw a knife on the floor. You go into the house, and now the knife that was on the floor is missing, and we can see you on our body cam putting a knife on the table. You're claiming you got a knife from the kitchen. So what happened to the knife that was on the floor that your girlfriend saw?
Exactly.
So Emily, did you say Emily walked upstairs?
They all did. At some point, yeah.
The first flight, yes. Emily claims she went up the first flight upstairs, got to the top, and then turned around and left.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm thinking the very top. Okay, now I'm with you.
No, just from the first to the second
No,
floor,
first
right there
floor.
when you turn to go to Xana's room, right? And
I'd
when
like
you're
to know.
So
I'd like to. Okay.
the way I
So-
look at it is it could be the same knife. Hunter went in, he picked the knife up off the floor, went into the kitchen, rinsed it off, puts it on the ping pong table. The problem is they're saying, no, I went and got the knife I used from the kitchen. So where's the one that was on the floor then?
Did we not see a picture of it on the floor?
Yeah, we saw it coming up the body cam.
No,
going
there
up
is
the stairs.
none. There is no picture or body cam of a knife on the floor when the cops walk in.
No, it's on the table.
Oh no! Stop! You can see it
It's
on the
not
floor.
on the table.
There is one on the floor.
Yeah,
We
you
saw
can
the
see it on the
picture
body
on
cam
the
when they
floor.
go up the stairs.
I don't remember who pulled it up, but somebody pulled up a
Hold
picture.
on, I'll pull it up and show you. Hold on.
But
Okay,
Henry
good,
did
'cause
say
I
he goes
thought
in the
it was
kitchen,
on
but why would he walk over a knife to go to the kitchen and get one? Why don't you just pick up the one that's on the
Just give me
floor?
1 second. I'll pull it out. I have it saved back.
Good question, Krista.
Like you're gonna walk over that
Yeah,
knife.
I don't remember seeing one on the floor. I do remember
I didn't
seeing
either.
like it just
Until
popped up
somebody-
on the table from him.
That I remember too.
See, I would like to know is when you have the police first coming, why is Bethany standing on the other side of the fucking street?
Right? Was she even there?
How did Bethany have time to put shoes and shit on, but Dylan didn't?
Great
Good
question.
I think she
Things
went.
are the way things are exactly the way we see it. As a
How they
police
want
officer,
us to see it.
but as a police officer, you're going upstairs, and as far as you know, it's an unconscious person. So you're not even going to be looking at the knife on the floor. Hunter goes up there with his hands up,
Like,
escorts the officer to the bedroom where Xana is, picks up a knife in the room, or he could have had it in the bathroom. Slick move and put it on the table.
that's weird.
My question is, what about the knife on the floor? When he got up there,
Well,
this is what happened. This is exactly what I think happened. When he escorted that officer up to the bedroom, he knew that daggone knife was on the floor and he picked it up on the slide. And then escorted the officer to the room.
So you think
And
that
then
he
walk back and put it on the table. And then that's when you seen Hunter put his hand up. Because he thought he's caught. They was gonna arrest his ass.
so
It's
you
right
think
there.
he kept
It right
the-
here. Hold on, Terry. Hold on. Right there's the knife.
I'm trying to see it. Where?
There's the knife right there.
Can I see my cursor?
Yeah,
I'm trying to. I'm on my phone. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, take your time. It's right there. There's like a cup right there on the floor. That box of Trulies, and then the knife is right there.
And then look at Hunter's pocket.
Oh.
Where his pocket is. You can
But,
see.
but here's the thing, though, Annie. Look, when the cop turns the corner and goes back to Xana's room, King Dong here reaches
That's
down and
when
picks it up and puts it on the table. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Why did he throw it on the floor to begin with? Okay, what were you panicking
So
about?
why is he saying that the knife that he picked up is the one he put on the knife he got from the kitchen is the one he put on the ping pong table, except it's the knife from the floor? He didn't get it from the kitchen?
No, I don't think he ever. I think he
That's
walked right past that one.
I don't know. That's what we don't know. Is did he go in the house, grab a knife, go in her room? He had to go check that closet because he's being Captain Sabaho or whatever he's doing, and then realizes that the police are coming, drops the knife on the ground because he doesn't want to get pinpointed for doing something here, and
You can
then
see it.
he's panicking for different reasons, in my opinion.
Look, it's in his
It
pocket.
doesn't make a good decision.
Is that
It's in his
redacted?
It's in his pocket.
Here, I'll slow this
In
down
his
and walk
pocket.
up.
Is that
Look.
redacted?
There's the knife on the floor, and there's the one in his pocket. And then he gets
Where?
all freaked out, and puts it on the. I guess he puts it on the beer pong table because they tell him to, or
I don't see
forget which
anything
way
in his
it goes.
pocket, but hold on.
Well,
Hold on.
look,
might be-
yeah, you see
I
like when
see
he walks.
it's redacted.
You can see it as you come up the stairs here, and I watch. I'm gonna let it go in slow motion as they go around.
Yeah.
And then they kind of steps over it. They don't say a word, but
It's weird.
yeah, I don't see anything
And he has
sticking out of the
nothing in
pocket.
his hands
He goes
right
not
now,
sticking
right?
out. You see like the imprint of it, At one
Yeah.
point, you see it in his pocket.
There's nothing. Well, it could be any. It could be his phone too. We don't know.
Oh, he didn't have his. Oh well, I guess he did because he would have gotten it before they got there. But he supposedly left his phone at the house.
He had his phone back the day. He had it back Saturday morning because he lost his phone Friday night at the party. That's my.
I mean, did he have it in his hand? Where did he get it to put on the table?
He picked it up off the floor, in my
I
opinion.
really think that's the one on the floor. Oh,
And I think, but here's the question: though, why did you do that? Why didn't
Yeah.
you get there and just point at it and say, "Hey, I had
Yeah.
that in my hand because I was worried about this, that." But you were playing games, is what he was doing. It's weird.
because Emily said it was there when they got there. So how did she see it?
Emily went in before he got there before Emily and Josie
Yeah.
got there. Okay,
So
he ran in. He hit the code. He let himself in,
yeah,
and then he ran upstairs immediately, according to the report. Grabbed a knife, supposedly, went in the bedroom, checked it out, and came back out, and then reenacted the whole thing again after that.
okay. But then Emily had to have seen the knife there, so he didn't have that knife.
She said she saw it. So at some point,
He
yes,
had it in his hand.
she was there before. See, there's nothing in his pocket or his hand there.
But you'll see. Wait till I think it's already on the.
already on the
There's one thing where when he starts with his hands, when he does the arms up thing, he's in that same position, but it
It's
might
not-
be a phone.
Oh,
It
it's
might
not there yet.
It's not on the table right now.
No,
It's not on the table right now.
I
Hold
think
on,
it's in
hold
his
on.
pocket. I'm telling you.
Hold on a minute. I'll show you.
So
what
now
I
the
think.
cop turns his back, and that's when he goes and gets it and puts it on the table.
When he goes-
Ah.
when him and Warner go back in there, that's when he puts it on the table.
Yep.
Yes.
Because
playing
it
it
wasn't
right
there, and now when this cop turns back around, you'll see it's on the fucking table.
Mhm.
Right.
Right. I remember that.
Absolutely.
I thought.
So my
I first-
question still
What's my
remains:
there.
why is he saying he got the knife from the kitchen if he didn't get it from the kitchen, and it's a knife he picked up off the floor and then put on the table?
He might have. Who knows? He might have had that knife. I think that's a different knife. I think he's I think he's a liar. I think he walked right over that knife. Doesn't make sense. If you're so scared, you'll grab the first knife you see. You're not gonna. Why would you? Because Emily's like, it's a random steak knife. It could be there. That could be normal. It's like that knife being there is not normal. But I think I'm telling you, look at his pocket. It might be his phone though. But there's certain positions he's standing in, and
Is it still on the floor right there? It's hard to tell because it's really blurry.
yeah,
Is that
maybe.
it right there still?
I don't know where it is. I just know it's
Yeah,
not
I
on the
think so.
table where it should be.
And then now watch.
He
I'm gonna
puts
let
it there. There's somebody
as
doesn't.
Warner comes up the stairs and they turn around and they both go in the room. They tell him to get back. Okay. They should have told him to get the fuck out of the house, not get back. But they
Yeah,
did.
really.
They shouldn't have even had him going up there to begin with. But whatever.
He should have told them what they were walking into.
That all they had to do was stop right there and he asked, "Where's this at? Upstairs, make a right. You'll see it." He didn't need to go up there. That's way off set. You
You
don't
could
do
have
that.
given them heads up too. Oh, they're walking into us.
Did he tell them before they got there? Besides
No.
the fact that he said that he checked
Unconscious person.
Ethan's pulse, did he mention to them before that?
No.
they're all
No,
Not at all.
no. He let them walk up there with a knife in his hand or pocket or floor into a slaughter, and he still had the knife in his hand until they walked past. Like they could. There he is, Mr. Chris.
And that's what's weird is as they were turning back towards the bedroom,
Yeah.
right out the corner, you could see him bend down and
Oh.
look like pick something up.
There's the
And-
knife
And,
right
and
there.
there's the knife right there.
I thought
Yeah.
we heard them tell him to put it, or no, maybe they were telling him to get back. I thought they were saying like put the knife. I
Yeah,
can't-
'cause
I wonder if he ever told them that was the knife he had.
He told them that he had a knife and he set it down on the table. and
Oh, okay.
They said, "Go, get out." You know what I mean?
Okay. I thought so. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I could see him bend down right as they were turning around. If you look to the left, you can see him bend down and then stand back up.
Look at all them just walking in there with their hands on the railings and like, ugh, you can hear him like brush his hand on the railing. That cop when he's walking up the
Did-
steps the first time. It's so
Didn't they
disturbing.
find pretty fresh blood, like drops on the what do you call it? The railing. Could that possibly be him with blood? If he had that bloody knife,
Would you stop?
Why did he have that bloody knife? I hope he didn't have that bloody knife.
God dang.
I was wondering where that blood came from on the beer pong table.
or if he checked their pulse. Maybe he had blood on his hand and he walked out.
That's what I was. He should have told them that they were walking into a slashing, not a.
Well, he told the police that he checked Xana's pulse. She's dead, but he didn't bother to check Ethan's, but he knows that he's gone. So if anybody's blood that he had on him, unless he lied, it would be Xana's, not Ethan's.
Right.
And unless he went to the third floor and lied about that, he shouldn't have any of those two's blood on him either. Unless when he touched Xana, somehow or another, there was blood transfer from Kaylee, Ethan, or Maddie to Xana's body somehow. That's the only other way it would happen. In my opinion, of course.
So the blood on the beer pong table came back to Kaylee?
Yeah.
Wow.
They diluted.
So like cleaned it up, basically.
Well, it's either it was cleaned up or it was on the table and a cup got knocked over and water spilled on it and it diluted it with water.
Yeah. Damn.
But it's not playing. Hold on a minute. There we go.
Damn.
On normal speed.
She was running for her life.
Well, that's what I'd like to know. If she's on the third floor, how did all this play out? That's what my question is. Welcome, dang it, Nancy. Good to see you.
I think she did try to run, and I think that's the one part telling the truth about. But I don't think she made it. Obviously, she didn't make it because I didn't realize that the blood on the railings or the other spots were hers. And to me, that's her trying to get away, and them not letting her, and then bring her back upstairs.
Annie, do you think that it's Xana? Or I'm sorry, do you think that it's Kaylee that Dylan claims to hear crying and was chased down the stairs? Or do you think it's Xana in that area back there? By Xana's room.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I was asking you just your opinion on it.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Do you think that it's Kaylee that Dylan claims to have heard crying and, it's okay, I'm here to help you, all that shit back by the bathroom? Or do you think that it's Xana and she is not telling the truth or she screwed it up somehow? What are your feelings?
I think Dylan knows exactly I think she knows exactly who she heard.
Okay. That's kind of what I was wondering.
I think she's repeating what
if
she said.
If it actually happened, I think she knows who she heard. If it didn't happen at all and it's all made up because she didn't know if she was dreaming or if it was real.
Well, I don't know if it's all real. What a joke.
Why would she lie though? Why would she?
I mean, it could be. Listen, it could be that she literally didn't know what. Like, here's how I look at it, because it's not an automatic she's guilty.
Right. Well, where was she at when they were cleaning it up?
Like, if she's not guilty and she is hearing something, but it sounds like she can't believe it because she's wasted. She's not even sure if it's actually happening. Am I freaking dreaming?
I can't believe she said that.
What she thinks she's hearing is.
She also made a statement where she said, I don't know if it's real or if it's my brain making it up to tell me what to remember. Like, what the fuck did you just say?
And she goes, well, hypothetically, let's just say for this instance, it's real. I'm like, wow. Well, let's not, because do you have do your parents, do you hear this? Like, do you have a pattern of making things up and your reality changing or something? Because that would be my next question. Like, why do you do that often? Like, why are we having a scenario where you have to make things up? Or why is it that you think that your reality is not real?
Why would you ever say, did my brain make it up to remind me of what? How does that make any sense?
Was he just like, she said she thought she locked the door. Well, in that last police interview, she said she didn't know she locked the door. Then she said, oh, wait, yeah, I remember it. That door never locked because it's broke. And talking about the sliding glass door.
Good point.
Oh, wow. That door is broke. Like, it didn't lock at all.
No.
That is so unsafe. Wow.
That door didn't lock. Why?
That's why they use the stools to keep it so people coming in and out of there after the fact. From my understanding.
Right.
Okay, so if that door didn't lock, then how come Olivia, when they interviewed the three sitting on the couch, and they were saying, "Oh, they always lock the doors. They do all this." All right.
Well, let me make a statement, Terry, and I don't mean this to be rude, and I'm not trying to be nasty to the victims' families, but I think Olivia has made up some stuff, folks. A lot of stuff.
I do too. She hasn't even.
Okay. I think she lied about some things. I think she twisted some things. Because I still don't believe that you saw your sister and Maddie get out of the car at 156 on the 1112 camera. Explain to me how you did that. Show me
Explain
that.
to me how you got that camera.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's another good point too. Why would it? I mean, maybe you could get it by saying I was her sister. I want to know the truth, but I'm not going to give my camera to somebody, even if they're victim's family. I'm going to give it to the police, but not a victim's family. So whatever. I just don't think you could see that happen. So I think she's got a different camera. If she got it, I think she got it from a different camera, not that one, and or even at all. That's where I'm at with that situation now, you guys. I don't even know that she got that. Okay, that's my opinion.
Which house had the camera that they were out of town?
That was the 1112 camera.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
The back of their house faces the front parking lot at 1122. And the camera's on the front porch. So how the hell did you see the girls get dropped off in front of 1122?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Especially since she and Steve can't decide who drove them home.
Well, I'll go ahead and go with the Eric Gower situation. Okay, that's fine. But I don't know. The timeline stuff has just always bothered me. It always has bothered me. I don't think we ever had the right timeline. That's just my opinion.
I think it was an hour earlier. I think it was 3 a.m. because you had those frantic calls to Jack at 2:50.
They ended at 2:54.
Yeah.
And that could be when everything started. I agree. That was the original timeline from law enforcement between 3 and 4. So
I'm sorry, I have a big problem with that interview when Steve leaned over and said private driver. And she's like, "Oh yeah, it was a private driver. Like good people."
because he wasn't supposed to be an Uber at that time. But hey, Sarah, good to see you. Welcome up 1984. Good to see you as well. Did you want to jump? Did you have anything else with this grid here, Annie, that you want to discuss on any of the autopsy stuff here? I think it was interesting to see the injuries that did happen to Maddie that they played out to be not so serious, but there's a lot more written in here. Excuse me. If you look at Madison's, where's it at? Let me start here. Lower torso, hip area is received by medical examiner. No, let me go down to the actual head area is clean. Wounds to face and neck from above. Wounds to face and neck from right side. Wounds to right eye area, left side of face, partial shoulder and neck from left. Wound above left ear. Wounds to neck and chest viewed from above. Wounds to left breast and chest. The wound near the sternum held closed to show the weapon imprint. The wounds to the breast plate. Okay. That's not just the breast, folks. That's the breast plate. That's underneath the muscle, the breast muscle. Okay. Close up of wounds to left shoulder. Wound to elbow. Top of right hand, palm down. Palm of right hand. Wound to the top of the left hand. So I'm going to say right there, a lot of us have believed that Maddie may have been asleep. I don't think she was. Those are defensive wounds.
No way.
Wound to top of left hand, injuries to top of left wrist. Where to go? Wounds to inside of left arm and forearm, palm up, defensive wound. Upper torso and head received. Lower torso, hip area. Hold on, wait a minute here. Upper torso and head area cleaned. Face viewed from above, right side, left side. Okay, hold on. Wounds to upper left side of scalp, forehead. Wounds to upper right side of scalp, forehead. Right side of face from right. Injuries to, or no, that's Kaylee already. Jesus, I went down too far. I'm sorry, you guys. And so it stops there. Wounds. Where'd it go? Injuries to top left wrist and wounds to inside of left hand and forearm. So Kaylee was defending herself, Maddie was defending herself, in my opinion, as well, based on hearing those. But we were never basically made to believe that, in my opinion. But the wound to the breastplate underneath the breast muscle, that's pretty serious, guys. That was some serious force. Did it crack the breastplate underneath where she stabbed? Did they do something else there? But that's pretty wild. These wounds are insane, and the injuries are nuts. So, sorry about that. I didn't mean to keep rambling. I just wanted to point those all out and how like in depth those are.
So
It's
are
still
they
like
still thinking one knife did all this?
that's what they've claimed. They've not changed it other than the fact they said that there could have been a secondary weapon. That's all they've said.
And what do we know about K-bars? We know that they break, their tips break.
On occasion, yeah.
And I just don't see how that couldn't have happened if it was going through that much hard material like skull.
Well, if you hit, I must say this now, bone is like stone. It's like rock. Okay, it's not easy to break. So if you stab somebody in their chest and you hit the breastplate and cause damage, that's a hell of a lot of fucking force, folks.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you did break a blade on a knife from that. But they must have been coming down like their whole body behind that to cause damage to the breastplate. That's my opinion.
Like you would do in a sacrifice.
It just, yeah, what you would see in the movies in that sense. I agree. And then we know that there's a sternum injury that separated the sternum that had to be pushed back together to be able to see the indentation. So that opened her wide up, guys. Again, trigger warning. I'm sorry. Some of this stuff is gross. But there's a lot of injuries here. Like Annie brought up earlier, one of the ones that got me the most when we talked about this before with Kaylee. Where'd it go? With the interior fracture of the skull. Whoa, what? So Kaylee wound to back of skull, back of scalp, head close up, fractures the skull from inside cranium, meaning inside the skull. Injuries to teeth, inside the lower lip area, inside of mouth, lower lid of the right eye. I mean, guys, this is bad. It may not have seemed that way because we didn't see a whole ton of blood, but these are bad.
And that's a great question. Why didn't we see a whole bunch of blood? I mean, McButt or whatever her name is said it was a very bloody scene. It's almost like they staged it like there was a party from Friday night because they had one, but they cleaned up all the blood and all that kind of stuff. So it just looked messy. The party. Right.
Yeah, that might explain the 8-hour gap from calling 911.
Yeah. Clean up.
Annie did a couple shows on the blood, and they were very, very good. Over at Miss Potts' channel, you got to check that out again. I don't know. Annie, can you still hear me, Annie? Is she still in here?
I don't think she's on panel.
Oh shit! I had a feeling.
I think her phone went dead.
There's a lot of people up here.
I'll go.
But no, that's not it.
Okay.
Anyway, I think some of the blood, we didn't see it because it absorbed into the mattresses and the blankets and things like that. You know what I mean? But the video she showed, you could see, there she comes. Boom. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Can you hear me okay? Are you there, Miss Pot?
Hello. Sorry. I had a dead zone.
No, you're good. You're good. Somebody asked a question about with all of these injuries that we're reviewing and looking at and this and that, because I know you did a couple good shows on the pathology and stuff like that with the blood and all that stuff. Do you have any thoughts on the question is why there was not so much blood with what we're seeing here on this chart?
Oh, I think that there's a hell of a lot of blood.
Let's see. A lot of
We're not going to see it because they're going to redact it all out, and we're not going to get to see it. But even with just the minimal that were released, like Xana's room is awful.
Yeah, there's a lot on the floor and on the blankets and on the nightstand and it.
The pooling, the smearing, and all of that, right? The cast off and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And there's a ton we haven't gotten to see. So I mean, we can't say there's no blood. There's a lot of blood based on just what 3 or 4 pictures. There's a lot more than those 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think people expected to see a lot more is what the question was based on. And I think, like she said, they probably just redacted most of it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah,
there is a lot more.
Especially with, we're not going to be able to see any more crime scene photos because of a lawsuit that was brought on by Karen Laramie, and the judge agreed that no more crime scene photos will come out ever.
Well, we still have the ones that have
No,
been
the
released.
judge agreed that they can come out, but they're going to redact the rooms and the blood.
Thank you, Miss Potts.
Which is exactly what everybody needs or wants to see to be able to understand this. So,
I don't even. They can redact out the bodies. I mean, that's fine. It is what it is. Like, we're not entitled to see these deceased people in bed, but I don't understand the point of redacting out the blood and like the spatter and things like that. Other than they just don't want people analyzing it, in my opinion.
And that's what I was going to say, because I think they know that there are people out here that do analyze these things, that break these things down, that look at these things piece after piece, and may come up with an answer to something that that they don't want them to by looking at it.
Well, I noticed in the state's exhibits list, they did plan on presenting a blood spatter analysis presentation, which I thought was super interesting. I was like, oh, really?
That would have been nice.
I did see that was on their list. It's in there somewhere. Blood spatter analysis presentation.
Absolutely.
When they checked Jack Showalter's, they found the blood in the bathroom. I'm sorry, I'm stupid, but I can't remember. Did they find whose blood was it? Was it just his?
I don't think it ever stated that.
Okay, I didn't think so either. And then I was just like, I've been like racking my brain because why would you not state that?
Well, if it didn't lead to who it's supposed to, there's no reason for us to know who it belonged to, in my opinion. Of course, they're not going to give it to us. And I think they tried to state that it was negative or something like that. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at that document, but
well, if it was cut shaving, he certainly is a mess. I don't shave my face.
That's a lot of blood to be from cutting yourself shaving, in my opinion. There were streaks on the shower curtain, around the light switch, on the toilet, the flush,
the toilet paper.
handle. There was a lot in that apartment. Yeah.
I don't know, Annie. What's your opinion? I'm curious. What is your opinion of what happened? Just from everything you've read, everything you've seen. Strictly opinion.
Oh, I don't talk about that.
Well, you have to have some sort of something running through your head.
Oh, I do. I just don't. I'm not gonna. It is what it is. My opinion doesn't matter. My theory doesn't matter. I just kind of look at. I just look at what they put in their own, records and what they plan to present at court, and try to go by that. And
well, do you
that's all
believe
you can really go by, right?
Ryan is guilty or could have anything to do with it?
I could see now. So like 2 years ago, no, I would have been like, yeah, no. Now I maybe actually, yeah, could see it, but that's only because I try to see it from I'm trying to see it from a multitude of like different angles here. It could be that he's absolutely guilty and that's why he took a plea and he just didn't want it all to come out at trial or whatever. It could also be that took a plea to get it out of this court and away from the judge and do work in the background and do an appeal or some shit like that at the federal level, whatever. It could also be that he, isn't, and unfortunately, somehow he got some bad facts or some guilty knowledge or something like that. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
For someone that is so I mean, he's a vegan. He can't stand blood. I mean, apparently he can't even, he can't skin a fish. I mean, how's he going to do all this without throwing up everywhere?
Oh, he's got dyspraxia too, which is afflicts your hands. That's another issue to add to that. I don't know that any of that means anything. That doesn't mean you still couldn't do something. Some people overcome issues they have to accomplish other tasks at times when they have to. So it could
like I don't know. I have no idea what Brian's involvement is in this crime. I have no idea. He could have absolutely zero. He could have more involvement than any of us would like to admit, right? We just don't know. And it doesn't help that a lot of the documents, unfortunately, on his side, they keep everything under seal and they file everything under seal. And I mean, it is what it is. I could see maybe why they would want to file it under seal if they're planning on something in the future. But I don't really know. I don't want to make up my mind either way because I wanted to see all, as much as we possibly could, of the evidence.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's why this needed to go to trial so bad.
I agree with you, Dago. And Annie, I love all your points. And I watch your channel. I just don't sometimes chat in the chat, but I do watch you.
Oh, well, thanks. Appreciate that. I'm just that's why I just say, like, don't listen to me, right? Like, even when I give my opinion on something, like, I'll say it's just my opinion. That's why I don't like to go too deep into what I think happened, or I mean, I have my thoughts based on what I'm seeing and reading, but I would have been I guess my thoughts would have either been confirmed or denied if we had a trial and we got to hear experts talk about the actual crime scene, injuries, etc. Right? Because I would have liked to hear how the defense's expert was going to argue, like, stage crime scene, multiple perps, multiple weapons, and how they were going to present that to the jury.
Do we know if they had gone to trial that Teasdale and Rosie were on the list to get on stand?
I don't remember seeing them on either one of the lists, but it's been a while since I've looked at those.
The reason I ask is they're cops. They were in the area, right? They don't know the exact timeline, right? So, those people were running by while they were out in Banfield. I mean, I would think that they would have to be subpoenaed.
Well, if you look at it when they're on Banfield, one of the cops is trying to turn his body cam away from the people running past behind them at 3:12 in the morning, like he didn't want those people being caught on body cam.
Right.
And that goes back to my theory that the murders took place well before 4 a.m. They took place in between 2:54 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, see, now that's why it would have been another reason. It would have been good to hear how the defense experts were planning to argue this alleged staged crime scene. What do you mean by staged? Do you mean the time? Do you mean, right? Because their expert would have been able to argue that, like, we believe the crime occurred at this time, not this time, based on rigor mortis, lividity, whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, text messages. We found data in someone's phone or whatever, I think it's super interesting that we're finding out, for instance, like, there are these items of evidence that are collected by Idaho State Police from Dylan's room. For whatever reason, they're not tested, but they are kept as items of evidence. And the moment that the defense requests them Talbot thinks it's a super good idea to just give them a bath of Blue Star. Right.
Well,
and then you have Riley Nolan. You have Riley Nolan following up with emails to the prosecutor about, hey, just so you know, these things that we're supposed to be testing, like because he did Blue Star first, there might be a problem.
That's what I was reading 2 days ago, you guys. That stuff she's talking about right now, 100%, yes.
And that's not the only piece of evidence. We also have Sergeant Blaker's ISP report, where he is admitting that when he went to retrieve these items, because the defense requested them for testing, okay, it was Matthew Nodell, by the way, who's requesting these items, now that we can see in their reports, in these new ISP docs. It's Matthew Nodell requesting these. And Blaker goes to retrieve these items, and he admits in his report that he has to let the stepdad smash and break a piece of evidence to fit it in the car, the nightstand. Right? So there's this nightstand that they've given back to Dylan that the defense now wants back because they want to test it for blood or whatever, along with the jacket, the blanket, etc. Not only does Blaker let the stepdad bust the table and tamper with the piece of evidence to fit it into the vehicle, and then just emails Ann after, say, hey, sorry, we had to let him break the table to get it in the car. But then you have Talbot here picking up the blanket and the jacket that the defense is requesting, and he's just giving them a bath of Blue Star. It's absolutely wild. He's a lead crime scene investigator. So it doesn't make, for the state police, it doesn't make sense to me that he doesn't know you don't use Blue Star first on fabric. It wouldn't be your first step.
I was reading in the documents last night, and see what I find is odd is, they went out to Pennsylvania to do this trash pull to get Brian's DNA or whoever's DNA out of the trash there in Pennsylvania. Well, the document I was reading last night, I believe it was either Blaker or Payne. They walked in while Brian was in the room with his attorney Ann Taylor, and they just started pulling DNA from him because they handed a subpoena to Ann Taylor that they wanted his DNA. And this, I believe, was January 5th or January 3rd. And they noted in this document, Brian was very cordial, and he went along with us, and we got what we needed, and then we ended it, and he's very compliant through all of this, and we gave a copy of the report to Ann Taylor, and this is like the third time we've heard about this IgG or this DNA, where the first one was through Othram, and then or the ISP labs, then Othram, then the FBI, and then going out to Pennsylvania to do a trash pull to get his DNA. And now they're saying in these new documents that they walked right into the room where him and his attorney was at and showed a subpoena for DNA.
All righty.
What are your thoughts on that, Annie?
I mean, you just said a lot there.
That's a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot all at once.
Which part? You mean like them going to get his DNA after he's arrested and his lawyers with him?
Yes.
Oh, they have to do that. They have to go take your prints. They have to go take your buccal swab. You've been charged with a quadruple homicide. They're taking your DNA, your hair strand. They probably swabbed his junk.
Yep. I can agree.
But why three separate times to do it?
Reports too. They did get a penile swab from someone. I saw that in one of these reports. Somebody had a penile swab done. I don't know who it is. They're redacted, but They definitely swabbed their pecker.
I did remember reading that.
Wow.
Super interesting too, considering this is not a crime that had, according to everything they checked off, it's not a sexual crime. But there is one person that they took a buccal swab, something else, I think it was fingerprints, and a penile swab from.
And it wasn't Ethan?
No. There's the one part right here.
I don't know who it was. Their name was redacted, but I was
Well,
dying
certainly
laughing.
wasn't
I'm like, this
girls.
poor bastard, whoever this was. Oh my God, can you imagine? Like, as a guy, I would want to vomit at the thought of someone like, no, mm-mm.
Oh yeah, agreed.
But if they're taking your buccal swab, I don't know why they need a penile swab.
No, because the buccal swab would cover everything, unless they found specific.
Right. So why would they even need the penile swab?
Unless they
Maybe
found
it's another
specified
girl.
semen that they wanted to make sure that they had an exact match to, which doesn't make sense because they didn't mention that
I
at all.
just thought it was weird that they went and got all these other buccal swabs from people, but there's only one person that they took a penile swab from.
Just one. Here, to answer that question, it says the DNA profiles obtained from items 38 and 39 match that previously obtained from the known reference sample of blank. This DNA profile is at least 80.4 nanillion, means 8.04 times 10 to the 31st power, times more likely to be seen if John Showalter, which is Jack Showalter, that's his first name is John Jack, is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. So there's your answer for that. Now I'm wondering. I did read through that about the penile swab. Was it Decor that did that one, Annie? No. I remember reading that, damn it. Welcome back, typically. And nothing half-assed in the house. Good to see him as fancy. John Jack Jingleheimer Schmidt, yes. His name is too. Let's see where we at here. Great conversations today.
Didn't Dylan say in her interview that you could hear everything?
Uh-huh.
That's what I thought. But you couldn't hear 4 people being mutilated?
No, she said you can hear everything in this house because they're exact words.
Exactly.
Well, why didn't they tell us in the very beginning then? That's what my biggest issue with this case is. Why didn't they tell us any of the stuff we know now in the beginning? Why was it all held back?
Why were they not arrested? It's very aggravating and frustrating that we can see all this and we have so many questions, and yet one guy that, where'd they get him from? And all of a sudden he's in prison. What could be the reason, other reasons that he pled? My guess is, look what's coming out since he pled.
You're saying they tested the girls? You mean the Bethany and Dylan? Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
they definitely got biological for sure, and prints from Bethany and Dylan.
Oh yeah. Lots of sausage.
And if I remember correctly, in some of these reports, some of the latent prints are the ones that they're comparing to Bethany and Dylan.
I thought they only found one latent print, and it was just a half of one of it.
That's a footprint, Terry. They were talking about other like latent fingerprints.
Oh, okay, I'm with you.
That's all.
Yeah, there was like there's like an L5 and L6.
Right.
What was the other one? I remember L5, L6, and they put it through not only FBI database, They put it through DOJ, California DOJ, because they were trying to, match these two specific latent prints, if I remember correctly. But Koberger was excluded from them.
Yep, he was.
If I remember, if I read everything correctly, Meg, somebody in the chat will tell me if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, the latent prints, L5, L6, Koberger's excluded.
Right. Agreed. And no, I agree with that too.
And there is one spot on these documents too, where like Blaker, when you get towards the end, it's like a checklist. Yes, no, yes, no. He has to answer all these questions about all these samples he's putting in. And a lot of them, it says, was the suspect bleeding? Like for each sample, was the suspect bleeding? Was the suspect bleeding? And a lot of them, he says no, but there's one that he answers yes.
Yep, we caught that too. That's quite interesting.
So there is a spot in one of these where he is answering regarding the sample, the evidence he's submitting or whatever. He's being asked that it's like a questionnaire, I get, that you have to fill out. And it is what it is. One of these questions is asking, there's a whole bunch that say, is the suspect bleeding or did the suspect bleed? And most of them, it says unknown or not sure, right? I think it says not sure. And then or no. And then there's one where it says yes. There is an answer for one of these questions. Was the suspect bleeding? And whoever filled out this questionnaire answered yes.
I remember seeing that, yeah. Typically said, I think one excluded, one inclusive, and because it's a bad sample.
Yeah.
And here's a bunch of these other lift from the kitchen windows and sliding glass door, front door lock, swab, buccal swab from blank, general biology screen. There's a lot. Look at all these buccal swabs that they took. Lots of them.
Well, those are all the the people that are listed on the state's witness list.
Yeah.
Some of those people are people that gave up their DNA.
Right. They were
and allegedly the state cleared them from these crime scene samples. Like 4 of them are the alt perps that the defense was claiming were the alt perps. They're on the state's witness list.
Yeah, I just think it's funny. They found 2 cigarette butts, and they gave a description where they were, and they were both at the bottom of the staircase.
Actually, they found 3, but yeah, you're right.
And it's like there's nothing to see here. We collected them, we sent them off for testing, but there's nothing to see here, folks.
The whole case is nothing to see here. Do you see all these blocks here? What did you think of this, Annie? All right, we have all these redacted names, and we see this one checked here, okay? We know that suspect, okay? As you scroll down, the rest of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
yeah,
6,
it's all subjects.
8, 9, 10, 11 of them. They're all subjects, which is, per se, a possible person of interest. They're not a suspect, but a person of interest. If you look at the differential between suspect and subject, because of course I went and looked that up. So they're looking at 11 people as a person of interest, possibly. Not saying they were the one, but that's 11 people that they were testing at some point as persons of interest, possibly within this situation. They were never brought up. I know of 2. Okay, whoever the one guy is that they followed around hard and heavy for a while, in Jack Showalter were suspects in the beginning. They had a suspect 3 days in. On the 16th, they had a suspect. They claimed Riley Nowlin claimed that they had a suspect at this point. And they followed that suspect around and did this and did that. And all of a sudden, oof, no longer. Now it's Brian. Because that suspect on the 3rd day was not Brian Koberger. So where did this person go and why did they decide that now it had to be Brian? That's
I agree with you, brother. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, why does it take 2 security officers in 30-minute interval to find one Hyundai Elantra that was sitting there in the WSU parking lot? You had one at I believe it was 11:30 at night, that found it, and then 30 minutes later, you had another one that supposedly found it.
And then they waited 2 weeks to tell him about it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yep.
Well, Pullman and the FBI knew about it.
But the MPD,
right?
Yeah, the MPD didn't know about it for 2 weeks. Pullman knew it, like you said. The FBI knew
I think
it.
it was a little bit longer than that, right? Almost like a month. When did they allegedly get? They didn't even find out about. According to Brett Payne, he didn't even know like anything about the WSU thing until and almost end of December, right? Right around the time they're getting Koberger's name as a tip is around the time he's finding out WSU had his Elantra twice. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they were, like you were saying, Dago, if they were on to Brian, by November 25th, why let him leave state? Why let him leave? Bring him in for some, for an interview, find out what he knows, and if you think he's the guy, if you think he's the guy, go, don't let him leave. But they let him leave for an entire fucking month.
I don't think they could without the IGG. You can only hold somebody for so long. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Dago?
Say that again, Robert. My son was talking in my ear for a second there. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. If I was agreeing with you. If they had Koberger by November 25th, why let him leave for an entire month? Bring him in for some questioning, like an actual police interview. If he doesn't fly, let him go. If you think he's the guy, keep him. Why let him leave the state for an entire month?
You want my honest opinion?
Yes.
Because they had to create a case against him because they didn't have one.
Exactly.
They had nothing on him. They have nothing on him. They had to create, and this is my opinion, of course. Nobody has to agree with this. They had to create a criminal case against him to have a reason to go after him. They could have and I said this a long time ago, and that's why they didn't, because they didn't have anything against him. Okay, so they had to. They could have called him and said, "Hey, hi, Brian. This is Detective such and such." Probably Blaker, because he did everything and Payne did nothing. Probably mainly because he couldn't fit at the desk, but whatever. This is Detective Blaker down at Moscow PD. We're running an investigation right now. Could you possibly maybe stop down? We just had a couple questions to ask you, if you didn't mind. I promise you that Brian Koberger would have went, yeah, absolutely. I'll be down in a couple hours. But they didn't.
Yeah, but like if this was so, like if you would even though you have nothing, you'd call your suspects and tip them off that you're investigating them.
Yes, absolutely you would. Absolutely you would.
I don't know. Usually the feds don't work like that. They just literally like stalk you. They just gang stalk you until they get what they need.
That's kind of what I thought too, but it's weird the way this all happened, and that's what my thought was. Is they had to make the, in my opinion, as I've been stating, the propaganda train had to toot around for a while and make the public see him as this horrible person, which is why they swatted his parents' house and kicked the windows in and made it look real good for the cameras, and then filmed him flying back across the country. That took all day long and made it a big ordeal, and brought him in and ankle and shackle and waist cuffs and all that shit, and made it all look good when none of that was needed to be done. But you could have just had a conversation with him, but they didn't.
They wanted their perp walk.
I think, yeah, and I think it's because they knew that this was never him. That's my opinion. Okay, again, I know that not everybody's gonna agree with me, but that's truly what my opinion is they knew from the beginning it wasn't him. and the pressure with the university and other people and all that fun stuff they had to have the guy. They had to have it. And also, we've also seen that it couldn't have been one of their locals. It had to be somebody from out of town and all that fun stuff added to that. You can take that for whatever you want, but
yeah, it's tearing down the house for collective community healing. When you damn well know that the a couple of the victims' families didn't want that house torn down until after the trial. But what do you do as Scott Green? Oh, we're going to tear down the house for collective healing.
yeah, okay. There needed to be some healing done for sure. That ain't no lie. Hold on a minute here. I wanted to show part of what I wanted to do today. It's something that has been pointed out finally, as I stated in the title. Our guilters starting to see the light. Okay. I want you to see this here. And as much as I can't handle this, man, God help me. Please bear with me, you guys, please. God, this is hard to do, but this is interesting. Interesting as all hell. Of all people to point this out. And if you guys don't want to watch it, I understand, but it's kind of important in my opinion.
Chris McDumbass?
Yes, it is Chris McDumbass. I'm sorry, folks, but what I'm seeing, I have to point out because it really makes some sense. 1 second, please. All right, I'm going to scan through this because I can't stand to watch the whole thing. Just bear with me. I'm going to try to hit the points that I want you to see. Just bear with.
So last Sunday, we had Steve and Christy Gonsalves on our program, if you remember. And by the way, there'll be a link below to that video. So when we're done, if you haven't seen it or want to see it again, we urge you to go look at that. So we had them on. They are Kaylee's parents. Kaylee Gonsalves, of course, is one of the 4 University of Idaho students who was killed by Brian Koberger at 1122 King Road, November 13th, 2022. So, and by the way, obviously that 4-year anniversary is coming up this week, or excuse me, 3 years. It's 3 years, 3-year anniversary. Okay. So we had them on the program. The very next day, you guys may find this interesting. I got an email from Idaho Governor Brad Little's office from his communications director, and she sent me a really interesting email. And that's what we're going to start the show with tonight. We're going to put it on the screen. I'm going to read it and talk about it. We thought it was interesting. And like I said earlier, everything we find and are discovering, we're sharing with you. We feel all of this needs to be made public. We need to have 100% transparency now that the case is over. You know, P.S. Is it really over? I mean, we just saw another hearing this last week. I was telling, this is a case that doesn't end, the case that won't end. And the people that are hurting the most are the victims' families. And that's the part that is so disturbing and so just infuriating. So anyway, Chris, let's put up this email.
All right.
That we got. Okay, so I'm going to read it if it's too small for you guys. So this is from a woman named Emily Callahan, and maybe she's watching tonight. If she is, hi, Emily. So Emily Callahan is the communications director for Idaho Governor Brad Little. She says, hello, Karen. I listened to a portion of your interview with the Gonsalves family pertaining to the use of governor's emergency funds. The information you shared about the governor's emergency funds was inaccurate. Okay, so she's saying that what we said on our show last Sunday was wrong or inaccurate. She said the money expended from the governor's emergency fund was used to support the investigation, not the University of Idaho. Expenses were connected to the work of the investigation and were determined by Idaho State Police in coordination with local law enforcement and other investigation partners. The primary use of the funds was for overtime pay directly related to the investigation and increased police presence in Moscow, equipment for the investigation, lodging and fuel for travel and patrol. Up to $1 million was authorized, but law enforcement only ended up using $430,222. The rest of it remains in the governor's emergency fund for other purposes. Okay, so I had said that $1 million pledged by the governor was going towards University of Idaho. Where did I get that information? Okay, so according to the governor, we got it wrong. So Chris, next slide. Let's look at where I would have gotten this information. Okay. So this is University of Idaho President Scott Green's book that he wrote, and it came out, I don't know.
Now, this is very interesting. This paragraph here, folks. Check this out.
Maybe a year after the murders?
Yep.
He's got a
About
whole
that time.
chapter. Right. So this is from his chapter that he wrote about the murders. I believe he may have been the first author to write about the Idaho murders, but this is the president.
He was. That's interesting, considering he was involved in every fucking thing that he shouldn't have been. But there you go. He shouldn't have known any of this.
Of the university. Okay. So here's where I got that money was earmarked for University of Idaho. Okay, I'm going to lean in and read it. Okay. So in his book, Scott Green says,
Page 356.
yes, thank you. Page 356. Meanwhile, Moscow PD brought in the FBI to collaborate on the investigation and released that they knew the murderer had a bladed weapon to commit the crimes. Reporters continue to pour into town. So if you're just joining us, I am reading this long paragraph.
How did this, first off, just remember something. How did Green publish this a year after, when we had nowhere near as much information as we've had, okay, at that point? But he did. He had certain points of information that were quite interesting. But this statement alone makes you wonder if this has any basis to any of the important parts of this case, I'll just say.
But wasn't he being briefed and debriefed every day?
Oh, daily, Annie, daily. He should have. That would have been like you and me walking into the police station going, hey, guys, what's going on in the case? Because we're nobodies to this case, just as much as he's not. He's the president of the local university. He's not a law enforcement officer. He's not an attorney. He's not a judge. He had no fucking reason to be involved in this. And it still pisses me off.
Well, even though it happened the problem is that, like, also too, it happened like off campus. It wasn't even on campus. So it was always interesting to me. He's being briefed and debriefed every day by the investigators, which is strange to me. He's being given pertinent information pertaining to the crime from the investigators.
Yes. Absolutely.
But then also, it happens to be his childhood home.
Of course, conveniently.
Where this occurred.
Not according to Viviana.
He had a personal connection to this in his life, right? By the way, Annie,
even the mainstream media at one point covered it and did a whole segment on the fact that this house, he grew up in it at a point in his life or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, yes. By the way, Annie, James Moen said, could Miss Potts swear a little? Anybody can swear anytime they want. I just did. You got, just because you're in this chat room or in this channel doesn't mean you can't swear. I do it all the time, and so does Miss Annie. And
James.
Yes.
James literally, like, he'll put in a super chat in my live just to be like, can you swear?
Yeah, I know. I have
it's
people
so
that
funny
too. I think it's hilarious when I swear. They'll giggle a little. I'm like,
for fuck's sake, James.
There you go. There you go. Now send her a super chat or a super thank, James.
No, don't send me anything. Don't send nothing.
Absolutely.
I was staying quiet because I knew you were playing the video, but I wanted to chime in, as to why he has all this information. It's because he's getting briefed and debriefed every fucking day.
And bingo. And like Meanie just asked, didn't Green attend investigative meetings too? He absolutely did, Meanie. For what reason? What?
Now,
like Annie just said, this was off campus, folks. This wasn't even truly a university issue. So why is that man there?
He was called at the very beginning to come down.
I'm sorry.
From what I've heard, he was connected with the brats.
Well, he ran everything. He was the boss. Okay, the president of the university. But I don't care. I don't care. Okay, so if I own a store, okay, and somebody gets murdered across the street from my store, does that mean that I get to attend all the investigations?
No.
Did I get to take part in the investigation? No, not at all. Not even close. No problem, James. So anyway, this is what I'm saying. This is what is insane to me about this man. And everybody looking at him like he's off. Here's why. Just one of the reasons why, okay? And again, like Annie was just saying about this being his childhood home, there are too many things within this case that link that way, okay? The guys that owned the house at this time, that rented it out, one of the cars belonging to one of them people and being linked to another person and linked to this person and that person. I don't believe in coincidence, you guys. I just don't. Not in this kind of shit, especially not in this case. There's too much of it to be coincidence. That's all I'm saying.
And I didn't mean to cut Terry off in no way.
That's okay. Go
Oh,
ahead
no,
with
you're
what you're saying,
fine.
Terry.
I was just saying that I find it quite funny that he was there before Fry did Fry even go? Just
Later on the next day, I think he showed up because he was on a hunting trip, from my understanding,
okay.
out of state.
They called him. Green was at that house before Fry or Laker, or I'm sorry, Haynes.
I was told that in this is there's nothing to prove this. I had somebody that came in very early on that had told us, that spoke a lot about this case, that told me personally that he knew about this before or right at the same time that law enforcement knew about this that morning. That's what I was told. I don't know if that's true or not, but
well, that's what I heard too.
So I'm just saying. But I'm gonna let him read this real quick if he does it fast enough. That's all. But it's interesting. This entire paragraph, if you think about what's being stated here, think about it for a minute. It's quite interesting.
That talks about the $1 million that the governor's office is basically accusing us of getting the information wrong. And here's why I don't think we got it wrong. We're reading Scott Green's book in his own words. So he says, Idaho Governor Brad Little offered assistance to the university, and Idaho State Police came into Moscow from all over the state in a show of force. Okay, so right there, he's saying, Scott Green is saying, the governor offered assistance to the university. Okay, next paragraph. Quote.
Now, but, hon, why would that be important? Why would that be important for the governor of Idaho to support a state-funded university?
Well, okay, so let's go back to November 13th. If you guys remember, the four students, Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan, were killed in their home off campus, right? There was a murderer loose. There was a lot of fear. There was a lot of panic. Remember, this was like the week before Thanksgiving break. Tons of kids went home and stayed home. And the university, in my opinion, and it's not a stretch to say this, kind of went into panic mode about their students. Were they coming home? And let's be honest, you guys. University of Idaho is not alone. College is big business, millions and billions of dollars. Okay. So yeah, they're running a business. They were worried if their student body was shrinking, meaning were students coming back? Were people going to drop out? What was going on?
All right, I'll read it because she's playing the tap dance game. Meanwhile, MPD brought in the FBI to collaborate on the investigation and released, that they knew the murderer used a bladed weapon to commit the crimes. Reporters continued to pour into town. Idaho Brad Little offered assistance to the university and the Idaho State Police and came into Moscow from all over the state in show of force. The governor was so supportive, immediately pledging $1 million to accommodate our response to the crime and giving the green light to the ISP to provide help, Scott recalled. What is not widely known is that that significant invisible ISP presence was a force of volunteers. They were not assigned, but officers from across the state responded to Moscow and provided security and comfort to our town and campus, meaning these weren't just local ISP officers. They came from Boise, and anywhere else in Idaho from the state patrol, okay? And provided security and comfort to our town and campus. We put them up in vacant dorm rooms and provided meal cards. They became part of our community and were great with the students. There is a viral video of 2 officers who joined students sledding down a hill after a snowfall to the delight of the students. That simple act of humanity demonstrated that we were all in this together. Their visibility brought solace and a sense of security to Moscow. They truly were our heroes those first few weeks in the wake of the crime. Now, let me ask you a question. God bless America already. Let me ask you a question, you guys. If you had this under control, okay, why did you have volunteer whatever? I'm sure that they asked these guys to do this, and there was probably still something that they was given to them to compensate them for their time and whatever. Why would you need all of these officers there if you have this under control? Unless you're still worried about a security issue of some sort, or who maybe you have the suspect and at some point they had Brian, okay? But if that's the case and they had him, you have no worry. You don't need to have that extra security there, but they did. That's one thing that tells me that I don't believe that they thought that was the only issue, okay? Just saying.
Because if you remember, Dago, they had the vandal alert go out, asking the students to shelter in place.
They were at 1 o'clock that day.
And then 3 hours later, they dropped it.
It was canceled. Exactly. Yeah. And they still didn't have a suspect in custody, but they canceled it at that point.
Yeah.
So interesting. I'm just saying, just add that to the little box of bullshit. Just saying.
Oh, I've got like 9 million boxes of bullshit already.
Right. So past that now, hold on.
Our saying is stuff like this is very problematic.
All right, folks. We're back to Chris. Listen close. He talks kind of slow.
And we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Well, and it also, and again, I say this because even though we're getting these document dumps and there is some information included in there, the larger thing going on behind the scenes is that a lot of people in the media, a lot of YouTube creators, people on social media are still requesting public for the agencies to make this public. We're still filing Public Records Act requests. And we're getting, I would say, for the most part, not completely, but we are getting stonewalled and made, whatever. But we go back to the plea deal. We go back to the sentencing. We were told by Bill Thompson that they were going to make public, right?
Okay, now this is interesting. Listen to this too.
There was no trial in this case. They did a very hurried plea deal, which we still don't understand why there was such a rush, and that they were going to be releasing documents. Well, they've done some, but as we've said, there's a boatload more that we haven't seen, a lot more. And, agencies have to be responsible for the taxpayers that pay them.
So in the video that they did before this one, which is a very enlightening one too, as much as it is hard as it is to watch him, I love Karen. I think she's sweet. I don't understand the deal here, but whatever. They talked about it. There's thousands more reports and documents that are still out there that have not been given to us. He found that out. That's quite interesting to me, which tells us what we probably already thought. They're only giving us what they want to give us to keep us going in one direction. They're not giving us everything. Well, there's a whole lot more to this. That's a lot.
It's so funny that they're saying too that they're being stonewalled. And here's why it's funny to me, because on the same day that these over 2,300 pages were dropped on Halloween, October 31st.
Yep.
I'm getting an email finally from Matthew Dammit at the ISP lab letting me know that the thing that I requested, they have it, and they have to work with the manufacturer of like the software company, because it's all those Liz Q 360 photos that I requested. He finally answered me back, and the only reason he did is because the same day he's answering me is the same day those documents are dumping, and you can see all through Talbot's reports where Liz Q 360 is checked off. And Talbot is putting in his reports that they're doing Liz Q 360 not only at the crime scene, but at Koberger's apartment as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very good point. Very good point.
I'm like, that son of a bitch. So my request is like almost 90 days old. And the
Really?
only reason he answered me back is because I've been emailing saying, like, hello, where's my cost estimate? Like, what's going on for this item?
Yeah.
So it's not just them being stonewalled.
Well, at least they're answering you and denying things. I'm not even getting answered. I'm being completely ignored. I have twice now and have gotten no response whatsoever. I don't know. I did get it. I got one response a while back. The first time I tried to report anything. Sorry for our delay. We are something about being super overloaded and very busy. Okay, great. But I see other people getting FOIA requests and stuff like that answered. So I don't know what the hell to expect or to understand about
Well,
that.
that's the other thing too. So like the problem is that we know that there is a batch of crime scene photos that were released to media outlets like NBC.
Yep.
Right?
ABC and NBC, yes.
Those are not the same ones we're getting.
Nope. Not even close.
So,
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Right. And it's because those outlets have the money to pay $10,000 if they want for those specific photos. Like, that's what it seems like to me. I'd be interested to find out how much NBC paid for the batch of photos that nobody else can get.
I agree. Because they know that as YouTubers, we cannot, or creators, whatever you want to call us, we can't afford to pay $10,000 for a slot of 3,500 photographs or something. You know what I mean? And they know that we won't. Well, some can. That's true too. I'm not one of them. Some, and I don't think you are either. So, unfortunately,
neither am I.
We're not going to get that stuff unless somebody else puts it out first. So if I have things, I try to just put it out for the world. I don't hide it from nobody, and so do quite a few other creators, as do you and Lana and certain other ones. And I appreciate that very much because none of us.
I just think it's pretty funny. They're saying they're being stonewalled. I know I've waited 90 days for one request.
Yep.
So, it is what it is. They're not going to give up anything they don't want to give up until the very last minute that they have to. And what he told me about the Liz Q is that basically because of the restraining order that was put in place,
right?
As far as like the rooms need to be redacted along with like blood and stuff, they're working with the manufacturer of the software and someone else, I think it's Talbot from IFP, to be able to abide by the order that Meghan Marshall has put in and release the photos, right? So I said, well, my response was, if you're going to release the photos to the IFP website anyway, after redactions, that's fine, let me know. Or if you're not releasing them and like there's a cost estimate, also let me know because I've been waiting for 90 days.
Exactly. See, here's Senor Wazowski. He put in a FOIA for the certain Linda Lane footage. Okay. This is what he got back. City of Moscow received your public records request on November 1st, folks. So we're 10 days in. The request asked for unedited surveillance footage from Linda Lane associated with the Brian Koberger investigation. Now, mind you, this is a retired police officer, so he knows what to write and what he's looking for, okay? This is just not a everyday Joe Schmo or somebody like me that doesn't know what I'm looking for or how to word this. Pursuant to Idaho Code 74103, the city shall either grant or deny a person's request to examine our copy public records. Please be advised that person is unable to provide records with exempt information, unredacted pursuant to the Idaho Public Records Act. Therefore, your request is being denied. Excuse me? Please be advised that city, I'm sorry. Wait a minute, hold on. Please be advised that city is unable to provide records with exempt information unredacted pursuant to the Idaho Public Records Act. Therefore, your request is being denied. Are you kidding me? He just got that today, folks. He filed that on the 1st, 10 days later. In compliance with the requirements of Code 741035, the city attorney for Moscow has reviewed your request. You have the right to appeal a denial by filing a petition in conformance with the provisions of the Idaho Public Records Act, Title 74, Chapter 1. Pursuant to Idaho 741151, any such petition can be filed in the 2nd Judicial District Court in Idaho within 180 calendar days of the mailing of this response. You're kidding. There's Miss Amber Jaramillo. This is a joke. That's what I'm saying.
Did anybody request just the missing 30 minutes?
You mean the dumpster video? I think
from
so.
From Linda Lane. There's 30 minutes missing, and it just so happens to be, from right. Has anybody requested just those specific minutes?
I did that a long time ago. Never got a response to that at all. Not once. Long time ago I did that.
Did you ever follow up on it? Like, hey, I put this in 60 days ago, 90 days. Because I won't harass them, but I'll wait my 30 days and then I'm like, hello. Then 60 days, I'm like, hey. And then when it's hitting almost 90 days, I was like, okay, sir.
Yeah, no, when I first did it, I think I waited almost 2 months. It was. And I sent a follow-up, said, I'm just writing back to check in on the request that I had put in with you guys. It's such and such a date. I wrote it down. I don't have it in front of me now, and I've never received a response yet, even on that one. It's been
I'm not even kidding you. I hit Matthew Gammett back with the thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm not even kidding you, because now we're going out 90 days here.
Right.
Where it's not hard to figure out the only reason he even responded to anything to do with Liz Q 360 is because the 2,000 pages came out referencing that are going to have references to Liz Q all over it. It's the only reason I was responded to.
See, I just gave up at that point because I figured they're ignoring me as they have from the beginning, and I'm not going to get this, so I just let it go. I was hoping somebody would find it.
I think one of my early videos, I actually have the footage of that in my video.
Oh, well, we looked, Robert, and Lana doesn't have it. I don't. Lana said she would pay to find that. We can't find it anywhere. We've tried.
I know. I think it's one of the very first videos that they scrubbed. But in one of my very first videos covering this case, I actually have
if you have it and you have put it out, I would love to see it. I think we all would if you have it, sir. It's like 35 minutes. I think there's something there that was completely important. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared like it did. So
I'll go back and look through my old videos, and if I can find it, I will send it to your Discord DM.
I appreciate it, sir.
If I remember correctly, there was some kind of quantification for why this 30 minutes is missing, because this camera in particular allegedly shuts down for updates or whatever at a specific time every night, right? And it just so happens to be that 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. But
it's supposedly
either way, listen, it's always a fun conversation with you guys, but I gotta go. I'm heading home, and I will catch you all later.
Amazing as always. Thank you for your input. I always appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to your next show as well. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Ms. Potts. Hit the like button, notification bell, and hit everything because there's nothing there to not like. And we appreciate you, Annie. Thank you so much, hon.
Have a good day, Annie.
Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Be careful out there. You too, hon. Apparently Kane told someone that there's 30 hours. Yeah, I've heard that same exact thing, Kim, 100%. And where's it at? I want to see it all. I know that when it was leaked initially that it had been messed with. Okay. We all know that happens. And I want to see the original raw initial footage, not the shit that was messed with, not the stuff that Gonsalves put out. I want to see the original footage that Kane Francis had before it was, doctored and whatever they did to it. So anyway, on we go. There's more. Hold on.
This is just basic government civics 101. There's nothing new here. And there seems to be, there's a reluctance for these agencies to release this information. And we talk about it here all the time on the channel, right? You guys ask why are they acting secret? Why should any of this stuff be secret? It shouldn't. It should all be opened up, made public. And, my job as a journalist for 35 years is to hold people accountable, hold our government officials accountable. If journalists don't ask tough questions and send back emails and press these people for the information, then nobody will. then, I mean, the public is powerless and the media is really their representative. And
And
so we're going to continue on this. Go ahead.
No, hon, I think tell them also about you've also requested a while ago the consulting fees. Who was consulted during this investigation and how much were they paid? Have you gotten that information yet?
No, and that was from the University of Idaho. The University of Idaho paid huge sums of money. I'll have to go back, but it was like well north of $400,000 to 2 different consulting companies. And we have some hard, tough questions to ask. Scott Green was involved in a firm before he was hired at University of Idaho. It was an East Coast firm. We want to know, was his firm given those contracts? I don't know. I mean, these are questions. Okay. The University of Idaho is far less forthcoming than even the other agencies that investigated the student murders. And so we're going to keep staying on it. So just to kind of put a final note on here, I've been going back and forth with Emily Callahan in Idaho Governor Little's office, and she tells me that she's waiting to hear from ISP because I've said break down that $430,000. She said, well, I have to wait to hear from ISP to get that figure. And I was telling Chris, here's the analogy. It's kind of like, let's just use this, a father giving a college student money. Okay. And instead of asking the father, and then asking the father, hey, how much money did you give your college student? You're waiting for the college student to give an accounting of how much he got from dad. Doesn't make any sense.
That's such a good analogy. And so like we just want to make sure that, all of us in the public, are looked at as if we hadn't all fallen off a turnip truck. And if there is impropriety somewhere of funds being moved from one account to another, because, this opportunity presented itself, I am curious. It goes back to why, for me anyway, the house, why that was torn down so fast, so quickly. It was literally in motion within 3 weeks after the homicides and even before a suspect was identified. That's all in the reports. We have some emails. We've shown that. And you guys can go back and look through our playset where we start bringing up, hey, wait a minute. Who's this Scott Green guy? i.e., how's he connected to the investigation? Oh, wait, he's the university president. Okay, well, what does he have to do with this investigation? Was my
not a damn thing
question. Okay, and the list just kept on going, right? And the list just kept on going. And I don't know if they did spend over $4 million. If they did, the majority of that's in salaries. The majority of it's not case investigation. That is, probably going to be, somewhere in that area, the $4 million. The same market value for the homes in Moscow. So all we've done and all Karen has done, quite frankly, because this has been her lane, and I've learned a long time ago to stay out of it unless I want to get run over.
Which is interesting because now Karen's been doing all the investigating and now we're getting this real stuff. Gotta love it. That's all I'm saying. Just pay attention, folks. It's very interesting. Just saying.
Is when she's doing her thing, all she has asked them as a professional journalist, hey, where's the money? Where'd you get it? What was it spent on? And please show the receipts on those expenditures. That's it. It's not unreasonable. Okay. And I knew a long time ago, because she used to cover government too before, she covered crime. And I know she got some folks into big trouble in a lot of the newspapers that she worked at when she used to go attend, all those council meetings.
This is why I respect Karen and obviously not him as much, because she does do the right thing and she looks for the right thing. And I think would be willing to say, if they find the truth, that it wasn't him. And then she could talk numbskull here into believing that. I agree. Just
Didn't
saying.
Green get so much money? I can't remember how much. I thought it was like $1 million, but because they got like $2 million, they got $1 million, and then later they got another $1 million, and he spent it on his old company.
They bought a supercomputer type thing at one point. I remember he was trying to pick up the University of Phoenix,
right,
and some other shit he was doing with certain monies. I don't know exactly what happened with it, but yeah, there's multiple things going on.
Right. So it sounds to me like he did some laundering with his old company.
I'm sure he did. Maybe that's part of what the problem is. It has to be kept quiet and hidden. Who knows? But just something else. Just saying. By the way, guys, the link is still pinned. You're more than welcome to join us. Typically, if you'd like to, nothing half-assed. And Leah, anybody that's out there, you're more than welcome to jump up here with us. I'm just giving it to the regulars. Always do. Thank you for Terry and Hemi and Robert for joining me, as well as Miss Annie. Always appreciate it, guys. I'm
Thank you
grateful
very
having
much.
you guys here. Yeah, I
Thank
know.
you very much.
Typically, you're welcome, Terry. On we go.
Sit with city managers, et cetera. Tell them about Lawnmower Man real fast. Just a quick, real fast about Lawnmower Man.
So he was in the city of Oceanside. I got to remember, was he the city manager?
Yep.
So, gosh, okay, it's been a while. Now we're going back a number of years. Newspaper, that's what it was.
I'm skipping this. Is just one of their stories. I'm just trying to get to the points here.
It's posted on what comes out, and I'm hoping they give us a whole list and the receipts that show where the money went.
Yes, and the reason for that, on top of just the need to know and the right to know under the law, and it doesn't matter really what state or country you live in, politicians work for the people. We don't work for them, and that goes for everybody. And public servants are called public servants for a reason. In law enforcement, on the side of the car, it says to protect and serve. Protect and serve. It doesn't say get served.
Yes, protect and serve. Don't get served.
And
maybe
so,
maybe that's all the donuts talking. That's why he has a lisp.
Well, we can go with that. I'll be nice and just leave it alone. Yes.
Unfortunately, Karen and I have the backgrounds that we have. We haven't fallen off a turnip truck. And the reason for that is I have said, Karen has said, you have said, our audience in chat, the most intelligent audience on YouTube, in my
The
opinion.
smartest true crime.
Sorry, Chris. They're over here with us, not over there. You can have the second most intelligent. I have the first. Just saying.
Can
you imagine?
Ever, right here.
Honey, you want to have some sex tonight?
Whoa, wait, huh? What? I only heard
Wait.
part of what you said.
I said, can you imagine him talking to her saying, "You want to have some sex tonight?"
Absolutely not, Terry. You just ruined my appetite for Thanksgiving, bro. Sorry.
Oh,
Good.
Lord.
Fucking God.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Stop. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Moving on. Psycho shit.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Yep. And there are many other true crime sleuthers out there who are also digging extremely well and putting video.
You guys don't understand. My mods do. I'm a visual person. So if you say something to me, my brain visualizes what you just said to me. That's why certain things can't be stated to me within my Discord from my mods. And you just destroyed my mind for the rest of my life.
The image of earlier of the guy in the video bobbing and back and forth like he was just flashed through my mind when I said bow, chicka, bow, bow.
I will never get the sight of Chris McDonough and his wife out of my mind again.
I will not be going home for Thanksgiving now. Thank you. I'm done. It's all good now. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Goes up and of transparency. Okay. Now, why is this important for all of us though to stay above the fray and make sure we're doing it correctly? Okay. So we don't run into another, well, this is the reason why, i.e. Morphew, we're not going to be allowing anybody but one camera into the courtroom problem. Okay. We want to make sure that we are delivering information correctly, accurately, and on target because.
Damn it, Terry. I can't get it out of my head now.
I can't either now.
I can just come on, Karen. Let's go to the back of the Airstream and have some alone time together, Karen. Come on, let's do this.
Terry has jinxed us.
Craziness, for lack of a better term.
Please wear your socks.
I have said
it.
Okay. To the point where the judge says the other day, look, this is a contract. You guys entered a contract. And Thompson's response was, oops, Your Honor, I made a mistake. Okay. So we're going to talk about these two rules tonight because these rules can free a guilty man or jail an innocent one. Okay. Every homicide detective in the world.
He's very right. And it blew my mind to hear him saying that.
In the United States should know about Brady and Giglio. There are other, Mapp versus Ohio. These are standard issue cases. Okay. that every investigator should know about. Now, here's the problem that I see just watching some of the things going down here. Okay. The whole purpose for Brady versus Maryland is the rules basically say in 1963, the Supreme Court reshaped criminal justice by introducing what they call the Brady rule. And in the Brady rule, it basically says the case law, and the Supreme Court has upheld it. Look, suppression of evidence, okay, equals denial of due process, i.e., if the government doesn't do what they're supposed to do and they try to hide that stuff, okay, well, that impacts the defendant who has a constitutional right to sit before a jury on the very day that opening statements are made to that jury, that he is to be presumed innocent. There is a presumption of innocence before the trial even starts. Now, where did we just hear this? Okay. Karen, where did we just hear this?
We heard it in the Tyler Robinson case with the judge in Utah.
Yes.
He told everybody at that last hearing that Tyler Robinson was presumed innocent. The judge made that proclamation.
Right. So,
and in this case, you guys, every one of you that's in here knows this. All 205 of you know that Brian Koberger has never, not one day from the moment they put handcuffs on him, has been presumed innocent in this case. Never once. Okay. And it's due to what has happened within the government themselves. So remember that. Not one day has that man been presumed innocent, period.
Was
Not
Tyler
one.
Robinson the one with Charlie Kirk?
Yes, Terry. And
Okay.
please do not add him to this threesome that you created in here, okay? I can't handle any more of it.
Let's
and
take a
I've
look
always
at
liked to
the
ask
Brady
the
rule.
question is, when did we get it backwards in our country that we had to prove guilty or somebody guilty that's presumed guilty innocent?
And that's
When it should be the
exactly
other way around.
that's exactly what's happened. Richard Allen was guilty until proven innocent. Karen Reed, guilty till proven innocent. Brian
And
Koberger, guilty till proven innocent.
now that he has pleaded guilty, now see, I told you, we told you he was guilty. Oh no, he's guilty.
Yeah, well, here we are, folks. This is what the country's become. This is why we sit here and fight about this on a day by day basis, trying to prove the injustice that's been done within these cases. And here it is, right in your face, black and white. All you can see, and just ignore all that. Ignore all that other shit that Terry put in your mind and pay attention to this.
I just like to throw this out there real quick. They go, Alec Baldwin got his case thrown out because of a Brady rule that was violated.
Exactly. It's real. It is real. Okay. And this is exactly, it typically is right. It's designed that way. 100%. I don't care what they say. And I'll stand and scream from the top of the mountain, the Constitution, until somebody gets it. Okay. But that's not at all. They do not follow it the way they're supposed to. And this is bullshit. As much as this guy irritates me, I got to stand next to him and talk about this and let him do it. He's right. Well, he probably did his work. She did, but you know, it is what it is. Just saying.
Hey, brother. I gotta go, brother. I gotta run up to the store for my wife. Yeah, she's making shake and bake chicken tonight, so I gotta pop down. Thank you for having me up, Dago.
All right, Robert, shake and bake your ass to that store to get you dinner, brother. I appreciate you very much, and I'll see you again soon.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Thanks, Robert.
But there's a reason why Ann Taylor was fighting so hard about discovery.
Absolutely,
She didn't get all the discovery.
They were not giving it to her. They were not abiding by the law. They were trying to proclaim this man guilty in the court of public opinion before it even made it to a trial. They did achieve that to some extent, but when they got close to, and I'm telling you, this was done on purpose. Okay, this is my thought, my opinion, my theory. Nobody else has told me this. It's just based on what I've seen. And again, I do not expect everybody to agree with this, but this is my feelings on this. But when it got down to the line, we were right there. Okay, we could see the finish line. Okay, when it got to that point, they realized we ain't got a fucking case on this kid. There's nothing we can do about this. And Ann is a good attorney. And so is Massa. Okay. They had a good defense team running this. And this is, again, my opinion on this. They had no case on him. They had no way to be able to run this through a trial and find him guilty at this point, and said, nah. And like Steve said, he got down on his hands and knees and drug his fucking beard through the dirt to beg for them to take this plea deal. That's exactly what I believe happened here, because he knew he couldn't convict him the right way. That's exactly where this is at this point. It's disgusting.
So what happened at the Alec Baldwin trial is the prosecutor was supposed to have the evidence of the bullets that was used. She did not log it in. So the trial previous this one, the one that got convicted, couldn't have gotten convicted for it if they had that evidence. What happened was when that person came in to bring the bullets, the prosecutor did not log it in and did not tell the defense. So now, where's it at? And a Brady violation.
Of
It
course.
got thrown out.
But do they follow through with that? Do you know how many Brady violations are in this case, in my opinion, alone? Just think about it for a minute. Hey, Tomboy. Think about all the violations we've seen here, all the prosecutorial misconduct, in my opinion, judicial misconduct that has happened within this case.
The sad part about it, though, Dago, is that it was good enough to free Alec Baldwin, but the person that was the actress that played their role, whatever it was, that was convicted, she's still in jail.
Right.
Still doing time for that.
Right. Agreed. Good point. And that's a good reference, too. I respect that. I do.
Hey, and this right here, this Brady violation, in my humble opinion, Hitler's all over it.
Of course. Absolutely.
He's talking about you're protecting. Sorry about my dog.
I was going to say, you having some kind of a weirdo romp over there or something?
Yeah, well, it's a little chihuahua.
Gotcha.
But anyway, he's talking about saving a lot of people's careers. Well, his career is just on the line as well.
That's exactly what he's talking about. He ain't worried about theirs. He's worried about his. That's a fact. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
And I just believe that Hitler was pulling a lot more strings than I think everybody realized in this case. There is a video that I saw of there's a little part in the hearing where an offer was made for a plea deal. I believe cold-heartedly that came from Hitler.
It did.
I think he knew as bad off as the prosecutors was, they was going to lose this case.
That's why he said at the end of June, he said, okay, you guys, it's that time. I need the last final offer to put out there. That's why he brought that out on the table. It had to be done. He knew, okay, and he played right into it. He played right along with it. He should have never said a fucking thing about that, in my opinion. I know he's got to do his job. There's more to it than that, folks. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, there's a whole lot to it, and a lot more than we realize. But I think this last hearing, regardless if you know or not, how he reacted when Massow was fighting him tooth and nail about that restitution. They wanted for the earnings. They did not. Bill Thompson originally wanted to argue about the finances, about the travel experiences, and all that stuff. He couldn't argue about that. That was from the GoFundMe. That part went to and distributed to the families for that. He couldn't argue with that. The only thing he can argue is about the earnings.
Good
but
point.
That's even the deeper slope that he was trying to argue, because all his restitution that he's got that got the plea deal was tied in all that.
Right. Good point.
So it all depends. But he got frustrated. with Massoff. And there's a reason why Massoff argued with it, because Ann Taylor couldn't argue with that, because you already know he was going to
He would have shut her down anyway. He would have shut her down anyway. And Massoff don't care. She'll talk right over top of him when he tries to interrupt. Doesn't matter. And don't do that.
Exactly.
And don't do that. That's the difference. So yeah, I agree. I want to get through the rest of this here real quick, you guys. These are great points too, by the way, Hemi. Because we're at 4:30. I don't want to drag you guys too long in here. I might come back later on if things happen the right way. We'll see.
I've been quiet all this time, just listening.
I know.
To y'all.
No, you're good. You're absolutely good. I appreciate your points very much. So, they make, and they're good points, folks. Think about what he's saying, because it's true, absolutely true. So,
but it's like Massoff was trying to tell him, you had to investigate that.
Of course. And
you had to. He did not want to investigate it. He wanted Massoff to say, no, go ahead and add it on to it. But he wasn't going to do that, because she realized that would broke the deal.
He tried to tap dance around it, yes.
If that broke the deal, then everything's off the table. We're going to trial.
That's right.
What I'm hoping, praying for anyway.
And he didn't want that. I'm telling you, this man did not want this to go to trial. Hippler didn't. Thompson didn't. Jennings definitely didn't, because all her crooked bullshit would come out with her sideways face. None of it, okay? They did not want this to go to trial, and I think that was from the beginning. That's just my opinion again. Welcome, Miss Kim. Typically Unique's in the house, guys. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Appreciate you being here.
Hello.
Exactly, Dago. And they was just protecting their own asses. I'm hoping that this blows up in their face. Ain't gonna lie.
That's what my goal is to watch this blow up in their faces. I hope. So we'll see. Do you have anything to add, Kim, before we go forward with this?
Yeah, just
please do.
This goes exactly with what I was talking about earlier on my show. I read a essay from Cornell Law, and I don't like what I learned, but when I said the system is designed like this, like not very many cases go to actual trial.
Right.
They want to rope the person into pleading guilty. And they will do things like, suppress all the evidence.
Yep.
And deny all the Brady's and Giglios and all that.
Yep.
Just make it impossible so that they can't have a defense. And then they make the sentence so harsh, like the death penalty, so that even innocent people will say they're guilty. It's happened so many times. There's so many cases that they'll take the plea because they're getting something, a harsh sentence off the table or something like that. And the only thing is, I would think Brian knew that.
I think he did too. I agree. And I think that's part of where I think they fought that, Kim, all the way up to the very end in any way they could, hoping that she was going to get some kind of a door to get in somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think she thought, hell, maybe if I do this or if I do that, I'll do my best and we'll get lucky. But I think they knew the whole time.
She did a lot.
Yeah, she did.
She did a lot.
And she was trying every day. Every time there was a hearing, she was trying tooth and nail to get this shit on the record to make sure that it was recorded, that that anything could happen at that point. And they denied it and fought it and pushed and stepped down on it, stomped on it, kicked it out. Every option they had to do it. And that's when I think she said, okay, Brian, honey, I'm sorry. I got I can get the death penalty removed, but I can't push this any further in this court system right now in front of this judge. I just can't make it happen. I'm sorry. I believe in you. I'm just pretending like I'm her, but I believe in you. Yeah. We all do. And we'll see what happens at this point. But I think it's best in your best interest, maybe, to go this direction. Here's your options. This is what you can do. You make the choice, and boom.
The article said, like, no attorney would tell their client not to.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Especially with the death penalty.
I was listening to Sean. Oh God, I have a mental block. He's from England.
I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And he was arrested over here in Phoenix because he was dealing. Well, they call it Molly now, but I think it was ecstasy back then. But the problem is that they didn't find him with any on it. I mean, he had no drugs on him when they busted him. He had there was no one that was witnessing. That was a witness. I take that back. There was one witness, and there was no evidence besides the one witness. And he ended up taking a plea deal. And he said the number of the percentage of plea deals is 92% versus 8%. And the reason being is because it costs so much to hold a trial.
Of course. And that's what Bill tried to say at the end of this. Well, I saved the state from all the money from the trial, so on and so forth, blah, 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 trying to be the hero in that aspect. No, and you put an innocent man in prison, in my opinion, because you're too fucking lazy, excuse my language, too lazy to, out of 30 years, the man ran 3 of his cases. Out of all of those cases that he won, 3 of them went to court. Are you serious? Something's wrong with that. There's something wrong with that.
Well, think about the system. Like, remember the Get Tough on Crime days, like back in the 80s and all that? Like, they set that up on purpose. So they started arresting more and more and more people, but they did nothing to build up the system to deal with those people. They didn't add more attorneys. They built more prisons, and they're for profit. So it's all about the money. But now they're inundated with cases and they can't handle them. So it's just plea deal, plea deal, plea deal.
That's right. That is very, very right.
Also, you're right, typically, is that they tell them these, these people that are going to, they tell them if they go to trial, whatever is on the table is going to be 3 times as worse if they lose.
They scare them into the plea deals. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. 100%. They'll say things like, well, if we take this to trial, the death penalty's on the table. That's the worst of the worst, of course. And once you get that, it's done. It's set in stone. We can fast track that. They say stupid shit like that to them to scare the shit out of them, whether it's true or not. You don't know that. You don't know nothing about that. You don't know what they're going to do to you at that point. So saying something like that, which I'm pretty sure they probably did. Twiz brought that up a while back, but they could have said that, with this kind of a horrendous crime, we're going to fast track the death penalty and get you. You're not going to have time to be able to do this and that, everything else. That would scare the shit out of anybody. Okay. And whether it's true or not, you don't know what they're saying to these people. They scare people into these plea deals all the time because one, it's like Kim said, it saves the state all that money. They don't have to run through that fucking trial. Okay. They don't have to pay for this, that, and everything else. And you got your guy and you're done. And you got another check mark on your belt loop. Okay. And that's all it's about. And now this idiot can retire with this record that he didn't work for anything. Nothing. He didn't work for half of what he did. And now he's the world's hero because of this. Bullshit. And that's all there is to it is bullshit. Okay. And that's what's so sickening about this, because if it comes around, which happens all the time, when the Innocence Project has the ability to get involved, when they have the funding, when it's allowed and they're not blocked like they were in this case, because that's what happened. AR pointed that out, that they were blocked. Anytime they tried to even look at this, they were blocked from it by the judge. Figure that one out. When they don't have funding right now, so they can't do much. Okay. But when they try to, when they see something's wrong and they try to step into a situation like this, they got to fight tooth and nail to prove this, because you can't make these judges look bad, guys. You just can't do it. And that's when he said, there's people's jobs on the line here. He's talking about himself, because it would have made him look like a fool and an idiot like he is. And it would have proven that. And that couldn't happen. There's no way. So
no,
it's not about,
none of them are going to cop to that. No,
not at all. No, they don't. They do not admit to mistakes, folks. How many times have we seen that? Law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, the judicial system, none of them admit to mistakes. You got to drag it out of them. And then, even then, it's a pathetic half-assed version of, I made something the wrong way. I I made a mistake here. I did that. And it's bullshit. It's just bullshit. So like I said, and like Kim's right, it's designed this way. They tell you in the Constitution that you're innocent until proven guilty. That makes us sound good. It makes it sound great. Never is it that way. You are guilty. That's why they locked you up. That's why they put you away. If you were truly innocent until proven guilty, you'd be able to walk the streets until they could prove you couldn't. But they don't do that. They keep you locked up, put up $1 million or $3 million bond that nobody can afford for you to be able to get out of prison, to live your life, to get your shit in order. And you can't. Normal people can't do that. Okay. So it's all designed. That's a very good way to put it. And I appreciate that. It's just ridiculous.
And I want to touch on something as I touched on time and time again with you, and I think it just went way over your head. Go back and look at the transcript of Payne and Taylor. She was arguing him about when they first got to Brian Kohlberger. It's big time. She said Payne said it was the 19th, but these docs that just came out said it was on the 5th. That is perjury.
Yeah,
perjury. You lying.
That's something. Okay, let me throw this at you.
That's big. That's big enough to throw this case out.
Right. Let me with what you just said. Let me throw these things at you. One big important thing is that the entire PCA is a lie. We all know that at this point. Okay, we all know that the PCA is a lie, but they filed that as a document in this case anyway. That document in itself should have this case thrown out, in my opinion, but it didn't, did it? No, they just said it's irrelevant now. That's okay? How is that okay? Somebody tell me how that's okay, because it's bullshit. That should have killed this case right there, because none of that's true in there. They sprinkled, like fly shit, as Bob would say, a tiny little bit of truth on top of all that bullshit and let it fly through until they didn't need it anymore to keep us all looking that direction. And now we don't need it anymore. That should in itself have killed this case, but it didn't.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the 19th the day that they matched his dad's DNA to the profile?
That's when they had the car, and then they got the tip for him. That's what they're saying.
On the 19th?
The 19th, when they knew about that car 2 weeks beforehand, supposedly, and never said a word. I personally think they knew about him on November 25th. That's my opinion. But
so when did the DNA profile come back from his dad, the trash pull from his dad, and they didn't match?
December 29th, 30th? I think somebody. I wish Lucy's not here to be able to answer that question, but
the reason I'm asking is because I was talking about this with my husband, and he's on the guilter side still.
That's okay.
And he thought maybe they were, if they were on to him like on the 5th, but then the 19th is the day that the trash pull matched. And so I didn't know that.
He was arrested on the 30th, and I think that they told us one thing, and I think the 29th is right. SRB's right, is when they pulled the whole DNA thing. And I still don't believe they did it that way. I don't think they had it. I think they claimed to have it, but they didn't really actually have it.
But regardless, we don't know how they had his name before that.
No, it was still based on that whole tip thing. Okay. 29th was the trash pull. They arrested him on the 30th. They claimed that they had it via the trash pull. I think they arrested him and prayed to God that they could prove it in the right period of time.
They had the trash pull. I thought that the FBI called them and gave them a tip on the 19th.
That's where that came from. That's how they started watching him, according to them, Terry.
Right.
Okay. That's where that first started from.
Didn't we first publicly hear that, or was it after when they went to his house? I can't.
It was after they arrested him.
Yeah.
The public didn't know till after they arrested him.
No, we didn't know anything until after, right? And then we got all the documents, reports, and it took us 3 years to figure all this bullshit out.
Right.
And here we are now. Here we are now. You know what I mean? So, but that's what the problem is. It's all garbage. Every bit of this is garbage. This case should have been thrown up at least a handful of times. There's things in here, at least a handful of times that should have tossed this case, and it hasn't done it. And I think Ann saw that and said, "I can't believe this." Guys, if you remember the May 25th hearing, I think. Don't quote me on the date. I have so many dates right now. When she's in there in Latah County still, she's standing, and I keep going back to this for a reason. She's standing in there talking to Hitler. Or I'm sorry, Judge. Okay. And they start talking about, thank you, Robert. I'll have to look at that, my friend. And they're talking about all the mishandling and all the bullshit, basically. Okay. And she goes, Your Honor, you have no idea how hard this is and how much is going on, basically. And he looks at her dead in her face and says, Miss Taylor, I do understand. And I feel for you.
That hit me too. Yeah.
That was like a sledgehammer in the middle of my forehead. And I said, there it is, folks. There it is right there. She knows what she's up against. That's why he wanted out, because he knew, because he could have carried this case to Ada County. He could have traveled and went to Ada County and been the judge and said, nope, I'm out. Bye. Thank you. That's why he approved the venue change so quickly, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But he didn't want shit to do with this, because imagine we see it right now. The repercussions. Okay. If you go by the book and you would have found Brian the way they should have with the evidence that they didn't have, Brian wouldn't be in jail right now. And I think Judge knew that. And you'd had to prove it to him. And Hitler went with the prosecution because that's what Hitler does. That's what he favors. Okay. I think he had his mind made up from the very beginning as he elected himself to be on the bench for this, which I think is a conflict of interest. That alone should have thrown this out, in my opinion, but whatever. And many other things that man did along with the prosecution. Hence the reason why he got all offensive defensive and psycho about what Cy Ray said, because he knew that if Cy Ray shit came out, the entire government would look like a joke, him included, and it's over. And he couldn't allow that to happen, folks. It could not come out.
Do you think we're going to get to see that?
I pray to God, Kim, every day I wake up and I'm like, please, please, please.
I don't. Well, I mean, I know they're
will.
saying that they don't have the. I don't know. I don't know how they can get around that. You know, they had it. You know, they have it.
I think Cy is going to find a way at some point when it's safe to present what he knows and express why he wrote that in that affidavit to the world. And I can't wait. I'm going to have a flipping party here the day that happens. I swear to God, I am. I will dress in it. I'll put a dress on the day that happens for you guys. Just because I'm telling you right now.
Please don't.
It's even
You ain't got no room to talk after what you did to me mentally, Terry. You can't talk to me about nothing.
It's clear to me, in my humble opinion, that Hitler has gone above and beyond to make sure that Brian Kohlberger is in jail.
Of course.
For
and
the
that's
rest
what
of
the
his
goal
life.
was from day one. When the first hearing they had, and watch, guys, because we're going back and watching these hearings, every one of them. You'll see it, the progression of it, how it goes. I think it's important for us to go back and watch that because it's going to show exactly how this went down, exactly how he stomped on the defense, and how this happened, period. That's exactly what we're going to be doing.
The judge polls want their narrative, but it's funny how everything else that we're learning about is leading the other way.
It absolutely is. Like I said the other day, somebody asked me, with all this stuff, I think Terry even said it, do you still think Brian's innocent based on things we've seen? More so. The more we see, the more that we review and read through, the further away from guilt that I get with this guy. I can't even say at this point, because for a little while, I mean, you guys know that you guys have been here for a long time. Typically, Terry, even Hemisphere, you guys have been here a long time with me, okay? You know, in the beginning of this case that I'm like, okay, fine, you got your guy. He's guilty, whatever. Let's see it, until the PCA came out and went, okay. So then I sat and rode that fence right down the middle. You proved to me how he did this, and we'll go there. And I stayed there for the longest time until about 3 months ago. And all this shit started coming out. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And then every time we see a new report or a new document, it takes me further and further away from it, where I could have said 6 months ago, Sure, Brian could be involved in this, but there's other people. Now, not even close, folks. I don't think Brian had anything to do with anything here. If nothing, he's the furthest person away from this of anybody. Okay, that's my opinion. It ain't gonna change until you show me something different. Now, I want to see absolute, probably, and I know it's ridiculous, but video proof or photographic proof that Brian Koberger had a knife in his hand, went in that house, killed 4 people, and came back out with blood all over him. That's what you're gonna have to show me now to prove to me that he did this or had something to do with this.
Yeah, they've lied about every single thing. Oh, they're all sleeping in their beds. Oh, Molly saw Brian at the house. Oh, just lies, lies, lies.
The only thing that they have not lied about, and I'm even questioning that now, is that it happened on November 13th. That's the only thing we've been told the truth about. Sorry.
Senior just said right there. He said, Saray's evidence not being presented means that they can present it as new evidence at some point.
I think they should be able to, since it was never brought to the table in court. He denied that when Ann said he's on Zoom right now, Your Honor. He can tell you right now, and he just kept shutting her down. Well, it never reached the table, folks. It was never put on record. That's what I'm trying to say. So being that it's never put on record, it has to be new evidence, right?
If they can actually get, like Cy Ray was saying, I know that you can get it, but I don't know if he was saying, I know you have it. Did he? Like, I know you can get it. I think he's suspicious that their work showed they probably used it.
I think he referred, okay, when he said they presented a name, I think that name states that you have it.
Jackson or something.
That person. Yeah. Jackson, that's it. Yeah, I can't think of Kobe or Cody or something like that. Mr. Jackson, we'll say it that way. Because they have a name of a person that proves that that person gave it to you, I think, in my opinion. And I know a lot of people don't, but watching and hearing and seeing and all this, I think Ashley has it. I think she had it, that they got it from Jackson, and she sat on that because she knew it wouldn't make their argument stand up at that point. You know what I'm trying to say. So I'm just saying that's how I feel. And I truly think that's true.
And like with their excellent mapping that they made and everything, like either they were good guessers or they were using something to help them track his route, right? Isn't that what they were going to use that data for? So how do they know he went all those places? I don't know. I think there's hints that maybe they did use it.
That's why I think that Cy has the documentation and the ability to prove that Brian was nowhere near there that night. That's why Twiz has been running around for 2 years saying Lewiston. Okay. And I think that and Twiz went to that park, the whatever it's called, Park, and all this other stuff, and proved and drove the route, did this, did that. Brian was not there. So if you're not there, unless you can kill people with your mentality, you didn't do it. Just like Sarge was saying for years, screaming about this stupid the cast info with the towers and all this shit. You can't stop somebody driving by him at 40 miles an hour. The 23 times that they swear up and down Brian was stalking them, he never stopped.
Yeah, I heard him say
you're not stalking somebody if you're just driving down the road that's 3 miles away from their house. It's stupid. It is so stupid, and they think we're dumb. And that we're just going to sit back, which there are people that do that. Oh, Neanderthals. I'm sorry. You know who I'm talking to. That'll sit there and go, but they said that that's what they said. So that's what I'm going to accept. Okay, then you accept what you're going to accept. I'm sorry, but I'm going to use all my brain cells, not just these 3.
Well, that's my question. Typically, you said that your husband is he thinks that Koberger did it, and I have the same thing. My husband thinks the same thing, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world because they have no way to prove. They can't. If I ask them what makes them think that, they don't know because I hear what I hear. Well, they've got the right guy. Then he's in prison. They wouldn't have him in prison if he wasn't guilty.
Yeah, I hear the DNA, the DNA. However, I do have his attention with the Q 1.4.
1.4.
So I have to show him more about that.
I hope we get more. I hope we get more.
Will you call
Yeah.
my husband too?
Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. My wife, thank God for my wife, because she's even when I doubted myself, she's like, no. Come on, hon, use your head and go back, and showed me. And she's like, remember? I'm like, yeah, thank you. God, I'm grateful for that. Yeah, Lucy's right. Actually has that info, folks. Hitler was provided the proof the day before the hearing that he called Saya conspiracy. That's why he got so angry, because he knew that would blow it up. It would blow it up.
Well,
Imagine
I think that's the one thing that would get him off. Like, because they don't want to admit they're wrong. They don't want to admit they're wrong. Any prosecution team anywhere, they don't want to do it. So like that's why when we talked about the West Memphis 3 this morning, they only offered them an Alford plea, like, because they will not admit they were wrong.
Because that's their way of giving in to it without actually saying they did something wrong. Yes.
Did anybody see Pavarotti's video last night?
A little bit of it, yes.
I was half asleep, so I mean, I'm being honest. I'm not Dylan, but it was a really, he made some good points.
I did see some. By the way, if you guys haven't seen Miss Kim's video from earlier today, Typically Unique, go watch that. It was a great one, Kim. You did a great job again. I wish I could have stayed for the whole thing, but I had to get this going.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
great.
there was
Great.
it's about the
Very
plea
good.
deal information. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
why innocent people take pleas. And that's why, and they use the word unexonerated, because you don't get exonerated. They won't let you.
That's right.
Even though you're innocent, even though they know you're innocent.
Pretty much.
Yep.
That's right. Unexonerated. I love your tagline. I love that one.
Horrible. Oh, I forgot I wrote that on there.
It's good. It's good. I love it. I'm sorry you're not feeling good, Lucy. Thank you for being here. Let me run some more of this video, guys, because he makes some good points here real quick, and then I'll get you guys done and out of here. I don't want to drag you in here all night. But this is interesting stuff. I thank you for joining us, Kim. I appreciate you very much for being up here. I was hoping you'd jump up here with us. I always love your thoughts. And by the way, welcome to the team and the crew.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I love it. I appreciate it.
Of course, Miss Leah, she's joined us as well today. Welcome, Leah. Grateful to have you on board as well.
Hi, Leah.
The most amazing blue crew there is.
Love Leah.
And these,
I do too. I love Leah.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's very sweet and very smart, just as you are. Miss Typically, very smart, and we appreciate all your thoughts on feelings on everything you put out too. So very lucky in this community to have all you guys. I appreciate you all very much.
Appreciate your support, Dago.
Oh, 100%. Hitler was so offended at the accusations, then why did he not make that man? That's exactly what I said, Lucy. And the only answer I can come to is because it would have made him look like a fool. That's the only thing I can think of. Either that or somebody said it's either going to have to go this way or something bad's going to happen. That's the only thing that makes any sense. I'd like to believe that I'm wrong, but I can't. So I'm just saying, on we go. And thank you, Hemisphere Terry, for being up here with us. I always appreciate your questions and your thoughts, Terry. It's amazing stuff. Hemisphere always makes great points. This community in general is just awesome. And you guys, I love the support you guys give this case and the passion you guys have for it. I truly, truly do. Never, Meg. You couldn't force me to fire you. You couldn't pay me to fire you. No way. I love you too much.
Hey, Dago, will you put your phone number in the private chat? I need to talk to you.
Okay. No problem.
Who's never worked a homicide ever. Okay. Ever. And he's wearing a beanie and he looks like a deer, caught in the headlights. Okay. He would not have known, nor did he take charge as the case agent of what's going on. What's happening simultaneously is you have all the administrators running around having meetings with the university, having, back at the corral, the chief wasn't even there. He drives in, and then that captain, Barrett, I think was his name. He runs over to the university, and they were so lost, they set up this communication center with the help of the university. Their first press conference was at the university. Okay. Now, I get it. They're overwhelmed. We get it. But that's why the FBI's there. You know, in the Vallow case, they were overwhelmed too. And the FBI came up from Salt Lake and they sent their evidence recovery team to take care of it. But here you have on video now, and I'm here to tell you, you're going to see it because it's coming out, where you have Gilbertson sliding boxes of evidence material into the house before it was even photographed or videotaped. How does he know the suspect isn't moving around that entire house yet? They don't know that. They have cursory interviews going on. Okay. And why is that important? Because now that catapults us into what we call the Giglio rule. And Giglio versus the United States, 1972, which basically says credibility is evidence. If you hide it, it is a Brady violation. So that means everything has
bingo
to come out. Everything. Which, you know, if you look at this picture I got up there with the gavel going through the shield, the courts will intervene and say, look, this needs examination. And the court did on a lot of things that were presented to the court. But it never went to trial because you have now this movement by Thompson and then the district attorney's office coming to try or coming, you know, behind the scenes and working through this deal that says, look, they're reading all the reports as they're coming in as well. And so they're probably going, okay, well, let's look for violations of impeachment potential. Are the cops being honest? Police. Yeah, well.
Gee, guys, I wonder. Dishonesty by the police. They lied on a prior warrant. Bias. Detective dated victim's sister. Benefits. The informant got charges dropped. Inconsistency. Body cam contradicts the reports. And one lying officer. Reasonable doubt for the entire case. Did we not see any of that? Or did we see all of that? Every damn bit of it. Okay. So how did they just bypass this? This is what's blowing my mind. That's why I can actually sit here and say, thank you, Chris. As much as it hurts me, it makes me want to pull my own teeth out. But thank you for pointing this out because it's all fact.
We want them to be honest. We want them to be. Are they being biased in any way, shape, or form? I.e., is somebody dating somebody in this circle somewhere, anywhere?
We're not saying that it is. Chris has an example of a case, a murder case that he worked, and one of the
Gee, was somebody dating somebody in this circle? I wonder. Where's Rosie? When did Rosie disappear from this community? Gotta wonder. Just saying.
detectives that was assigned to the case was dating the suspect's brother.
Right.
Yeah, we're not saying that occurred in the Idaho 4 case.
Right.
But you don't have to. I will. Now, also, why did Ty Barrett recuse himself as the lead detective within 24 hours of this case? That's another thing. That's an issue. These things are all important, folks. We got Gunderson, who's got Brady issues. Tolleson, who's got Brady issues. Why are all these cops allowed to investigate this case that have all these background issues going on? There's so many things in this case that should have tossed this like a baseball, and not one of them did it. They were not going to allow this case to go anywhere but the direction they wanted to from day freaking one. And I think we can all see that at this point.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that, but yeah.
Well, it says it on the screen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no,
I just don't want people to think it's a fact of this case.
Yeah, no, we're not saying that. These are examples. Okay, this is what the court would have measured everything against. Okay, were there benefits given to somebody? Okay, meaning you tell us, and then we'll drop charges or whatever. And then number 4 is really interesting because are there inconsistencies in body camera that contradict reports?
How many times have I sat here and screamed like a jackass because we watch a body cam, or I'm sorry, I read all these interviews and these reports, then we watch them live in the body cams, and they're absolutely opposite. How many times has that happened, you guys? Many, 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 multiple times. How are they not saying, hold on, wait a minute, that's not okay. But it just flows right on by like it's nothing because it has to. They're not going to let anything, and I mean anything, stop this damn propaganda train from rolling into its station parking, convicting this kid, and shoving this down everybody's throat, because that's exactly what they've done all the way.
The reason for that is Giglio basically says if one officer, just one, is not telling the truth, then reasonable doubt comes across the entire case. And that's what Giglio is. It's the credibility is evidence. If you hide it, it's a Brady violation. And
if that happened in this case, you guys, anybody? Can anybody say that they think that's happened in this case? And don't everybody speak at once, because we won't be able to control that. But I mean, truly, have we seen an officer lie, tell a mistruth, or be dishonest? I think we have. Way more than once, okay? And we only need one.
the reason for that is juries want to make sure, okay? Juries want to make sure,
yes, ma'am,
that law enforcement is being truthful and honest. That's what Giglio says. If a witness is...
So think about that statement. That's why I wanted to share this with it. This whole thing is great. If this would have went to trial, and I think the prosecution knew this, Bill knew this, okay? He stood in his mirror pretending to be Santa Claus every night, turning purple because he couldn't figure out a way to get around this. Imagine one police officer being put on the stand and the jury seeing that they were being dishonest about something. One. Do you think that would have happened? I think it would have happened multiple times, and that would have killed it. That would have definitely burnt this case out and thrown it out of court. And he knew that was going to happen. He knew there was no way around that, because Ian is very good at crossing and so on and so forth. And even with her own witnesses, I think that's why she had certain people on her witness list that we wouldn't imagine being there. Okay. So there's that. Were you going to say something, Miss Kim?
I just agree with you. She would have cross-examined her way to that with everybody, I think.
She already proved it when she had Payne on the stand in that one hearing. She already proved what she could do. And there was a perfect example of that right there. Okay.
Remember when she showed him the text messages? Oh, I wish I knew what those said. Let me refresh your memory. Does this look familiar?
Mm-hmm.
And the look on his face was kind of like, oh my God, oh my God.
That was all we needed, was the look on his face to tell us the truth. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
On we go. Just a little bit more, you guys. We're almost out of this. Sorry, but these are great points that I'm trying to show as to why this is such bullshit, guys.
Truthfulness matters, then all of the dirt gets disclosed. And that's why Patine said to me, you're like, whenever you turn a case in, you dump all the marbles on the table. And the reason for that was because when defense would get my cases, they would lift the umbrella or lift the rock and go, oh crap, there's marbles under here too. We thought we had something. Okay. And so police are not exempt from making mistakes. That's not what the law says. You can make mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes, but I have to tell the court and the process, I made a mistake. Okay. If I don't do that, then that sets it off into another course. And I give an example here. In 2018, there was a death row case which was overturned because a detective had a prior drug planting scandal, and the DA knew about it and they buried it. That's the kind of stuff that we're going, hey, wait a minute.
Oh, gee, that wouldn't happen in this case now, would it? Okay.
Does any of that exist in this case? And that
it absolutely does. We have Officer Tolson with the ISP that was highly involved in this case. He was involved in the other case with the doctor, chiropractor, I think he was. I can't remember exactly right this moment, but there it is, folks. It's proof that it's happened in the past, that these officers have this in their background. Can they be trusted? Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but as a law enforcement officer, if you've made that mistake once and you did it on purpose just to cover your own ass, do you think I'm really going to let you investigate another case and trust you?
Apparently, there's a couple officers, because someone said Gunderson in the chat with the sticker gate, and then Tolson with the Drake case.
That's it. There's the name, Drake. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
and
go ahead.
Didn't Vargas do something too? Wasn't she in charge of collecting the videos for?
Yep. Yep, Officer Vargas.
Yeah.
That is very true. Thank you for. I was trying to think of the names. I was so worked up though I couldn't get them out of my mouth. Because these are on point, and this is Chris McDonough pointing this out in this case, guys. That is exciting to me. Yes, he's a dipshit. Yes, he's done some stupid shit. But yes, he is absolutely correct. And why? My question, you guys, tonight to you: why has nobody called this out? Why have they allowed this to go by the wayside without saying a word? And that in turn comes right back full circle to Cy Ray making the statement, in 30 plus years experience, I have to say that this is not clear accidental misinformation being put out. There is something much, he said much twice, much larger being covered up here. Period.
Yeah.
You got to see it for what it is at this point.
That's why I'm being so intense on behalf of the families, in my opinion.
Whoa, careful now. This is Chris being intense.
To really scrutinize what the heck is going on. Because in high profile cases, jurors want to trust uniforms and investigators and DAs.
Jurors should be able to trust uniforms, DAs, and lawyers. But you can't in this case. Sorry.
But in this case, the public didn't get a chance to see that. Brian Koberger went to prison.
What's up, Virginia?
On a deal that the judge said, he could appeal somewhere, somehow. So the more this stuff drips out from ISP, Moscow Police Department, whoever, we keep going down. Right? And Bob is correct. A good DA, a good prosecutor would get ahead of the mistakes on the onset.
And there it is. I'm not going to keep going because the rest of it is just, well, we know what it is. But a good prosecutor would get in front of this and make it right. This man.
Not in this system.
This man did nothing but run full speed, pushing this forward with both of his hands to get it to the finish line. He did not one time step in until the restitution hearing and say, "Oh, Your Honor, we made a mistake. I'm sorry, Your Honor. We take accountability." Sit down. You should have taken accountability 3 years ago when you started screwing this thing up from the beginning. Now, too late, bro. And that's why he ran it all the way home like this, in my opinion. Welcome, Deborah. Wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us.
That made me think, because don't we all think that restitution hearing was a little weird? Like
beyond.
Over like $28,000, right? Like
no,
that was
it was
weird.
over $3,000, Kim. $3,000.
Are you serious?
That's
weird. So
$3,000. That's it.
Yeah. So my point is with that Rule 11, I don't completely understand it, but it has something to do with either being able to reverse the plea, right? Like,
well, yeah, in a sense, yeah. If you void it by making a mistake, which he did.
But the prosecution's the one that made the mistake.
It was the state, yes, and that's where it should have been.
So I'm thinking, do they know that they're like busted, like they're cold busted, like everybody's on to them?
He knows. They know. They said it there, and we know it's there.
So then are they doing something like that to try to give themselves an out, to be like,
very possible,
oh, we made this stupid mistake with over $3,000, and then now it's gonna let the ball start rolling to like, I don't know.
They know. Somebody said that it looked to them almost like the prosecution was trying to help the defense to overturn this, which we know that's not in reality what it is, but that's what it looks like in a sense, because they screwed up. They know they did. They knew what they did before they did it. But I think what happened was that they thought they had this in the bag so good that there was nobody was going to challenge this. They got the judge in this pocket. They got the rest of the government in this pocket. We got this until that happened. And I think, guys, that's why the entire defense team showed up for that day, because they knew they fucked up. Excuse the language, but that's what it is. And they were putting that point out. And there
From-
what?
From my understanding, this is what happened.
Thank you, SRB.
Bill Thompson wanted to get funds for the travel expenses for the family. Well, there's another side to that. They already have access to the funds for that. There's another fund for it. I forgot what it's called. The restitution for the plea deal, what the extra $3,000 for the earns was automatically in part of the agreement. So
It was part of the funeral expenses. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's all part of the restitution. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So Bill Thompson wants extra $3,000 for the earners. That's already covered in the restitution. He went to Hitler thinking that Hitler can talk to the defense about, well, we'll just add another $3,000 on top of what he already owes.
That's what I'm saying. Is like they thought, yes, they thought, well, we'll get away with it. They're not going to question us. They're not going to.
And Massov stood her ground with Judge Hitler, saying, you have to investigate that. We're not going to agree with that.
Exactly.
Hitler even went as far as, you're going to risk throwing this plea out.
That's why. Yes, that's exactly why. And
Massov said, no, Judge, you have to investigate that. That's
basically
something
what she was saying was, we see what you're doing. We're not going to let it slide by. I think the defense has been sitting here watching, waiting for something to happen, to throw a red flag up where a mistake is made so they can call it out for what it is and get their foot back in the door. That's my opinion. And my opinion is the prosecution did this because they know they're the enemy, because they took the plea deal, and that the families are absolutely disgusted by them. So here's a good way to kiss their ass. Let's get them a little extra money and make it look good. And let's run this through the court and make Brian look even worse than they already have. And the defense caught it for what it was and said, no, it's not going to happen.
Is it the post-conviction fund? That's probably what I'm getting stuck on, that they have access to.
I'm sorry, say again.
The post-conviction fund, that's what they have access to. So part of that $3,000 that they're trying to fight for, they could already have that through that fund.
I think they already
that was
did
there
have
for
it.
the families.
I think this was okay. I might be wrong, and somebody will correct me, I'm sure. Okay, but I think all of this was paid out. It's all done. Okay, and now anything that is recouped from that goes back to the state for paying that out to the families. Okay, so in turn, I think that's what they were pushing for. And I think, like I said, I think they thought because he's already in prison, it's already a done deal. They know they got their judge in their pocket, that they thought nobody was going to pay no attention to it because it's a measly little $3,000. And
So
severely underestimated the defense team again, as they always have.
According to A.R. Hayes, 25% of what he brings in, they take away from him. They want even more than that, to the point where it don't matter how much he gets, he don't get nothing. But what Massov said, they probably won't never see this money.
Right.
Do prisoners, don't they need money in jail? I mean, some sort of a money or not? I've never been in jail.
They have to be able to have their toothpaste and toilet paper and soap and their food and stuff like that. Of course they need money. And
so are they basically saying that you don't need that?
They have to pay to be in prison as well, a daily rate that they pay. So
that's why I think they can't take 100% of his money. They take the percentage until it'll take forever for him to pay back what he owes, he owes them. But Hitler also made the comment that, like, if he were to like write a book or something and like make profit off, like Hitler made some comment, like if he did pay it off, then he's entitled to keep whatever else to himself.
Exactly. So if say for instance he gets a book deal by some chance and makes 500,000 off this book deal, well, his flat line number is 300,000 something odd money. So once that's paid in full, whatever's left that goes into his back into Brian's
Now,
pocket.
I thought he said that he couldn't make any money off of a book deal or a movie deal.
I'm just saying it like it's an example, Terry. That's how that would work.
Ain't that kind of contradictory? Because they done made so much money off of this other people making money off the case anyway.
Does Idaho have the Son of Sam law?
I believe.
I wasn't sure about that. I don't know.
I don't know that they have it yet. We had to talk about that before.
What's that law?
It's where someone convicted like that can't profit from their crime.
Okay.
Which they did talk about that in the, but I believe that was part of the plea deal as well. It's to some aspect, okay? You know, but it can't be directly attached to him. Like he can't do it. His mom or dad or sister can't do it. But if somebody else were to do it and then just donate that to him, I think that's okay.
Oh, so it's in their
I'm
code.
sorry.
It's in their state code,
code.
Tomboy
Yeah.
said.
Thank you, Tomboy. I was trying to figure out what it was called. I don't have the number, but yeah.
Well,
It's
I'm
not the actual
confused
law.
why
it's
they
the
even
code.
had the trial. I thought it had already been taken care of. His restitution.
What do you?
and their-
It has been paid to the families already. Like I just said, it came from the state compensation fund. They've paid it to the families. So anything recouped now would be paid back to the state for that. That's the point.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Rach, check the Discord real quick, hon.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Which is kind of crazy to make the argument because the funeral expenses and all that was automatically part of the plea agreement of what, 30 grand or so, whatever it was. It was a lot of money that he owes in restitution. So making the argument for the earns is just makes no sense because part of the funeral's expenses is already coming out of the restitution for the plea deal. So what are we doing? Makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm confused why they even had that. Because
I'm telling
that's
you,
not
I think it's
normal.
because
Like,
they were trying to show off and make friends with the families again so they don't look like the evil enemy that they are. We've seen them called out by the world now that they're horrible. They wanted to be the hero. You know, he wanted to throw his beard up in the wind and say, look what I did. Well, too bad. You didn't do it right. And the families are disgusted with you. So here's a good way to try to make it look better. It wouldn't have been enough, but you know, that's what I think they went for it for. And they got caught in the crossfire. And Massoth reached up and yanked him back down out of the sky. That's my opinion.
There's definitely some kind of motivation behind that. Not sure what it
What
was.
other reason would you do it, Kim? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't they could have just left it alone, done it behind the scenes, and maybe they tried that. And Ann said, nope, no, you ain't gonna do this. We know what you're doing now.
I think the state is afraid they're getting caught.
I agree with you.
I don't think
agree.
this would be the best way to create that out for them, or
No, but
they're
it's
going to create an out by themselves by creating an in for the defense, right? You kind of said that earlier.
yeah,
Like
it's
same
a good
thing.
start. Yes, ma'am. 100%. I agree. It's not
Yeah.
the best way to do this, but it's a good way to get your foot in the door and get things rolling. In that sense, that's my opinion. I agree. That's why I was like, okay, I see what we're doing here. You know, and I hope it does proceed in some sense to a better situation, or at least give a footstep up to, you know what I mean, like a step up to a situation possibly.
Anne's going to have to get her hands on those timing advance records, or like get that Q1.4 tested, or something majorly concrete in order for, and then she's going to have to go to a higher court and hope that they would probably order a trial, right?
I would think they would if they overturned this, yeah, I think it would go to trial. They could
completely overturn it, right? And say, Or no, they have to order. Either if they order a trial, the prosecution's going to do the same thing. They are not going to want to go to trial. They're going to do the same thing.
Well, they're going to try. I agree with you. They're going to try.
Mhm.
But I think that's the whole point, is if they can get it overturned due to whatever this was or whatever it would be. If they can do that, then at that point, then we would have to go to trial at that time. You know what I'm saying? I imagine.
Unless the evidence is so overwhelmingly shows he could not have possibly done this, which
Like
would
we
be the
have-
Syray evidence.
3 people here that on video going in the house coming out with knives in their hand, then yeah, boom. You know what I mean? And Brian's not one of them.
Then he'd be let out.
If this goes to trial, I'd like to see Van Taylor ask Hitler to accuse himself.
To recuse himself from it. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with
Just
that
have
one.
a brand new judge look over this because he done meddle too much.
Will he do it?
Did she do that?
Of course she can. She should have done that before. I think they
Well,
should have
okay,
called
that's
for
what I was
recusement.
thinking. That's why I'm asking. I'm like, if she could do it, then why didn't she do it earlier?
You can also file complaints too. I think the general public can file complaints.
I was wondering about that too, Kim. I was hoping that would, if that's the case, then let's go, y'all. That's all I'm saying.
I'll look that up again. I think I stumbled upon it, but I'm pretty sure you can. And that's what happened to that judge in Colorado too, with the first guy that gave Syray a hard time.
Yep. You are absolutely correct. And it worked out in the end in that aspect. So
yeah.
Lucy says the real ask here is who helped Molly change her story between November 23rd and September 4th of 24? And who helped her change that story? Is it the same people that leaked her identity? Gee, I gotta wonder. Are those the people that were trying to go meet her at a hotel and they were threatened that if they do, they'd be arrested by the FBI?
Oh, I didn't hear that. What was that?
I didn't either.
Okay, so there's no document stating word for word that that's who that is, but I'm going to tell you. Remember when Steve Goncalves stated that he was trying to meet with a informant at a hotel about whatever it was and was threatened by the FBI, if you do this, you will be arrested.
Yep.
We also saw documents about the communications between Molly and Steve Goncalves. Who else would that be? You know what I mean? Think about that for a minute. Who else could that possibly be that Steve was going to be like?
Is that in the Moscow or the ISP docs?
The ISP docs.
Oh, okay.
Okay. They were requesting, at some point, they were requesting the communications or whatever it was between Steve and Molly. Well,
that makes sense. And that she would be a CI. Yeah.
There you go. And that's what set me on that path. And I went, oh, shit. There it is. There she is. And so, like Lucy said, that makes you wonder what communication did they have? Okay. Did that story get put out? Steve made a statement and said, yep, I leaked information. Yeah. I asked people to spread information. It wasn't true. Well, gee, Steve, who? And then it was shut down. Then it was because too many people knew about it. It was out to the world at that point, and it would have pointed back to a law enforcement agency that would have looked really bad if they would have allowed for that. So they shut it down, and he got caught. There's the problem, folks. That's exactly what I think happened. And then she changed her story at that point. Well, why? Why did you say this and then turn around and say it's not true?
I don't know, but trafficking is huge in that area. One of the reasons is because of drug trafficking. You know, putting balloons, those CIs carry them across state lines.
Oh, that happens all over the place with the balloons and stuff.
Yeah, because there's that port that's right there, so they do the drugs. And
that area is real close because they're close to the border. They're close to the Canadian border and all that stuff. So they do that a lot in that area, those areas, right?
And they're also it's also a huge problem with organ trafficking. And then I'm just going to go and say, I'm assuming that if they're doing that, they're probably doing sex trafficking as well, along with the drugs. Usually when you have drugs to that extent, and you have reports, you're going to have human trafficking with it because it is such a moneymaker.
Right. Absolutely. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to find something here.
I'm
Did
still
somebody
stuck
bring it
on
up?
the Molly thing. I got to think about that.
I think she was trafficked.
I'm just thinking because
what?
her interview clearly states that she didn't see. I mean, she didn't say I didn't see Brian Koberger, but she described somebody who is not Brian Koberger.
Right.
True.
She didn't say I saw a tall, dark-haired guy coming out of the house, or I parked next to a
Right.
dark. She didn't say that, but that's what we were told. And then, so what is changing her story? Were they trying to get her to change her story to say BK and she wouldn't do it? Or did she say, yes, I'll agree to that and testify to that? And then I don't know, because we can
Well,
clearly see what she says in the interview.
right. And then hearing her say, "Oh, Bill Thompson's my friend," that okay, if you say so. In what way is he your friend? But I think that it was known that she lied clearly,
Okay, here's
and then somebody came at her with that and scared her possibly that if it comes out that you lied, guess what's going to happen? You know what I mean?
right.
Mm.
That's
You
what
guys
I think.
remember when Lana did her show on sex trafficking or trafficking?
I do.
She mentioned she didn't throw in the real names, but did she? Because I don't think she threw in the real name of, and I think it, in my opinion, I think there's a very good case that it could be Molly, because in there she talks about she was trafficked to a guy named Bill, and then she's so close to Bill. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just trying to read between the lines.
I don't remember that one.
I don't either. I don't think that's what it was. If anything, and I hate to say this, if anything, I think that she's involved. If there is, which I don't think there is, but if there were that form of a trafficking situation, if anything, I think she's involved with people that may be doing it. I don't think she was the one being trafficked. That's
I
just my
think she's
opinion.
being set up to help whoever is doing this. Did you watch the and this could mean nothing, but there was an interview with what's his face, the church guy. What's his name?
Doug Wilson.
Doug Wilson. Thank you. There was an interview that he did, and if you haven't watched it, you should go back and watch it. And he talks about how people need to be Christians. And the lady asked him, "So you're wanting to take this to Washington, D.C.?" He's like, "I want to take it everywhere." Now, just because you're not part of his church, does that make you not a Christian?
No, obviously not.
But his goal, and I saw another one too, that there's this, it's like a blue blip in the middle of the state, which is Moscow. And if you know what blue and red is, you know that blue is liberal and represent, or what is whatever, what is red?
Yeah, Republican.
Thank you. I'm having a mental block. And
Yeah.
he is wanting to expand. So why? I mean, I don't know if this means anything, but maybe that's why he stayed back, because he's in the back shadows.
Well, here's the thing. It would have been very easy to blame this on Doug Wilson's church because they're like a cult. And I think that's why they stayed out of this, because they didn't need any more bad press being laid on them. Therefore, they just stayed back from it all. Because it truly, in the beginning, I think a lot of us thought, oh boy, when we learned anything about that group and that church, that they very well could have been involved. Okay.
So many of those kids went to that church too.
Not just the kids. A lot of people from that area went to that
Exactly.
church, period.
Adults, kids, everyone. I mean, they literally run. You cannot tell me they don't know what happened, because they literally run that city or that town.
Yeah, I know a lot of creators really deep dived that connection.
Yep, I was one of them.
Yep. Everybody went down every angle.
And he's, I mean, I think he has a vision, and I think this is part of it. Just my attention. He does not like women, but we blamed Ryan for not liking women. But Doug Wilson hates women. So explain to me.
I always look at the inner circle, right? It's usually with a crime, someone, the spouse, a relative, you start in and then go out.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I knew that there was a connection with the moms, with the drugs, I didn't know anything else. I was just like, that's gotta be it. Like, what's connecting these kids? Like, why 4? Because after I got past the, it was a Ted Bundy person who just ran into a house and decided to kill 4 people.
What, in 9 minutes?
I got past that. I'm like, okay, this didn't look random. So then the next thing, and I've never strayed from that. I just think everything leads back to drug involvement. And even in the docs, you can see the cops, they were asking a lot about that.
I don't know. I just can't get it out of my head that the church has something to do with it.
He might know, since he's so prominent in that town, information.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a direct involvement with the actual church itself. Maybe people that are involved with the church could be indirectly involved, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
If there's officers that go to that church.
Yeah, I mean, actually half the town goes to that church and they get groomed.
Yeah,
oh, that's a puppy.
That's Alfie. Say hi. Say hello.
Hi, little one.
Say hello.
What, girl or boy?
He's a boy. He's a boy.
What's his name?
Alfred. My grandson named him.
What kind of dog is he?
Pekingese.
Oh.
Cute.
He hates this bear. He thinks he's in trouble when he gets put up over here for some reason.
I know he's looking away.
He'll jump up on me like he wants my attention, and he knows when I'm sitting here. But then at the same point, he knows I'm gonna pick him up, and then he just sits here like he did something wrong. Did you do something wrong? Did you? No. Are you a good boy? Say hi. Everybody likes you. They think you're cute, even though your face is pushed in. Okay, you get down now. Okay, is that enough? Yeah, if I don't pay attention to him for a certain period of the day, he goes nuts. He's been walking in circles around me this past hour now. So I had to pick him up so he could say hi. But anyway.
Do we know Green goes to that church?
I don't, but I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it's a power play within that circle. So it would be good for him. Lucy said Doug knows. I'm not saying that he's involved. But I see that's what I think too, is because Doug Wilson is the type of person that doesn't not know everything that's going on.
Right. Yeah.
He puts himself in that position on purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that makes absolute sense, Lucy. I agree with you on that one. All you have to do is watch his No Quarter November videos. Oh, yeah. I mean, the dude does crazy commercials. Like he'll light his truck on fire and then drive down the road talking to you, or like the room he's sitting in on fire, and while it's burning down around him, talk to you. And I'm like, what are you doing? You know?
What does he say? I'm not a criminal, I'm a thought leader or something like that.
Yeah. He's insane. I'm sorry, but it's definitely cult activity over there.
Is he like the minister of that church?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The whole slew of them. It's very cult-like, you guys. I'm sorry. I hate to say that, but everybody has a right to their own religion and life, but it's weird, crazy shit. Uh-oh. Was Pitbullpotamus watching because of the puppy? Pitbullpotamus would eat Freddy I call him Freddy sometimes. He would eat him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's like a snack, Lucy. He's literally this big to fit in my hand if I want him to. But anyway, sorry.
I just wish we could figure out the freaking motive. Wouldn't that help so much?
Well, that's where the center of this is. Terry. The motive for this, the true motive for why this happened, is the answer to this entire thing, in my opinion. If we had that, we would know the answer to everything, I think. And I think a lot of us have a thought as to why and what the motive could be, but we don't have no verifiable factual information to point to that for sure. That's all.
No.
Nothing happened.
Maybe if they'd let us see inside that locked room with the code door on it.
There you go. There you go.
I
Brian
might
got
get-
religious
you know,
counsel. Yeah,
wonder
that's
if that
true. Fancy's right. Brian got religious counsel from a church volunteer. Who knows? Maybe it was Christ Church and he likes it. Doug knows how shady Moscow has been to him. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's a good point, Fancy.
That's a
Oh,
great
yeah.
point. Nothing.
This most recent video, 2025, and the last, he literally did 2024 on the set of Mr. Rod. Yes, he did.
What?
Yes, he did. It was weird. The dude is
Did he
nuts.
play with the train? What color was his
I am just
sweater?
telling you, it's very odd and it makes me
Name of his
uncomfortable.
channel. What's the name of his channel?
Who? Doug Wilson? I don't know that he has a channel, but he puts these commercials out all the time. Lucy, does he have a channel, like a YouTube channel too?
Where do I watch these at, Lucy? On YouTube or where?
Let me see if I can find you real quick one. Well,
And you
we're
know
done
what?
talking
He's
about
from-
that for today, but
He's originally the actual Mr. Rogers is from Pennsylvania.
yes. Fred Rudd. Oh, hold on a minute, you guys. All right, Chris, we're done hearing you today. Thank you. Sorry, you guys. But I do have to say, I still don't support Chris McDonough, but I support what they were putting out in that video.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be surprised if Nancy Grace lets him back on her show.
Oh, I know. And God, I would love to watch her destroy him when she starts questioning what he said.
He's gonna get yelled at.
When was this?
Well, she yells at everybody to begin with.
Ask
you know.
Fancy. She'll deal you. She'll tell you exactly what it is.
Chris McDonough.
Wait a minute here. Doug Wilson. It's Tennessee an interview inside Doug Wilson's crusade for Christian domination. Yeah. Hold on a minute here. I don't know if I can find one. Lord have mercy almighty. 1 minute. Oh, here's one. Okay. All right. Just let me show you I'll show you 2018. Okay. I can't seem to find the 25. This is the kind of shit that this psycho does. Always. He did one driving, I think 23 was in a truck driving down the road on fire. Okay, now watch this. He's always smoking a damn cigar.
Hi, I'm Douglas Wilson. This is November 1st, 2018, and I wanted to explain to you what is meant by this no quarter November business that we're doing at
Lucy, you'll have to drop in Discord, hon. I can't pull it out of the chat, remember?
Blog and Mayblog in conjunction with our good friends at Canon Press. What I wanted to do is depart from my usual pattern of being balanced and reasonable. We thought it would be a good idea to try to go through
His usual pattern of being balanced and reasonable. Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
usually what he does.
What?
through November with a series of blog posts touching on subjects of controversy. The intention is to simply state the truth without qualification and see how the general public likes them apples. I think this is a necessary approach. I think we need to do this because as one of our local football coaches here in the Palouse puts it, we need to find and unleash our inner pirate. And that's the problem with Reformed evangelicals these days. It's not the job of the preacher to be a firefighter out in the world. We're not supposed to be running around putting out other people's fires. We're supposed to be arsonists in the world. So throughout the course of November 2018, check in to Blog and Mayblog, dougwills.com. And if you see a post that has no quarter November in the tag, or it has a piratical flag of some sort, if you see one of those, it indicates that there will be some sort of unvarnished,
If you guys
It's
look close,
literally catching on fire under him.
it's burning directly under his ass. 100%. Yes. That's what I was saying. Pay attention to the fire where it's at. The guy's nuts.
He's making me
Qualified
nervous. I'm like, talk
radical
faster.
behavior and free books.
That's
You know,
crazy.
as soon as they cut the camera, he jumped and ran, right? I can't
Yeah.
pull that. I can't pull it up, Lucy. It's in the chat here, hon. I have to pull it out of Discord.
Well, I got to get home for dinner.
But it's much better if they get
Insanity. Do. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Lucci. Thank you, Lucci. Oh, yeah, here you go. Here you go, you guys. This guy, I can't listen, being a firefighter. Oh, this is the Mr. Rogers. This is hilarious. Being a firefighter and watching his commercials, the way he does these things, I get like anxiety ridden watching this. It's nuts. Here you go. Watch this. Thank you, Lou.
My God, this is my childhood.
Mine. You mine? We think of Eddie and his friend neighbor that lives next door to him.
Well, hello there, neighbor. Welcome to No Quarter November. Neighbor. So, for 11 months out of the year, I am nothing but a sweetheart, blanketing everything I do and say with careful qualification and gentle reason.
Yeah, but watch from beginning to end. Pay full attention to this, like Lucy said. Watch.
From December to October, you may have noticed that my prose is as winsome and inoffensive as room temperature bath water. My blog is as calm and well-behaved as the pandemic PCA. But in November, my neighborliness takes a different tone. November is the month where my subtlety, nuance, and qualifications go the way of ballots in Maricopa County or testosterone in the SBC. November is the month where my subtlety goes bye-bye. You know, I'm called all kinds of names, but I might be best known as a bridge builder. I do love building bridges. The thing about bridges is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate you. Some might just be simple or scared or naive. Some are enemies or trolls or federal agents who are best left under the bridge. Those are the ones who will try to steer and poison whatever you're doing if you let them come across. Every bridge could make you stronger, or it could destroy everything you want to defend and protect. I burned it all, but bridges, nothing burns quite like a bridge does. Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn. Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. you can cross my bridge anytime you want. Unless you're a Fed.
That
People
has
running.
to be something.
The
cryptic.
people running. Oh my God. I do remember watching that in someone's chat with Lucy. Yeah.
You spell insanity. I sure can. DOUGWILSON. That dude is nuts.
That's
Okay,
right.
but whatever.
Crazy.
Good point, Lucy. I see
Oh
what
my
you're
God.
saying.
Is he saying that outsiders are not welcome?
Well, they've said that long time ago.
No,
Terry.
I
They
know,
don't.
but is that what he's referring to? Burn the bridges, don't let
I think he burned the bridges with like local law enforcement.
He said himself that he hates MPD. Period. He didn't say that. But we know he does.
It's a speaker gay.
Yeah, and he absolutely. That's what I think. Like Kim just said that she thinks he's saying he burnt the bridges with them. We wash these sins, so we fight like we don't care. It is really something that I suggest everyone listen to on your own. The lyrics continue. Skull and bones, better beware. Oh wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the whole thing she wrote in here. Yeah, I've heard about that too, Lucy. Click that link right there. This one here, folks, and I think that takes you to what she's talking about. He's telling you that Papa Rogers is the feds. Well, yeah, and like he said it. What the hell? What he just said about don't feed the trolls and don't feed the feds, that type thing. It's interesting. It's very interesting if you read between the lines.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Great show today. Great conversation as always. It started off hot and rolling forward. And I'm grateful. Yep, and don't let them feed you. That's right. I'm grateful for you, Terry Hemisphere. Of course, typically always. And welcome to the team again. Appreciate you very much for everything you do. Yes. What else?
Thank you.
There was somebody else up here with us. Jesse Schul. Jesus, who else did we have up here with us today, you guys?
Miss Potts.
Miss Potts, that's it. Thank you, Annie. All you guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys very much. I appreciate your input, your thoughts, your feelings when we have these discussions. They have a tendency to be long sometimes, yes. But that's because they're so good we can't stop talking about it. In my opinion.
And I am.
That is my opinion.
Always interesting. I love coming up. I'm going to jump down. I'll say goodbye. Have a great night.
You too, hon. Thank you so much
Probably
for joining us.
see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, great show. Guys, make
I'll
sure to
get down
subscribe.
too. Bye, guys.
Okay, Terry. Thank you very much. Make sure everybody to subscribe to Typically Unique. You will not be disappointed. She puts out a great show every time. Too many amazing people out here creating and going in the right direction for this, and I appreciate each and every single solitary one of you, and I will support you all the way, guys. Lucy said to tell Carlos. Lucy said hi. Typically, absolutely. Hemisphere, thank you. Terry, thank you. Much appreciated all the way around. I want to thank my moderators, as always, for doing what they do because I couldn't do it without y'all. Thank you to anybody that. Let me check something because I don't think we hit the goal today. We were close. 11. Damn, that's still very awesome. Thank you for all of you that made that happen. You guys are amazing. God bless. Very much appreciated. What is it? 7:30. Gee, I got late quick. Again, guys, don't forget one of these days, Senor, you need to join us up here, brother. I'm going to keep pushing till you do. If you need help with anything as far as streaming and all that, technical, I can help you in any way I can, brother. I'd love to hear from you up here. Everybody, I think, would love to have you join us up here to hear your thoughts and feelings on things. Hemisphere, again, great points today, my friend. Thank you for joining me. Don't forget to spay and neuter your pets and your kids. Just kidding. Miss Charlotte, good to see you in here today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jen 7, thank you for joining us as well. All of you amazing people, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are absolutely, no doubt about it, the beautiful people. We will do this again very soon, folks, and I cannot wait. I promise. Have a wonderful night, guys. Good night. God bless, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible